248-539-9797. Rangers over the Red Wings 5-3 last night. Back home tomorrow against, I believe it's the Montreal Canadiens. Michigan opens their basketball season. Men's basketball over UNC Asheville 99-74. Pistons in Milwaukee tonight. Wojo will join us at 9:02. Now, you maybe remember yesterday and Monday, we kind of had a little fun. We talked about Michigan State finally winning a game for Harlan Barnett. Harlan Barnett getting his first win. And, you know, after the game, our very own Rico Beard was on the field and gave him a nice little man bro hug, whatever you want to call it.
Embrace, a warm embrace.
Yeah, they're good
hug.
friends, but I kind of think it was kind of odd for a member of the media to hug another man in that situation.
Yeah.
But they're friends.
Yeah.
So
yes, they are friends. And yes, Rico Beard at the time was not working, I don't believe.
No. Nonetheless, the one, the only Roberto, who does such great work for the Valenti and Rico program every afternoon from 2 to 6. I think he had the same opinion that a lot of people had when he saw Rico and Harlan Barnett hugging, and he came up with this musical ditty. We'll just call the Rico hug song. Hey, you know what? He's a fan. Rico's, I mean, don't take it the wrong way. It's okay. You can be a fan. He's the ultimate fanboy in this place.
Sure, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I know.
It helps if you're in, I know I enjoy to pick on him a little bit.
Right.
But if you're in sports talk, it's really important to be a sports fan.
Yes.
Exactly. I had zero problem with this because it fits Rico's brand.
Yes.
Rico, I love him. He's a good dude.
Yes, he is.
He's a Spartan slappy.
Right.
And he wasn't working.
And he owns it.
Yeah. I mean, with the whole medallion thing he used to wear back in the day.
I know.
You know, sitting next to what's it, his Facebook photo that's got Izzo. He's like over Izzo. It's like, looks like he's giving Izzo advice.
Yeah.
I mean, this is him.
Right. That's all we ask from our
coach.
coach.
Make fun of it.
Right, exactly. That's what we ask from our coaches. Dan Campbell. You know, man, whatever. He is what he is.
I will make this point, and we've mocked Pat for being, you know, I'm biased and I'm not a Sparty and all this, you know. If Pat did that, it'd be a big deal.
Yes, right, because he's supposedly unbiased.
Pat says his brand is unbiased.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, is that any, obviously, it's different because it's only one win or whatever, but is that worse than when the Red Wings win the Stanley Cup and members of the media are drinking champagne out of the Stanley Cup? No, I think it's a cool thing to a certain extent, right? I mean, I don't think you're being compromised.
No, I don't think you're being compromised. I think that's more of a team issue if they want to allow members of the media to drink from the cup that they earned.
Right, exactly. You're not not in there, taking the cup from somebody. Hey, I want to drink. I want to say.
Yeah. Who was it? It was a couple of years ago. There was somebody that was one of the members of the media had the cup above their head,
right,
and was celebrating with it. And I think we discussed it here. Was it appropriate or not?
Yeah, I don't remember who it was. I don't know. It was Colorado.
I think it was a beat writer for Colorado.
For the Avalanche. Yeah, exactly. Look, I've drank out of the Stanley Cup at the Post, the old Post bar.
Well, that's actually no. I think there's a difference between the locker room and somewhere after the fact.
Yes,
but if the players hand it around, so be it.
And somebody hands it to you.
I mean, heck, even Connor Stalions got to touch the trophy. I'm sorry. I can't let
That's
it go.
true. Well,
No, you
and
can't.
he made it, and he made a mistake. He actually got some dirt on the carpet in the locker room, and he used the vacuum to clean it up. All right.
Wouldn't it be great if it comes out like he had this custodial business and he's been cleaning all the Michigan athletic departments?
Hi, Connor Stalions for vacuums. 1-800-GO-BLOW. BLOW.
Yes.
All right, enough of that.
He does suck.
Some more hijinks and hilarity coming up next. Wojo joins us Wednesday with Wojo 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. No change in the college football playoff rankings. Still Ohio State at the top, followed by Georgia, Michigan, and Florida State. Chairman Boo Corrigan did reiterate their thoughts on the U of M sign-stealing saga and how it affects their judgment of the program in Ann Arbor. From ESPN's Reveal Show, a road game at number 11 Penn State is likely to change things up next Tuesday. Tigers president Scott Harris says that he directly spoke to starter Eduardo Rodriguez multiple times before the ace decided to opt out of the remaining 3 years with Detroit. Ultimately, he wanted more money. Harris says that he earned the right to elect free agency, but it was his decision and not theirs. The Red Wings drop another game where they fell behind early. The Rangers scored once in the first and 4 times in the second. A 3-goal flurry by Detroit was not enough as they fell 5-3 in New York. Coach Lalone says the team continues to give up easy offense. And speaking of easy offense, Michigan blitzing UNC Asheville in their opening game on the hardwood, 99-74, the final in Ann Arbor, with Juwan Howard not back on the sidelines yet from his offseason procedure. And after falling behind by 14 at the half, Central scored 21 straight in the third quarter, but Western posted the final 17 points to beat the Chips 38-28, both teams now 3-3 in MAC play. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Oh, yeah.
Selling vacuums.
Oh, God.
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesdays with Woj. How you doing, Wojo?
Well, contrary to public belief, I'm still selling sandwiches, not vacuums.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm eating them, but that's okay.
So we asked earlier in the show what will be next for Connor Stalions, and as you can imagine, some of the responses were pretty damn funny. I mean, who would have thought a month ago we'd even know about him? But the next thing you know, hey, he's on the sidelines at Central Michigan, and then yesterday we find out he's got a vacuum business.
Yes,
and he's got Blake Corum in an LLC.
You're a creative guy. What if you could make up the next chapter in this saga? What is it?
Well, I do think, in all seriousness, I do think he's going to end up. Well, you saw Barstool has a standing offer for him to join Barstool Sports, and obviously for publicity purposes. But I don't know. In all seriousness, isn't there a spot for a not over, but wildly determined and ambitious decoder, somebody that maybe in the corporate world, maybe to figure out the strategy of another corporation that you're competing against? I don't know. Or maybe he'll just go back to refurbishing vacuums.
Either that or he'll take Rieger's place and work with you.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Connor and the Stallions and Wojo show.
I'll hire him to decode what the hell Rieger's saying on a daily basis.
There you go.
How about that?
That's a good idea.
Yeah. National secrets.
Yes. So
Right.
what do you expect to happen today? Michigan is going to respond to the Big Ten for the allegations, and then according to people, they're just going to sit on it for a little bit before they decide how to respond to Michigan.
Yeah, that is probably what will happen tonight. We probably still won't have any sense of a resolution until tomorrow. One thing that's in the back of my mind, and it still is fluid, and there are still indications that the Big Ten is not exactly following the proper protocol and the sportsmanship policy. One thing in the back of my mind, because I do think Tony Petitti, the Big Ten commissioner, has botched this to a certain degree. Like, he took something that everybody thought was cut and dried. Michigan cheated. There's this guy. Hey, here's a video. Here's a photo. And turned it into this wildly controversial, and it was controversial anyhow, but I think helped rile up his constituents, the other Big Ten coaches and other Big Ten programs, and has led to this wild mudslinging within the conference, when I do think there is punishment to be rendered at a certain point. Why he felt like, what was the reason it had to, in his mind, be right now? Like, what does that it's already, he did the main thing he had to do, was alert other Big Ten schools to beware of your signs when you play Michigan. He did that, so that should mitigate the quote-unquote safety concerns and everything else. To me, it's just a public show. And Petitti, from the corporate TV world, I think he's more into images and putting on a show than he is to actually, I don't know, being a leader, rallying the troops. Michigan, yes, if they deserve to be punished, which they probably will, it should happen. But to conjure up all these, I call that mud fights, but it's almost like the programs are throwing feces at each other at this stage, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And people say, well, what did he do? Well, he amplified and has allowed to amplify all of the outrage from coaches, and which predictably has led to sleuths or anybody else pointing out, well, lots of Big Ten schools apparently, and maybe everybody, has some sort of sign-stealing mechanism. And how he didn't know where this would go, and maybe he just figured Michigan would be a patsy, because in the past they have been a patsy in issues like this, in punishment issues. But Michigan is in the wrong, in my mind, at least at some level. Let's not forget that. But the leader of a conference is supposed to maintain control and show leadership.
It's interesting. I don't know if you read Dan Wetzel this morning, but he's as pretty much fair as anybody. He's certainly no Michigan fan or anything like that, as you know. But he compared what Michigan is being accused of and the Ohio State, Rutgers, Purdue, and their deal, and he compared it to this. He says they're absolutely the same, because it's just that one was a ski mask robbery and the other was an inside job, clearly wiring money to the Caribbean.
Well, yeah, I had not read that, but that's a pretty good. Dan Wetzel is very good, and that's a pretty good analogy, because, and I've heard many people say, like, what actually is a bigger advantage? Some guy that you threw a couple $100 to in the stands holding a video or video phone, and or actual coaches decoding and deciphering and passing along the information. And that's just one example of why, again, what Michigan started, the Big Ten has made worse. And it comes from inexperience and not knowing how conferences operate and how college football teams operate. That said, the thing that I started to say in the back of my mind is there room in the middle here? And I don't know how it would work, but say Petitti began by saying, we want an indefinite suspension. Now, we can't just choose which anonymous reports we choose to believe from credible sources. And that was one of the reports, indefinite suspension. Ooh. And then maybe it went down to 2 games, maybe, and Michigan's still resisting. Have they delayed it long enough this week that Petitti can come out and Michigan maybe would agree to it, but I'm not sure of that, a 1-game suspension effective next week?
Oh, people will lose their you-know-what. Oh, of course, it's the Maryland game. I'm just saying.
No, but okay, let's just say that's the case. This is a precedent that Petitti will be setting, and he will then have to address the Ohio State, Rutgers, Purdue saga,
right,
and possibly do the same thing for those coaches and staffs.
No, the precedent issue is what makes it complicated for him, and he is in a tough spot, but also makes it very delicate because you're right. What would be the next step? And the reason you could argue that is, it's completely to take the head, because I have a feeling if there's a suspension, it won't be just the game day suspension. It'll be during the week. Is that really fair to take away the head coach on the Thursday or Friday before a big game, as opposed to, or any game, to be honest, as opposed to making it a one-game suspension? And yes, it would look weird if it was Maryland, but isn't it complicating the sanction if you do it on a Thursday, a day and a half before the biggest game of the year so far?
So make it more difficult. If you're going to do one game and it's going to be Maryland, don't announce it till Thursday next week.
Yeah, right. Listen, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
I know. Nobody knows.
Everyone's flying blind here, and we're allowed to fly blind because we're not. The commissioner is surrounded by, I assume, smart people and important people. He's not allowed to fly blind, and it will be very interesting to see what the final offer or suggestion or demand is. But I think it's going to take at least another good 24 hours and maybe longer.
Have you ever been to Bellefonte?
Bellefonte.
Bellefonte.
Bellefonte, Pennsylvania.
Just outside Pennsylvania.
Oh,
outside Penn State.
Penn State, yeah. Happy Valley.
Yeah, oh, yes, of course I've been to Happy Valley, yeah, and it is actually a fairly happy valley.
I know, but Bellefonte is a town that's just on the outskirts of State College, and wondered if you've been there or met anybody in that area by the name of Becky.
Becky from Bellefonte?
All right. Stoney told us a story that we never heard before, Wojo. It's unbelievable.
Who doesn't know Becky from Bellefonte?
She's on. She's a caller. Well, I was telling the story that I've been to two Penn State football games. One, the Brandon Gibbons missed 80,000 field goals game. And the other, when I was a young kid, my dad took me to see Penn State play Air Force, and they won. They had Franco Harris and Lydell Mitchell, 17-14. And I said, and he also talked about Bellefonte Becky, who was a legend in Happy Valley.
Yeah.
Back in the 40s, Bellefonte Becky was pretty easy, as my father would say. And maybe she termed it Happy Valley. I don't know. Maybe she had a Happy Valley.
My God.
Did young Stoney partake of Bellefonte Becky's pleasures?
No. Not this young Stoney. I was 12 years old.
I mean, your dad took you to strip clubs. Did he take you to Bellefonte Becky's?
No, I was only 12 or 13. I'm sure Lou probably visited Bellefonte Becky. I might have. May my God rest in peace. I don't know. Or maybe she visited the Beta Sig house where he was a fraternity brother. I don't know.
You might have distant relatives in Bellefonte these days. You never know, right?
You do have a brother.
I could. Yes.
Bellefonte Becky.
Bellefonte Becky.
Ask around when I'm there.
Ask about Bellefonte Becky.
Is your sister listening right now?
Sometimes she listens live, sometimes she doesn't. But
She should be appalled.
I know, probably. Finally, Woj, you mentioned the term flying blind. Well, it has nothing to do with being blind, but the Lions are flying out to Los Angeles, taking on the Chargers. What do you expect on Sunday? This is, as you would say, a big contest.
No, big game. No, you got that wrong. It's a big game. Well, I did watch that Chargers game on Monday night against the Jets, and there's just something missing with the Chargers with Justin Herbert, but they do have those monster guys on the defense, Bosa and Khalil Mack. That would concern me. I will say this: the evolution of the Lions continues. The fact that they're going on the road against a decent team in the Chargers, and they're favored in that game. Definitely tells you what people think of them. I think it is going to go right down to the wire. I think they'll end up making Justin Herbert make a stupid play because that's eventually what he generally does, or the Chargers in general. And I do think the Lions will pull out the victory. But it's But it's a big one because the Josh Dobbs Vikings aren't going away, are they?
Go Saints! Go
Yeah.
Saints!
There
I don't
you
know
go.
if it's a Justin Herbert stupid play, but more of a Brandon Staley stupid call.
Well, that could be Kellen
That's
Moore. That's
actually a
Kellen
great
Moore's
point,
fault
yeah.
then, too, right?
Yeah, or
Yes.
going for it on fourth down,
Yes.
or punting whatever you're not supposed to. I mean, it just seems like he's the guy right now that, as Stoney so eloquently put it to Dan Campbell as we said goodbye, go get yourself another coach fired.
Oh, my Lord. Stoney.
It's been a hell of a morning.
Stoney's back to one of his bad habits, I can tell. Mm-hmm.
He's only got about 3 months left. He's saying WTF.
But that was see, it would have really been bad if I asked him the question, what was it like to get another coach? No, I just said it was passing.
Yes.
It was better.
Yes.
that
Can
way.
you go 2 for 2?
Yeah, well, you know what? They are on a roll right now.
I know.
And another West Coast-oriented team,
Mojo.
Raiders.
See? Great minds think alike.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Stop
He
that.
roped you into that one, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Woj. We'll talk to you later.
All right, I'll send you a photo of Becky.
Oh yeah, go to the. Are you going to go to the creamery, or are you just going to get the ice cream in the press box? You guys are
I'll
pathetic.
find the right cream wherever I need it, Stoney. Thank you.
Oh, it's terrible.
Ice cream.
97 won the ticket.
Oh, my goodness. When I have a question, I have so many of them right now, but when I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie cutter solutions or check off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They care about me as an individual, as a person, as a family member, not just as a number on a spreadsheet. And they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we know that we've all got to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797. We mentioned briefly with Wojo what Dan Wetzel wrote today, and it's very interesting comparing all the allegations of the Connor Stalions deal and the actions that Ohio State, Rutgers, and Purdue allegedly engaged are the exact same thing. And Dan Wetzel, who, like I said, is very fair in criticism and about every program. You read his book about the BCS. And he says, yes, the exact same thing. And to use the line that I said previously, it's just that one was a ski mask bank robbery. The other was an inside job, clearly wiring the money to the Caribbean. And he also asked the question, Wojo kind of touched on this as well. Which would you rather have as a team, okay? Raw cell phone footage that still needs to be broken down, or highly experienced coaches just handing over their work, which is what Purdue got. Well, everyone would choose the Purdue option, right?
Most of everybody would, yes.
Yes. Now, the difference is, and there's another difference between the Big Ten investigation and the NCAA investigation. The NCAA investigation is that Michigan allegedly, it seems there's evidence, violated the in-person scouting rule. The Big Ten is the sportsmanship creed, and you
could say it's advanced scouting as well. You're just getting it from, as you said, experienced coaches, so it's the same thing.
Correct, but are they? The purpose of the scouting was not for another. It's a roundabout way of getting the thing. They weren't there on purpose to scout other teams' signals for their own good. That's the difference.
But after the fact, they did put it all together and hand it to Purdue.
Correct, right.
So it's the same thing.
There is, shades of difference, but whatever. There is a difference between the NCAA and the Big Ten, though, is what they're investigating.
Yes. I mean, the Big Ten can also go after them for violent sportsmanship policy as well. So they could be facing NCAA as well as sportsmanship issues, just like Michigan is.
Correct. So it's going to be crazy how this plays out.
It's going to be entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, it really doesn't matter where you're sitting, on which side of the blue wall. You got to admit, it's been somewhat entertaining. Now, there's some squirming and some uncomfortable moments on the blue side of it.
Yes.
But to think that you've got a guy that now is being sued by his homeowners association for selling refurbished vacuum cleaners. Like, you can't even make... I wouldn't even be able to make that up.
I know. And maybe we'll read some more if you want to, text in what's the next thing for Connor Stalions. We got a few of them earlier in the show.
What's the next twist or turn?
Yes. Good morning, guys. I heard Connor Stalions is actually a son of Jim Harbaugh's. Next, we'll find out Connor Stalions was an organizer of the Fry Festival, that he poops with his shirt off. Having a strange child for sure. And Connor was the one who left cocaine at the White House. Hunter Biden.
I think he did scouting reports on Bellefonte Becky.
Maybe his
only one way to get those.
Exactly. All right, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
Well, Stoney, if and when you do decide to ever officially retire, you're in luck because you're in the right place. Michigan ranks as one of the best places to retire in all of the U.S.
Why?
So I'll get to that. According to a survey by U.S. News, 6 Michigan cities are in the top 100 places to retire. And this list, it actually, most of the places that dominate the top 10 are in Pennsylvania, actually. But they looked at things
Bellefonte? Is Bellefonte?
No, Bellefonte did not. No, Bellefonte did not make at least the top 10. I didn't scroll through the whole 100.
Okay.
But it looked at factors like resident happiness, weather, quality of health care,
recreation,
the restaurant scenes, yes, how much retirees pay in taxes, affordability, things like that. So as far as Michigan goes, Ann Arbor came in at number 11. That was the highest area in Michigan. Based off of basically everything I just said: excellent health care, affordable prices, low crime, high quality of life.
Great cheesesteaks at Mr. Spots.
There you go. Also on the list, Grand Rapids, Lansing, Detroit, Kalamazoo, and Flint. So there you have it.
Okay. That's interesting.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So state officials are warning people not to eat any wildlife, not any fish, not any animals from one northern Michigan region. So any hunters who catch any animals within 3 miles of Clark's Marsh in Oscoda Township should not put them on their dinner plate.
That's too bad.
So these animals could basically be contaminated. And it sounds like this warning has been in effect for quite a while. This isn't just this year, but this is a reminder to be careful. Water in the area of Clark's Marsh tested positive for high levels of PFAS, which is this
lot of long words and a lot of abbreviations.
Yeah, exactly.
None of them are good.
So just be careful out there if you're catching any animals. Just I guess
don't EAT.
Yeah, exactly. Kenny Chesney will be making his 12th Ford Field appearance in August, which is pretty cool. He kicks off an 18-city stadium run in Tampa in April. It's all part of his Sun Goes Down 2024 tour. He's going to be making a stop in Detroit here on August 10th. He's going to be joined by the Zach Brown Band, by Uncle Cracker, by Megan Maroney, and tickets go on sale November 17th.
Yep.
Fun time, it sounds like.
Yeah, answered the question earlier, too. Stoney asked it, how tall was...
yes, it's going to be a short show.
Yeah, it'll be a short show. It's 5'6".
He's 5'6"?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's smaller than Tom Cruise, I think.
I believe you are correct.
They're very similar.
Yeah, they're right there, yes. One of them might wear lifts in their shoes.
I think so.
To increase their height.
That would be...
Mr. Cruz.
The TC, yes, for sure.
Jeez,
Aaron Rodgers.
Abbreviations today.
His ruptured Achilles is healing very, very quickly. Typically, a ruptured Achilles takes about 9+ months to fully recover, but Rodgers, he's eager to return, and he's about exactly 58 days out from his injury. And you might have heard during Monday Night Football, he told, Derwin James. Yeah, that he needed just a few weeks before he'd be ready for action. And now he's clarifying those comments. He's saying that the whole conversation was just silly banter between a friend. And on the Pat McAfee show Tuesday, he claimed he didn't expect Mike's to actually pick up what he was saying.
Yeah. Oh, whatever.
Exactly. You know what? It's especially if they are, out of the playoff race, why even come back?
Oh, if they're out of the playoff race, you're not going to see him.
No.
They wouldn't let him on the field.
Well, they shouldn't. No. All right. Thank you very much, Heather.
Thanks, HP.
No problem.
JJ. All right, telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up next, we'll hear from MCDC 97.1 The Ticket. Love Dan Campbell. Hey, football season is here, as you know. Dive into the best pool in history. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that is built for us sports fans. You chill in one of our 6 pools on 3 different levels. The screen, 40-foot tall, high-def screen. It's unbelievable. America's favorite place to watch football and constantly all sports. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside. Now, it's located at the Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. And Fremont Street downtown is wild. It's awesome. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. 248-539-9797. Hi, I'm Connor Stalions for Vacuums.
Vacuums are us.
For those of you who don't know, didn't get because there's something new every day with Mr. Stalions. It was revealed that he was running a used vacuum, secondhand vacuum
Refurbished
business.
vacuum sales.
Yes, from his house in Ann Arbor. And there was a picture of it because the Wall Street Journal did a story, and he's being sued by his homeowners association because the place looks like crap is part of it. And I don't know if you're allowed to actually run businesses out of your home. I have no idea. But the other thing that came out yesterday was that Blake Corum is part of, his name is part of an LLC that Stalions formed or somebody formed for him in the state of Wyoming for the vacuum cleaning business.
Right.
And Blake Corum was asked about it yesterday, and here's what he had to say. And here's a little more what he had to say.
Yeah.
It's so. What's
I don't
next?
know.
What's
What
next?
what is next? I don't know. I heard that business really sucks, though.
It blows.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the house wasn't on Hoover. All right, we can do every.
All the bits. Yes.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Jamo.
Jamo.
Right, or he has a satellite office off Eureka Road.
Uh-huh. So, what's next?
I don't know. What are we going to be talking about tomorrow? That there will be sanctions announced, or we're going to what's Michigan's going to response is going to be?
No, I don't think we'll hear any of that. No. I'm more entertained by what are we going to hear next about Connor Stalions?
Yeah.
What is the next hill or valley in this roller coaster ride that is the Connor Stalions saga? Like 2 weeks ago, had no idea who this guy was.
Right.
And
And you're in that building.
I'm in that building all the time. No idea who he is. All right. And sometimes I can, be a little bit, I don't know.
Not very friendly to people.
Yeah. Or not necessarily be looking around. But now we know his name. We know what he's been doing. We know what he's been up to. We know that, we think we know that he was on the sidelines for the Michigan State Central Michigan game. Now we think we know, or maybe it's been proven that he has been selling vacuum cleaners out of his house. Didn't see that one coming. Like, what else is there to be exposed in the life of Connor Stalions?
Who knows? Like somebody suggested on Ticket Text. Maybe he has an estranged child. I don't know. Maybe he's going
Maybe
to.
he has an estranged. How old is he? He's like late 20s, isn't he?
Late 20s, early 30s, I would guess.
Yeah. I guess he can have an estranged child. Yeah.
I know his parents are middle school teachers in Lake Orion. He obviously didn't do any sign stealing for Lake Orion High School because they lost to Clarkston.
Oh.
over the weekend. What else could he do next?
My creativity is exhausted right now.
Maybe he'll be the Zamboni driver at Yost for a game.
Could be. Aren't they looking for a new Zamboni driver down at the
Little Caesars?
At Little Caesars, yeah, the LCA.
I don't know. I think they had somebody replace Al. I have no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was a regular guy or if we're going to see Connor Stalions pop up there.
He'll be a crossing guard somewhere.
I mean, it would be appropriate to use a sign all day.
Yeah, I'm glad you got that.
Yes, I was born,
Yeah.
not last night.
Maybe the Tigers will hire him. AJ, and she's known for stealing signs.
Wow. You can't let a guy get away from it, can you?
Oh, I mean, I'm searching. I'm
Searching hard.
exactly. One other thing we didn't mention today, and I know you're probably going to disagree with me. And I disagree with what he wrote. But Greg Doyle's been a highly respected writer for a long time.
Yep.
Good columnist. But his column saying that he's not going to vote for J.J. McCarthy because he thinks Michigan might have cheated because that does not hold up the, quote-unquote, I'm paraphrasing here, I don't have it in front of me, the integrity of the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, well, JJ didn't cheat, did he?
No.
He went out there and actually performed.
Right. He even said how great J.J. is and all that stuff, but he believes because...
A guy can do what he wants. His vote.
Yes.
You can vote however you want.
I know.
You can be a turd if you want to be a turd. Just won't be welcome in Dan Campbell's locker room or office. Yeah.
No
turds.
Yeah. Carson Anderson are coming up next. What's up, boys?
You have to have your shirt off?
To send in that vote for without JJ on it. I mean,
if you're going to have no turds, I just want to make sure. Is the shirt back on at this point, or did you take the shirt off?
Well, if I'm going to go to the office, then shirt's back on. Okay. Yeah. No one wants to see that. The shirtless, no. Those days are long gone.
How you doing, Gator? Do we have any concerns about the hockey team, especially in goal?
I think there's always. I mean, you look at the statistics, and one goalie is clearly outplaying the other one. Mm-hmm. So I would expect that maybe we'll see a gradual correction, or we'll take a look at that. And they were completely flat. Look, they didn't do him too many favors last night either.
No, there are a lot of them were deflections.
Yeah, I mean that's not
the first goal. He should have stopped though.
But if you were watching the broadcast on TNT, and Chris Chelios great, does a great job, and he's explaining. The guys were asking him specifically because he played defense, and he's like, "Hey, what did they do wrong here?" And he points out why Sherratt, you can't leave this post, you can't do this. I mean, it's not all on the goaltender for sure. And then the fact that the team offensively didn't even show up until 2.5 periods later. It's just it's always a collaborative effort if you win or lose.
Right, 0 for 6 on the power play.
This was once a power play that was clicking at 45% through the first 6 games of the year or whatever.
What do you guys got going today?
Well, we get to the latest in the Michigan case. We got the college football questions at 10:30, and Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports joins us at 11.
Loved his column today. Great analogy he's made. All right, 97.1, The Ticket.
All right, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here at 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be. I wonder how the fans enjoy it, the people that really care about it, given the Tuesday night deal. But anything else exciting in the Gator household? Lois behaving?
She behaved last night. Yes, she was very sweet last night.
Was she?
Yeah. Sat on the couch next to me, resting her head on my lap. She was very sweet.
Yeah.
She likes hockey. I think she enjoys hockey. And when I say enjoys it, I think she finds it easy to fall asleep to.
Okay.
As opposed to football, where I'm a little more amped up watching football, so she gets amped up and then she wants attention and, starts barking at me and stuff.
Yeah.
Hockey is pretty good for her, though.
Oh, good.
Which was nice. No, it was good to watch the game last night. Not good with the result. I don't know if you noticed the subtle change in my show sheet.
Oh, I noticed. Gator decided to outline his night.
Well, I started, doing work last night, which I do most nights, but I was getting close to being finished with my prep work last night instead of doing it this morning. So I had to make some changements as the game was going on.
Yes.
I decided not to do the full Mitch album and actually revisit a little bit. Shots fired. I know.
Wow.
I know. I don't know why. It's been like 20 years.
Man.
Well, I had written my notes before the game was done. And then obviously things changed. So I decided I'll actually change it.
Yeah. Well,
I'll change the story.
yes, you did. Sort of. You left all your original notes about a blowout in there.
Yeah.
And, they
I just thought it would be funny
compete,
for you
and
to see that.
Gator had a running narration of what it was like watching the Red Wing game last night in his show prep. But all right, so today might be the day that we find out about the B1G's suspension of Jim Harbaugh. And by all accounts, Michigan will file a temporary restraining order, an injunction to allow him to coach, saying due process wasn't done. The question is when. It could happen today. There's starting to be some belief that it will happen tomorrow. And that's the immediate story. Tony Petitti might do something that has never been done before, and that's suspend a coach before an investigation is complete, based on allegations and suspicions. At the same time, there are now allegations that one and probably two teams had Michigan signs before their games kicked off against the Wolverines, and hence they just didn't figure them out in the 60 minutes of the football game. And the question would be, do those also warrant suspensions? I think Michigan is making that case and asking, why would you not do the same to them? Michigan should be investigated. There's no excuses. If it goes higher than Connor Stalions, discover what needs to be discovered. But what do you make of this today, the possibility of a suspension coming down today or tomorrow?
I wouldn't expect it today. I think whether it's Big Ten, I guess it's the Big Ten situation, they're going to want some time to take a look at it and weigh it out. And I don't know if part of that is fear of litigation in the future or not, but I wouldn't expect anything today. Earliest, I would think tomorrow, and maybe not even. Well, if something's going to come down Friday, that it would seem a little unfair being a day before a game, but stuff like that happens.
Well, it can't come down Friday. Friday's a holiday, and so it has to come down. Well, I guess it can come down Friday. I'm sorry. Friday's a holiday, and Michigan wouldn't be able to file the injunction if they do it Friday. I mean, I guess they can do it right up till kickoff.
Is Veterans Day?
I think so, yeah.
Is that Friday or is that Saturday?
I think it's recognized on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. But I believe Friday's the federal holiday. So,
well, I don't know when the Big Ten's going to get stuff done. It would be if they wanted, if they're really upset and they want something to have teeth to it, they would do it before the Penn State game or before the Ohio State game. If they just want to say it's a token, whatever, and this isn't a big deal, then they do something next week and they can sit out for the is it Maryland?
Mm-hmm.
Maryland game.
Yep. We're going to get Dan Wetzel on to talk about this today at 11. We caught up with Dan about once a week on this story at Yahoo Sports, who's been following this and writing about and reporting on this investigation and what's gone on. But we will find out. Maybe we'll find out during the show. So stick with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. I have from conversations I have had, I'm very dismayed about what's going to happen next. Not with Michigan necessarily. I suspect, Gator, that we're going to hear more about stuff that's alleged to have happened in Michigan. And the reason I suspect that is I go to the wise words of that sage philosopher, Brian Bosworth.
Oh, the Boz.
The Boz, 30 for 30 was on the other day. And actually, it might have been one of his teammates. But in the middle of the Bosworth controversy, he made the comment, he or one of his teammates made the comment that when you do something that brings in the NCAA, they're going to dig and dig and dig, and they're going to find something, which is just why you do everything you can to keep the NCAA from investigating your program. But once they start to investigate, they're probably going to find some stuff that may or may not even be related to this. They're going to find stuff. And so everybody tries to keep the NCAA at bay. And so I do expect that there'll be more reporting and more things that are going to need to get investigated, because that's just kind of how these things go. However, the part that I find dismaying, Gator, and the part that I'm worried about, along with this, because I'm not enjoying any of this, is the Big Ten about to devour itself. I've heard some very disturbing stories about private investigators following around coaches, assistant coaches now, that the chaos that's going to come out of this, the scope of this, the net on this that's going to get cast is pulling in other Big Ten schools. And I don't know where it ends. I don't know what the off-ramp for this is. Because the narrow, the I shouldn't say narrow, but the immediacy is what's going to happen with Michigan. The bigger picture here is the Big Ten going to, the result of all this, going to really damage multiple schools in this conference. And I think that Tony Petitti has to call in the athletic directors, the university presidents, the coaches, and tell them to cut this crap out. Now, if people want it to keep going, that's fine. Just understand the wide net that's going to get cast. And I think we've already started to see it. But my suspicion is it's going to get much, much worse. And as somebody who loves college football and college sports, I don't know that I want to be talking about this year round.
Well, no, but how about not doing bad things?
I agree with that.
There's that at it. Now, I would like to hope that there is some sort of statute of limitations. Like, let's not dredge stuff up from 10 years ago or 5 years ago. Let's try to stay, in the realm here. If they're gonna cast this wide net, if it's more of this sign stealing stuff that it shows that look, then everybody's gonna have to pay the piper. All right, this is you started to undo that onion and you got layers to it, and this isn't an apple where it just has you the skin of the apple and the meat of the apple. This isn't it. You got a lot going on here, so so be it. It's embarrassing for the Big Ten to go through this, and they have nobody but to blame but themselves.
I agree, and I agree with don't do bad things. It's just that I'm very fearful, based upon what I've heard in the conversations I've had, that this is going to dominate the Big Ten headlines in multiple schools, multiple universities, and take care of the Michigan thing. That's one bucket, okay? And you can have multiple buckets. Absolutely take care of that. And I've said it from the beginning, whatever there is, get it all out there and face the consequences. However high up it goes, I want to know how high up it goes. Then there's this other bucket of conference chaos that concerns me. And I'm just, I think we might be headed to a very, very ugly place, and I don't like where this is headed.
Very cryptic by Doug Karsh.
248-539-9797. Hey, I want to talk to you about Hall Financial. I got a unique perspective because I've had an opportunity to work with them myself. Quick and easy, short checklist. That's what they gave me when we did a refi, and they took it from there. And all I could think of is when we first bought a home, I sat there forever signing papers. They made it as quick and easy as possible to pull off a refi, and they could do it for you as well. They are committed to their client's best interest. If a refi or other mortgage solution doesn't make financial sense for you, they will let you know. Chances are your home equity is at an all-time high. It's an ideal time to utilize your home's equity to pay off high-interest debts or make home improvements. Accessing your home equity has never been cheaper with the Hall Financial no-fee loan that can save you thousands in closing costs and access your home equity in 8 days or less. Start saving with Hall Financial's Cash Out Refi today by calling 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. By the way, all this going on. And hey, congratulations to Bill Self.
Unbelievable, right? And yet not so unbelievable.
Head basketball coach at Kansas who signed a 5-year contract that makes him the highest paid coach in college basketball.
Just how many weeks after?
Well, his case was a 4-game suspension, 5 level 1 violations, and now he's a head coach and
Still
highest paid head coach, I should say.
Yeah.
So all that. Well, Michigan's working on a contract with Harbaugh, but it just speaks to how the absurdity of this thing. But crazy, huh? All right. What else? What else you want to bring up on this one? What else you got? What other thoughts do you have?
With the Michigan stuff?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I read Wetzel's column where he thinks it's apples to apples, and I think it's close. But I don't have the clarity to see what the real difference is between these two. And when I say that, I mean I don't know what the rule book says or whatever. Because we hear all the time about teams that get into a bowl situation and they rely on friends and former coaches. Hey, we're game planning against Alabama. What can you tell me about it? You guys play them once a year and you've done this for the last 5 years. What can you tell me? And they get that kind of intel on it, and that's accepted. This is a little bit, maybe more than a little bit different because it's alleged to have been signs that both Ohio State and Rutgers had gotten in recent games against Michigan from last year, presumably in-game sign stealing or whatever, and then they deciphered afterwards and wanted to help Purdue out later. So the difference is Purdue didn't do their own advanced scouting, whereas Michigan did. So there's a difference there, but it's advanced scouting, I guess.
So here's what Wetzel wrote for people who missed it. He's comparing what happened with Michigan and what happened with the allegations that Purdue got the signs from Rutgers. And you have to wonder if Ohio State got the signs from Rutgers before they played Michigan. But the story says, in Michigan's case, the advanced scouts were Stalions' band of iPhone-toting buddies. In Purdue's case, the advanced scouts were the professional coaching stats of 2 other Big Ten teams that had just played the Wolverines and thus could battle test the signs they stole as accurate. Which would you rather have? Raw cell phone footage that still needs to be broken down or highly experienced coaches just handing over their work? Everyone choose the Purdue option.
Well, and the pushback I would give on that is, unless Connor Stalions is a savant with deciphering the signs, and he is a code breaker of sorts, and are the guys from Rutgers or Ohio State, were they that adept at it, or they just have the signs and they think they know, but they don't really know? I don't know. I mean, I can't agree with that statement 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this is the slippery slope, though, and this is where we are. And just like everything else that's happened at Michigan, and when there's going to be more, and I suspect there will be more allegations coming out against Michigan, I think there's going to be more allegations coming out against other Big Ten schools. Investigate it all and find out what's true and what isn't.
Well, yeah, and the other thing, I mean, and Dan's got it's a great column, but he gets a little upset with the Big Ten and the NCAA and saying, well, be fair, do the same thing. Where are you for this? Where are you for that? And I'm like, didn't this just break? It's literally just broke. So give it a little bit of time for either the Big Ten or the NCAA to act. But right now, the Big Ten is dealing with Michigan. They're not. That's where their focus is right now. Will they have time to focus on Purdue? Absolutely. They'll make time to focus on Purdue. But right now, they have to look at Michigan and see what we're going to do here. We'll address the other one later.
Yeah, and
then you'll actually have precedent.
Yeah, I think between Purdue, Ohio State, and Rutgers, they need to look into that with the same scrutiny they've looked into Michigan, and that's from day one. I think every Michigan fan and every fan of every school would say, whatever is out there, treat everybody the same. And I don't know what argument can be made against that.
No, they should treat them the same, but it's going to take some time because they got to clean up this.
So there's 2 things that I'm afraid that are going to come out of this, and that is, one, there's just going to be tons of investigations of Big Ten schools. which is just, I mean, it's sad to me because you know right now where there's nothing? The Southeastern Conference. There's like nothing going on controversial anywhere close to this in the Southeastern Conference. But apparently this might be, when it's all said and done, a den of cheaters up here. It's like the Real Housewives of the Midwest. And two is, is every school going to have a private investigator in their football building? Are they going to have a team picture with the team private investigator now in the team picture?
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing is that you almost have to have that.
I know.
Because you can't, apparently you can't trust coaching staffs to do the right thing.
But you know what, though? I feel like there's one person that can bring a stop to this, and that's the commissioner of the league. I think the commissioner of the league needs to rein in everyone. Now, if you want to say, hey, if you've cheated, if you've broken rules, if you've broken the spirit of rules, if you've walked into the gray areas, then you have no excuses. Okay, got it. This has the potential to become all-consuming when schools are hiring private investigators to look into each other. It can become all-consuming. And just wait, because the net that this might cast might involve your school as well. We'll talk with Dan Wetzel about it today at 11 o'clock. We've got our college football questions. We'll swing around the country. Next, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, joins us at 11 a.m. We'll get to some Lions stuff in the second half of the show. In the meantime, every Wednesday at this time, we swing around the country with college football questions. Let's do it. All right, Gator, heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Flipping the coin. And it's a tail. You want to kick or receive?
I'll kick.
All right, so I'm going first.
Here we go, Doug.
6-pack of questions. Let's
All right,
go.
here we go. Amazing games this week. And aside from Michigan at Penn State, what game intrigues you the most?
I'll go number 8, Alabama at Kentucky. One of the sayings I like in sports, and I think Scott Van Pelt originated it, is how good is your good? And Kentucky's one of those teams that can be really, really good. It's being played in Lexington. Everybody's jumped on board. Alabama's turned the corner. If Kentucky's good shows up, I think this is going to be a fascinating football game and a problem spot for the Crimson Tide.
It can be. I'm interested in the game for sure. I'm watching Alabama getting better and better each week, though. I mean, Milroe is turning into a nice quarterback. This is how it works with Nick Saban. It takes a little bit, and then the players get comfortable, and then they get after you, and then they start to recognize the names, and you get excited about a draft. So, for me, the game is number 9 Ole Miss traveling to Georgia, who's number 2 in the country. Georgia got a little bit of a scare last week against number 12 Missouri. They won 30-21. Outside of blowing out Kentucky 51-13. Georgia's had some ho-hum wins. Mm-hmm. They're not the team that we've seen the last couple of years that have won the national championship, but they are very talented. Ole Miss is pretty solid. I like what they've got. I love their coach, and Jackson Dart's playing some really good football right now, leading that team, and they can score a bunch of points. Can they score on Georgia? We'll see.
Doug, I really thought about the game you chose as well, but I'm going with Gator here, Georgia Ole Miss. Yeah, I think there's a chance for an upset here. Lane Kiffin, he's a spicy one. He's either going to get really close and upset, or he's going to get blown out, I think. It's one of the two for Lane Kiffin. But that's the game other than Michigan Penn State. I like Georgia Ole Miss. Should be a good one. All right, James Madison is 9-0, and they're one of 7 unbeaten teams in FBS. But right now, they're not currently allowed to participate in the postseason because of where they are in their transition period. They're appealing to the NCAA to participate in the bowl series, in the bowl games. What should the NCAA allow them to play in the bowl season?
I think they should. Apparently, they've met everything that the NCAA has required of them as an FCS school transferring to FBS. So I don't see why they're going to be held out of this. They're undefeated, as you mentioned. It's a good football team that's having a phenomenal season. Now, maybe in the end, just let the season play out and it'll dictate what happens because they have games left against UConn, App State, and then they are at Coastal Carolina. Now, not that UConn's the greatest team in the world, but it's a known team at least, and App State and Coastal Carolina give people problems. So if they finish up this season perfect 12-0, they should play for the Sun Belt Championship, and they should be eligible.
I can't find anywhere why this rule is in place. You have to, when you transition from FCS to FBS, you have to 2 years. The only thing I can think of is when you make the announcement that you're making the jump from FCS to FBS, I sense that schools at the FCS level then can recruit better. So let's say I announce right now I'm going from FCS to FBS in 2025. Can I then spend 2 years recruiting better than the rest of the FCS schools, dominate FCS, have a competitive advantage over the rest of the FCS because I'm getting players that think they're going to the FBS and can participate in the postseason? That's the only reason I can think this rule's in place. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Are they protecting the integrity of the rest of the FCS level, which is basically the second division of college football? Because otherwise, I don't know why this rule is in place. It makes It makes no sense. It's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, I think the rule may have been in place initially just to, hey, give teams a little grace period to get up to speed of what it's like to get to that transition.
But if you get up to speed quickly.
I'm with you 100%. But if you're there from day one, which apparently James Madison has been there from day one, then go with it.
It doesn't matter why the rule, if the rule makes sense or not, guys. The rule's there. Okay, so since the rule is there, no, they shouldn't be allowed to play in the bowl season. But for me as a fan, I totally would let them in. But I'm not just going to change it because I feel like that'd be an awesome story and I think that'd be fun. No, the rule's in place for whatever reason. That's why you have rules, guys. We've been talking about rules a lot the last couple weeks, right? What's the point of rules if we're just allowed to just change them? Texas A&M 5-4 this year without a win on the road. Fisher's contract is fully guaranteed through 2031. $76.8 million. Is there enough oil money in Texas to eat this contract, or are they going to have to find a new coach? And who would that be if they did?
This is ridiculous that this is even getting talked about, given how much money's at stake. And if I were to pick one state crazy enough to pay that buyout, one state's fans, one state that elevates football to the point that there are $20 million high school stadiums, it's Texas. They're going to buy him out. They're going to do it. People in Texas are different. They're different. The $76 million, there's an oil baron right now that will get his name on a tower at Texas A&M as a sponsorship or get his company's name because he's going to pay the $76 million. It's all going to be part of a grander deal. He's going to have a suite for life. I mean, it's Texas. Yes, they'll buy him out.
You got a name?
Shell.
No, I meant for the next coach.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Urban Meyer.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What you said is true. You know, Texas is a crazy state when it comes to football. And the thing is, it's not just one oil baron. There are oil barons in Texas. Okay. So if you're looking at multiple sources, multiple billionaires to come in and bail you out because they love football and they want to overtake UT, then I suppose they could. I mean, we just saw Mark Davis eat, $85 million worth of contracts with the Raiders, with what he has done over the last few years with having to cancel people's contracts because they fired people. That's the NFL. This is college, but there are multiple billionaires in college. I think they could. I don't expect that they will. I think he's got one more year to do it. But if they were to, Mike Elko was a defensive coordinator at A&M before he went to Duke and doing some great things at Duke. But I don't know if that's a big enough name for the Barons. Lane Kiffin sounds about right.
I'm probably wrong on this, but I think he gets one more year. But there is so much money in Texas, and it is different out there with college and even high school sports that they won't put up with this, and they'll just eat the money because they have the money. But we're going electric, so maybe one more year. I don't know. Writer
Better do it now.
Writer Greg Doyle says J.J. McCarthy should not be eligible for the Heisman Trophy award, and he's not going to vote for him because of this cheating scandal. Do you agree?
Look, each writer or each voter is going to have their own criteria of who's eligible, who isn't eligible, what makes sense, or why this guy gets my vote and why this guy doesn't get my vote. Look, it's his prerogative to do that. I don't agree with it. I mean, I would look a little closer at it, I guess. Is Michigan, with this cheating scandal, were any of those games this year? If any of them are alleged to have been in this year, then can you simply just rule out those games, take those games away, and then look at it statistically and see if he belongs there? And he doesn't. But even if you leave the games in my opinion, he doesn't belong there. He's had a really nice season with efficiency, but he doesn't have the gaudy numbers that the other quarterbacks do. So, I mean, that's my criteria why he's out. But as far as do I agree with him limiting it because of the scandal, not at this point.
I will just say simply, these allegations and these suspicions, they should be taken very seriously. And if he's going to eliminate J.J. McCarthy, I suspect he will also eliminate Marvin Harrison Jr. And by the way, there are no parameters for your vote. The Heisman Trust, they don't say, here's what you should look at, here's what you should take under consideration.
I know, which is why it's so crazy because, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think he's got the numbers to even come close to it at this point. But your point's valid it's valid right now. We'll see if they investigate a little deeper to reveal stuff.
If it's suspicions that were going on, then do not vote for any, I guess, Purdue, Ohio State, or Rutgers players either.
If a guy's
Kevin
eligible,
Winsett, you're out.
If you're able to vote for a player, then he's eligible. It's not your job to figure out who's eligible and who's not. Now you could decide on how you give your vote, whether it's that's the weird thing about the Heisman voting, right? I mean, you can pretty much pick whoever the hell you want.
It's strange.
So, but I think the guy, if he's eligible, then he's eligible. If you don't want to vote him for other reasons, go ahead. But I find it kind of weird. The NFL sent a cease and desist letter to the University of Houston for using Houston Oiler colored inspired uniforms. The NFL saw the jerseys as a blatant copying of the old Oilers uniforms. What do you make of this?
I got to tell you, many businesses do anything to get attention. And this is something that's bringing attention to one of the coolest things the NFL has, and that's throwback uniforms. I don't understand why the NFL wouldn't kind of embrace this. Because you know what it'll do? It'll help them sell merch. Like you can still buy Houston Oilers stuff with the sweet Love You Blue colors. Rico wore the hat yesterday.
Yeah.
All this is doing is bringing more attention because there's an entire generation of people out there that never saw those uniforms. And they might see them and they might go, that's sweet, and go to the NFL to buy them. Go, oh, those are old uniforms, Oilers stuff, and you can go buy it. So it doesn't make sense to me. It brings all kinds of attention to one of the coolest things the NFL has, and they might be able to financially capitalize off it.
This is so stupid. It's first of all, it's the color scheme, which color schemes are mimicked throughout every level of football. Logos are mimicked throughout every level of football. Because they call them Love You Blue? Are the Houston Oilers still in business? No, they're not? Okay, thanks. I just was curious about that. What are we caring about with this? They're the Houston Texans in the NFL. They were the Tennessee Titans when they moved. Or now that they've moved and now they're coming back here. None of this makes any sense. If you're upset with the color scheme, then be upset with Ole Miss because they use the same colors too when they wear the powder blue jerseys with some red piping on it. And when you look at the jersey itself, it's really just the colors because on front, does it say Houston or it says Cougars? I think it even says Cougars. None of it is close to what the Oilers had.
I think it says Houston, but it doesn't.
But it's in like a script.
It's not like they've stolen anything off the.
They're just dumb and petty. My guess is there's something else going on behind the scenes. They got a beef with somebody at the University of Houston.
NFL stands for No Fun League, guys. And before you forget it, because sometimes you can forget, this is not a game that kids play. Sports are not games that kids play anymore. They're a business, all right? The NFL is a business. This is a trademark infringement. Hey, you're taking money out of their billionaires' pockets. They don't like that. They want a piece of the pie, too. The NFL, yeah, they're going to – I don't think it's like they have some beef against somebody in Houston. They have a beef against someone taking their money. It's the NFL. Iowa 1.5-point favorites over Rutgers. The over-under is 28.5. That's right. The over-under is 28.5. Would you actually take the over, or are you going to stick with the under?
First of all, I'm amazed that the NFL hasn't cracked down on Iowa for taking the Steelers colors.
Kinda.
And what's going on? What the hell is going on here?
You might speak too soon, man.
Yeah, right. That being said, this is one of the funniest stories we've got in college football. It's sad and pathetic, but it's kind of funny. The Iowa over-under week in and week out. The last 3 weeks, it's been, like 31, 31.5. Now it's dipped down to 28.5. This is how pathetic that offense is at Iowa. Also, how good their defense is at Iowa. This week, it's Rutgers. It's not any kind of offensive juggernaut. I'm going with the under. I'm going to take the under 28.5 in this, and I like Iowa to win. I think the defense for them, it works.
I agree. I'm taking the under, but I am taking the 1.5. That can go a long way here. A long way here. I see this one being, 7-6,
10-9,
4-3. Like, it can be anything when Iowa's playing.
5-4.
The best joke I've heard was on the College Football Inquirer podcast when someone accused Michigan of stealing Iowa's play.
I mean, you got to take the under. You're a fool if you've been taking overs with Iowa games. And I think Iowa does cover 2-0 Iowa.
There you go, and that concludes the NIL transfer portal live animal mascot thingy. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. What is your level of stokedness for that this weekend?
For what you and I were talking about?
Yeah.
Reasonably high.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to see Metallica on Sunday. They're here Friday and Sunday at Ford Field, playing in the round, which is always cool.
Which means in the middle of the field, and
I assume the stage will rotate.
Yeah. And it's circular, like 360-degree seating, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I saw the first band I remember doing this was Def Leppard, and it was, I think, on the Hysteria tour, and it was late 80s, and that was at the Palace. And it was great. It was really cool, and there's like this, there was a kind of like a trap door in the middle of the stage that the guys go down in there to, to go to the bathroom during a guitar solo or something like that, or a drum solo with Rick Allen.
Did they take their shirts off?
Those guys, I don't think were wearing shirts.
Okay.
Didn't take them long.
So they were all ready to go.
Def Leppard, right? Exactly. Yeah. No, Def Leppard doesn't really wear too many clothes. Some of the guitar player doesn't. The drummer doesn't. Typically for too long. But I remember that, and it was in the round is just it's a great atmosphere. And I've had tickets for shows where because the show was sold out and we got the last tickets and they were crappy seats literally behind a stage. Still ended up sounding pretty good, surprisingly. And sometimes the band would actually come around and play to the people behind the stage, but it's not the same thing. This is Metallica. It's going to be loud. 2 shows. Each show is completely different than the other one, like different opening acts and different set lists. They're not going to play the same song twice. So that's kind of cool. I'm curious to see what I'm going to see and what I'm not going to see.
Did you say you've seen Metallica before?
Yes, twice.
Yeah, and
the first time I saw him was at the Silver Dome for Monsters of Rock when I wore the cleats. And they were just starting to get big. Like, the real metalheads knew who they were and loved Metallica, but at that point they had just put out 2.5 albums. They had an EP that came out. It was before, I think, And Justice for All had come out. So they were just getting known. They were the second band out of the 5 that played that day, and they only played for like 45 minutes or so. And they were great. Loud, crowd nuts. And then I saw them again 4 or 5 years later at Kobo, and it was a different scene. The band sounds great. The fans, I did not like the fans. They were too rowdy and saw some crazy stuff that I can't unsee.
Did you wear cleats to that show?
No, but I probably should have. That was one I probably should have. But I didn't like the show because of the fans. The band was great. And then I haven't seen them since. So it's been 25 years since I've seen Metallica, probably close to it, maybe more than that. So I am looking forward to this. It's in the station suite, so no need for cleats in the suite. Although I think Jimmy's going. If Jimmy gets on a line, look out.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
I never know. Plus, I'm also curious how different the band's going to be that they are older. I mean, these guys are in their got to be late 50s at this point. And look, we've seen bands play in their 60s. And so I just got done seeing the Eagles a few weeks ago, and those guys are all in their 60s and 70s. And Steve Miller opened up, and he was like 80. So, guys can still play. It's great. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I suspect you will have a good time. 248-539-9797. So that's interesting. Do I want a T-shirt? I do not, but it did cross my mind because you still will show up at work in concert T-shirts or band T-shirts.
Uh-huh.
Do you suspect you will buy a T-shirt?
I could be in the market for one, and I'll see what they have. Metallica typically has some pretty great T-shirt selections. I remember back in the day, it was Metallica, Megadeth, and Iron Maiden all had the best shirts.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, just $75, right?
Well,
is that what it is now?
No,
I just made that up.
No, I mean, concert T-shirts can get expensive, Doug.
I bought a shirt at the Eagles show, and I haven't worn it yet, but I bought one, and I think it was like $45 or $50.
That's about right.
Yeah.
You got to get one, man, this Saturday.
If it's worth getting, I will. Yeah.
What do you mean worth? Like, the
if I don't like the shirt, if I don't like the design of the shirt, then I don't need to do it.
Do it. I don't even care if you like it. This might be the last one.
It's not going to be the last one.
For you.
Well, if it is, then so be it.
Wow. I used to know you.
What was
Aren't you sick of wearing old ones? Wear a new one. Wait, who am I talking to, Doug? I walk that back.
Yeah. Although the Metallica shirt I have is a little weathered there. Yeah.
Some of them are very weathered.
The Metallica one's particularly weathered.
What was the show that you ended up on the Free Press website, like in the front row?
Aerosmith. It was Yahoo.
Gazing lovingly at
Joe Perry was ripping it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you were just locked in.
Well, I mean, we were in like the second row, so I have nothing. I can only look up. I can't look straight ahead. I mean, I'd be looking at the guy's shin. So, watching the band, I was looking up and I had a big smile on my face.
And I don't want to miss a thing.
That's not the song that was being played when I was doing that. That was really awkward when they're playing all the ballads, and then Steven Tyler's coming over to us and he's like singing, I don't want to close my. I'm like, no,
I gotta close my eyes.
I don't want to stand in this spot right now. We get some tequila up in here.
All right, one more question, and that is, we have a mutual friend, Ryan, who sees Pearl Jam a lot.
Yeah,
but he is not. He's like gone with his wife and friends. He is not a dancer per se during a show. He just stands there to the point where people are wondering if he's even having fun. Are you a dancer during these shows, or do you just stand still?
I mean, metal shows, you just kind of you bang your head a little bit, and you can't help but do it because the beat is there, man. It's great. Yeah, imagine you might see me rocking a little bit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to getting your
fist bumps up in the air.
Your full review.
It should be a great show.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do have one more question because the Sunday show starts at what time?
6. I think they both start at 6, but it's Sundays. It's 6 o'clock with the opening act. I forget who there are 2 openers. I forget who the first one is, and then I think Five Finger Death Punch is coming on, and then Metallica. I imagine they go on probably around 8 o'clock, 8:30.
Okay, and the Lions start at 4.
Yeah.
So are you trying to pull off a Metallica show bubble?
My brother's coming over to the house, and then we're going to drive down together. And I think what we're going to do is try to watch the first half and then head down. And look, I'll try to be in the bubble. We'll see. I don't know. I may be listening to the game on the way down. I don't know if it's possible to do the bubble for this one. I don't know if there'll be TVs on in the suite. I don't know.
I think it would be impossible. But I'm kind of tempted to see if you can try to pull it off.
Yeah, I'm not as dedicated to the bubble as you are, or as Kang is. I mean, you guys are really dedicated. You send out the text messages to everyone.
For people who don't know what the bubble is, it's when you can't watch a game live, but you want to watch it later without knowing what happened. We call it the bubble, and you establish the bubble. You have to let people know you're in the bubble, and then you go back and can watch it on your DVR like live. Because if you know what happens already.
Yeah, your reaction's different, things like that. Yeah. First guessing, right?
Yeah. Okay, back to the Michigan story. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, joins us coming up at 11 o'clock here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, guess what? It's hump day at Twin Peaks. You know what that means. Bourbon and brews this week. They're serving up Irish whiskey favorites. They'll even have samples of their delicious Irish Mule, sampling from 5 to 7, so don't be late. It's official. Twin Peaks has added more time to their daily party. All lodges now open later. That means an extra hour of happy hour Monday through Thursday night. Late night happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs till midnight. So think about, are there football games on Mondays and Thursdays? Only every one. So take advantage of it. That gives you late workers or night owls an extra hour to take advantage of their amazing happy hour specials. Bring the crew and enjoy amazing deals on shareable items like the $3 fried pickles and the $5 hand-cut and breaded 2-order mozzarella cheese bites. Wash it down with great drinks like the $3 Wells and $4 tall domestics, or buy a round of cheap shots for the group priced at $3.99. The Twin Peaks girls will be all decked out tonight, so don't miss out. To find the location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Brought to you by Winschuler's Cheese Spread and Snack Chips. Dan Campbell has been working a week and a half to improve the 6-2 Lions in any way that he can, and during the bye, Coach concentrated on some of his red zone issues that they've been dealing with in the first half. A coach also says that the team is as healthy as they've been all year, and David Montgomery going to test himself again today to see if he'll officially be back on the field when they face the Chargers this weekend. The gauntlet of contending teams with star players continues for the Pistons. They go from KD to Steph to Giannis tonight as Detroit brings their 5-game losing streak to Milwaukee. They'll face Damian Lillard as a Buck for the first time as well, as the Bucks are 4-2. Game time will be at 8 o'clock with the action right here on 97.1. I'll have your pregame at 7:35. And the Pistons also going to be pretty short-handed again. Jaden Ivey and Alec Burks already listed as out. Joe Harris is going to be missing for at least a week and a half due to a shoulder sprain, and that's on top of already being without veterans Bojan Bogdanovic, Monte Morris, and Isaiah Livers. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thank you for joining us. And let's thank Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, who joins us at this time, who's also one of the hosts of the College Football Inquirer, which I listen to each and every week, multiple episodes. Invite everybody else to do so. Dan, how are you today?
I'm well, gentlemen. How are you?
All right, buddy.
We are.
Anything new in the last hour?
No. You still talking about this?
Just wondering what else is going on. You know, we got new news breaking. Anything we need to know about?
Not that I know, but I'm sure next hour something will happen. You guys are good.
All right, good. So you're calm today. You basically have said to Tony Petitti of the Big Ten, hey man, if Michigan's case is bad, so is what Ohio State, Rutgers, and Purdue is accused of. How and why did you draw the parallels?
Well, specifically Purdue. I don't know if Ohio State and Rutgers broke any rules. They maybe sportsmanship, which is what we're arguing here, which is a totally nebulous concept. But let me start with this. People get a little sideways. Michigan cheated, okay? Connor Stalions broke the rules, unless we're going to hear some outrageous flip that he didn't do it. They can punish him, all that. He had an elaborate, brazen advanced scouting, in-person scouting operation going. I equate that to a smash and grab, a ski mask going in to rob the bank. What Purdue did was an inside job, white-collar crime. They get Ohio State and Rutgers to just hand them the same information, which is in-person scouted sign stealing so that they have an advantage in the game or even it out against Michigan. At the end of the day, both sides, Purdue and Michigan in this, did the exact same thing. They wound up with the exact same thing. They just did it in different manners. One sent their friends out with iPhones. The other just had their friends and the other coaching staffs just hand them the information. It's all stolen signs, and it's all done by somebody who was at a game in person before you got to play. You didn't do any of the work. So I understand that. Here's the thing. 3 weeks ago, nobody cared about sign stealing. Nobody cared. Nobody thought about it. Nobody had looked at these rules in years. Nobody cared. Now, all of a sudden, everybody cares. And I don't think anyone's thought through maybe all of the things. Certainly not the way the Big Ten and the NCAA charged in their hair on fire like this was the biggest thing ever. So what coaches will tell you is, hey, it's not advanced scouting if my friend just hands me the signs that they stole from watching the game or off of TV, because we've always done that.
You get into there's kind of like crazy minutia when you get to the cheating stuff, right? I mean, you've got
it's what's an advanced scout, right?
Yeah, I mean, because you hear all the time that, hey, coaches will say, yeah, look, we've had a few weeks to prepare for we're getting ready for Alabama in the bowl game, and I reached out to Lane Kiffin because they played Alabama 6 weeks ago, and Lane and I have a good relationship, and I just wanted to pick his brain about different concepts and schemes and what works and what doesn't work. And that's all acceptable. Everybody's like, oh, that's good. You're reaching out to your resources. But it changes if during that conversation, he's like, yeah, let me send you a spreadsheet that we have that actually deciphers what the signs are. And it is, so we've seen online, there's been this spreadsheet that's going on. Are you privy to, in your investigation, have you found more evidence? Like allegedly there's some text messages that go back and forth. What do you know about all that stuff?
Well, I mean, these were straight play sheets, pictures. Hey, when they do this, this is what their sign is, all of that. It's good information. It's also information that two professional coaching staffs, or college, but these are professional coaches, battle tested in a game, right? They sat there and said, okay, we think every time the guy, waves this way, they run this play. Oh, sure enough, they did, right? The question, and this is the thing, nobody cared about this and no one thought about it. But if we're going to get down now to a legal case, which it very well may be, and probably will be, what's the definition of in-person scouting? So for Michigan, it's Connor Stalions' buddies standing in a stadium somewhere with an iPhone filming. That's wrong. I think that's obviously in-person scouting. I think the intent was obvious, all of that. In Purdue's case, it's the coaching staffs or some member of the coaching staff of Ohio State and Rutgers. Those are their in-person advanced scouts. Who qualifies as an in-person advanced scout? You can't change the definition of what an agent for Purdue is or an agent for Michigan just because the coaches say, oh, we've always done that. The coaches don't get to define the rule. It's going to be defined by a judge, or if this had been smart, it had been clearly thought through by the people at the Big Ten and the NCAA and said, wait a minute, we're opening a hornet's nest. These guys share each other's signs all the time. They literally just email them. They have shared Google Docs. They have all of this stuff. What is an in-person scout? And I know we're deep in the minutia, but that's the deal. If you're Michigan, you're saying, what are they doing? It's the same thing. I just think common sense. I don't care what happens to Jim Harbaugh. I think he's got plenty of violations here that could be punished, all sorts of stuff. I don't care what happens to Michigan. But I'm not a fan of bad administrating or rushes to judgment or not thought through penalties. You can't say this type of in-person scouting is the worst scandal we've ever seen, and this type of in-person scouting is totally fine because it's just boys being boys. That's how we do things. That doesn't work. It shouldn't work. And if anyone was thinking it through, instead of running around going crazy and just listening to the howls of college football coaches who understandably just want Jim Harbaugh gone, I wouldn't want Jim Harbaugh's opinion on anything in East Lansing or Columbus, right? That's where you run into Pandora's box or bad precedent and all this. To me, it's all in-person scouting. Purdue, Michigan did the exact same thing right now. The NCAA and Big Ten are going after one school. They ain't touching the other. Why?
Well, they also just got the information, didn't they?
Well, look, they got it Friday, supposedly. When they got the Michigan information, they ran out and said, we have to tell everybody because we don't want any Michigan opponent to think that Michigan has an unfair advantage, right?
Right.
Did they do that with Purdue? Did they tell anybody? We haven't heard that.
If they're under the assumption that it was a collaborative effort between Rutgers and Ohio State to give Purdue the advantage solely against Michigan, it looks like it's more of a one-off than what Michigan was doing, which was, a concentrated effort.
Are they investigating to see whether it's a one-off?
So,
that's it. Like the reaction is hard. Will they come in now? Sure. If they do, great. I just think it's the same. It's the same crime. It's a different way of stealing. It's the same. It's what was stolen is exactly the same. It's just done in two different ways. One that the coaches approve of, one that they don't.
Tony Petitti, I mean, he may hand down a suspension today, tomorrow. What are your thoughts on
tomorrow?
What are your thoughts on what he is going to do and what he should do?
I don't know what he's going to do. Certainly, a season-long indefinite suspension is on the table. It may end up, that may have been bluffing. They could try 3. They could try 2 games. They could do nothing. I don't know. I don't really care what they do or what they should. I just think they should be thinking through a lot of stuff that hasn't been thought through, because nobody ever spent any time going, what is sign stealing? What is in-person scouting? This is just such a part of the rule book that no one paid any attention to until 3 weeks ago. And all I would ask, whatever the penalty is, but if I'm a fan of a league, you just want a system or a thoughtful process, because today it might be fun because it's Michigan, but next time it's you. And bad precedent and lack of due process or lack of thinking through what we're doing, or investigations that just assume one side of things and go rushing in and don't contemplate the others, or aren't fair, never really work out for anybody.
All right, I'm going to tell you something I believe, Dan, and you tell me, am I wrong or am I right on? I'm following this case. I'm hearing rumblings of this wide net that's getting cast, which includes private investigators being, fanning out across the Big Ten. It's schools giving up dirt on each other now. I think Tony Petitti needs to step in, rein in the coaches, the athletic directors, and say, okay, we're going to revisit all this privately coming up shortly. But what are we doing? Are we going to burn down the conference? I feel like this is, I don't know if there's ever been a greater need for leadership than right now in the Big Ten.
That would have been better off 3 weeks ago. Yeah. But absolutely. It's a battle royal now. And look, if you're going to say that, because again, this will go, I know we're talking minutia, but this is the kind of stuff that gets defined in a legal case. You're going to say this type of if you say in-person scouting requires an indefinite suspension of a head coach. So maybe what Purdue did isn't quite as bad, but is it 3/4 as bad? Is it half as bad? I don't know. Or maybe it's worse. That's anyone's debate. I have no idea. But once you set that thing down, they could have walked right in and they're going to end up with 10 schools on probation because they didn't think anything through. I don't think that would happen. But once you take a hard line on something that kind of everybody's doing and they admit it, I mean, they're just emailing stuff to each other. Are we running through everyone's computers? Are we seizing computers to see who else knew? Are we doing all that? Once you go down that line, there's a lot of exposure going on. And right now, the entire league is dropping dimes on each other. They are looking for who bought tickets where, what's this guy doing. It's not just this. Well, who else is Ohio State and Rutgers conspiring against? Is that even a deal? What is happening? No one trusts anybody right now. The whole league. It's like a battle. It's like those old wrestling battle royals.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Oregon and USC are staring from the West Coast going, what in the world? The Midwest is burning. So this is not a great deal. They may get Harbaugh, but it's dude, there's got to be an after. You got to think one step ahead. You got to think 10 steps ahead. I don't know that anybody thought 10 steps ahead.
Dan, thanks for your time. You can read his stuff at Yahoo Sports, and you can also listen to the College Football Inquirer podcast, which is always entertaining, if nothing else. You guys do have fun.
Yeah, we do. Thank you.
We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Dan.
There he is, Dan Wetzel. Lot to discuss there. Your reaction, 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
It's another big weekend of football here in Michigan, and yes, games will be played, as far as we know right now. Listeners are loving the PlayGun Lake Casino and Sportsbook apps. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the PlayGun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games, too, right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are both right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots, 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. They've got great free spins on there. It's my personal favorite. New slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Alta Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
All right, so there you go. Dan Wetzel
doesn't clear anything up. I mean, not that Dan was here to clear anything up. Dan was merely pitching for be fair and reasonable in this whole thing. Hey, now you've got another scandal here involving three other Big Ten teams conspiring together to give, Purdue the information, and let's make sure that you investigate that too. And I'm sure the Big Ten's going to be investigating that. But like I pointed out to Dan, I think there is a difference. They're both problems. But if one is a one-off or perceived to be a one-off, and the other one is, ongoing over years with the frequency of the in-game scouting, there's a difference only in what maybe the punishment ends up being. let's say for the sake of argument that because of the frequency with which the in-game scouting took place with Michigan and Connor Stalions, they deemed that somehow there's going to be, you can dole out a 10-game suspension. I'm just throwing a number out there. If the Purdue situation was a one-off, it's not going to be a 10-game suspension. It might be a half a game or a one game or whatever it is. I mean, there's going to be, and there should be, a disparity between the two when it comes to punishment if you can point and say this is only a one-off.
Well, let's, just like everything else, as much as I would love to go full Paul Feinbaum and immediately draw a conclusion and all that, I'm not going to. I'm going to ask at the Big Ten and NCAA, look into what's happened with other Big Ten schools. I think that's only fair. And do as much digging and see what they can find out. See how far up the food chain it went. Was it staffers? Was it head coaches that were doing this? Was it just a one-off? I mean, Rutgers played Michigan, and then did this thing get hatched before Ohio State played Michigan? Or did they just, the two of them, decide they were going to give the stuff to Purdue? Or did Rutgers give anything to Ohio State before the Michigan game? These are all questions that should be examined just the same as everything that's been examined at Michigan.
I can predict if Schiano has to talk about it, my prediction will be if he is going to fall on the sword and say, yeah, we did it, that he's going to say, I just tried to provide Purdue the opportunity to have the level playing field because we knew what Michigan was doing to us.
I'm sure there's
and it's going to be finger pointing and all this crap. And it's, in the grand scheme of things, you look at this and we're talking about what initially was supposed to be level 3 infractions.
Yep.
Which was almost nothing, very little, right? Yep. But it's the frequency and the video.
And it's the video. The video, the disguised video it adds to the salaciousness of the story for sure. 248-539-9797. Justin, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, guys. Listening to that interview with Wetzel was one of the most infuriating things I've ever had to do. Wetzel kept saying that the Big Ten needs to think this through. Well, he just needs to actually think. I used to respect his opinion, and that has flown out the window. Here's the difference, and what you guys are talking about is completely irrelevant. Here's why. How the information was obtained is the key here. In the Ohio State, Rutgers, Purdue instance, that information was obtained completely legally, within the rules. They were playing the team. They were on the sideline. They got the information, and then they chose to share it with another school. As far as I know, there are no rules against doing that.
I think there are rules against how they shared. I think the rule is how they shared it. By actually coming up with a spreadsheet.
Like Justin, did Purdue illegally obtain the information? Did Purdue go in and ascertain Michigan signs during the game? Or did Purdue go in with signs that they had before the game?
And I understand that, Doug, but the way the rules are written, that doesn't matter. And the rules need to be revisited. That's a whole nother discussion.
Without question.
Clearly the rules need to be revisited. But what Purdue is accused of doing is not illegal, or if you want to call it a violation of the rules, according to the rules as they currently sit.
Well, Justin,
so right now what they did,
you're right. I think you might be right, and the same might be true of what Michigan is accused of doing, because nobody thought of it, and there wasn't anything in the rules about what if a person is hired to go. If a person is going, that's not, you can't send staffers, but that's not what Michigan is accused of doing. Like when we get into the minutia of the rule, I think everyone's got ground to stand on legally. And I'm talking about Michigan, Purdue, Ohio State, Rutgers. I think they all do if you really want lawyers to go over. Contract lawyers have gone over these rules. And if you want to get into the minutia of the rules, my guess is they could all win the case.
Well, I'm curious to see what else comes out with the Purdue Ohio State Rutgers thing. What evidence is going to be leaked in this one? What the text messages are going to go through here? What did Purdue know this, or was Purdue approached by Ohio State and Rutgers? Did Purdue talk to Rutgers and Ohio State and say, "Hey, I need some help here"? How elaborate was the information.
Well,
there's a lot of questions.
I'm fearful for what's going to happen in the Big Ten next. I really am. There's a story in The Athletic about how this is opening up a can of worms across schools, across sports, and because basically now everybody is starting to fend for themselves, and any suspicions they have, they're offering up evidence of any rule breaking by any school. And I think Tony Petitti needs to investigate all that's out there. I'm not saying dismiss that at all, but also maybe rein everybody in before this turns into a Lord of the Flies situation.
Well, another problem is that if you're here's a problem for Tony Petitti. It feels like the clock is ticking here. Like if you want to punish Jim Harbaugh, the time may only be right now, because it's quite possible that he's not the coach at the end of the season, that Michigan will part ways. That's a real possibility. And then you've got no means with which to punish the program that you feel needs to be punished. I mean, is this just going to delay things until ultimately after the season?
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Got some Lion stuff we'll get to coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 971 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Later, we got some Red Wing stuff. Talk a little college basketball as well. The Wolverines opened their season with a win last night, and it was good. But that coming up a little bit later on. If you want to continue with the Michigan thing, open lines 248-539-9797. We do have a Lions game coming up on Sunday. Did you hear Dan Campbell this morning by chance?
I just heard a little bit of him this morning.
So a few things to take out of it. One is it's starting to look more and more like they are going to be the healthiest they've been in a while, which is pleasant news. And how much of a difference it'll make having Jonah Jackson back, potentially having Frank Ragnow back, potentially having David Montgomery back, potentially, especially going up against this defensive line for the Chargers. And you were talking about them yesterday quite a bit. It's very, very convenient timing for them to get those guys back.
It's huge. It's absolutely huge. I mean, not having Jonah Jackson, that's a big deal. I think he's the most underrated lineman that the Lions have. And I think there's a big drop-off when you go from Jonah Jackson to whoever it is, left guard de jour, which could be, Skipper or whoever, right? And no offense to those guys, but it's just a big drop-off because Jonah's that good. And it helps in all aspects of the game. And to have him and Ragnow back together, now you've got the offensive line intact. And this isn't like, Rag's taking a few days off of practice this week. Where is he going to play or not on Thursday, Friday? We've known for a while he's coming back. And that's good because he's stacking up days where he feels good and he feels healthy. And same thing with Jonah Jackson. So I expect these guys to be, full force, and they're going to need it because they're going to need to have the running game so the running game can sell the play action pass and it keeps this offense going the way we know it can go.
And the David Montgomery return, look, it was funny because back-to-back days, Dan Campbell was asked about, what's the running back rotation going to look like when David Montgomery returns. Today, he was a little bit more forthright I shouldn't say forthright, a little bit more kind of committed to not slowing down Jahmyr Gibbs. Like he's like, we don't want to take the ball out of his hands. But back to there were 8 sacks of Zach Wilson on Monday night. 8. Joey Bosa had 2.5. Khalil Mack had 2. So, and when it was brought up with Dan Campbell, we're going to play it for you a little bit later on. He likes the ammunition they are taking into that game to defend that defense. So, bottom line is getting healthy at this time is great. Gibbs should get, the football as much, but you made the point yesterday. It kind of should be dictated by the game. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, and getting David Montgomery back, in spite of Gibbs, I have a feeling moving forward, some games are going to be Gibbs games, and some games are going to be Montgomery games.
Yeah, and look, they're both integral to the success of this team. They have different skill sets, but it's so valuable to have the two guys healthy, to have the two-back system going. It was nice that it had a different look to it when Gibbs was the feature back and Craig Reynolds was able to play just fine. But they're definitely better off having these two guys ready to go. It's not a thunder and lightning type thing. It's just two really good running backs.
I have teams that I have a weakness for that I think are better than the facts ever dictate that they are. In college football this year, it is Maryland. I keep going back to that well, and I keep getting burned. And in the NFL, it's the Chargers. It's the Chargers. I keep looking at their roster and their skill players, and I keep thinking they should be better than they are.
Yeah.
You're not the only one, Doug. That's like everybody. We all see the talent on that roster. Justin Herbert, it starts with Justin Herbert. Young, athletic, strong-arm quarterback.
Throwing for 1 million yards, and they can't go anywhere.
They got receivers.
They got Austin Eckler, really good running back, and they're not going anywhere. They got the leading receiver in Chargers history in Keenan Allen. Now think about that. This is a franchise that set the standard for, throwing the football back in the 80s with Air Coryell and John Jefferson and Charlie Joyner and, Kellen Winslow and Wes Chandler and all that. They had Anthony Miller back in the 90s who was an outstanding receiver. And it's this guy, Keenan Allen, who's the all-time leading receiver. And, oh, by the way, they have Mike Williams, too. And they can't, and Quentin Johnson, and they can't win.
They haven't beaten a good team this year. I mean, the best team they've beaten is Minnesota. And when they did have Kirk Cousins, they did have Justin Jefferson, and Minnesota, that dropped Minnesota to 0-3. So I think you can make their victories are over Minnesota, Vegas, Chicago, and the Jets. The good teams they played, Kansas City, lost to them. Dallas, lost to them. Miami, lost to them. And so I just feel like they are the epitome of a team that is slightly above average. I picked them to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, based on talent, they're underachievers.
100% they are.
Like, here's the thing, though, I would caution. Of course, I expect the Lions to win. But if you give, like, the Ravens game, Lamar Jackson had all day, right? He moved around a little bit in the pocket, but he was able to pick them apart. If you give Justin Herbert time, he's got more weapons than the Ravens do. You mentioned Austin Eckler and Keenan Allen. They have Gerald Everett's a good tight end as well. He'll pick you apart as well. So the Lions better be ready. So we're all talking about how they're getting healthier on the offensive line and everything like that, and Montgomery coming back. The defense better be ready to play because even though they've underachieved the Chargers, they have the capability to put up a ton of points. So you don't want to get railroaded here. You want to, and the good thing about the offensive line getting healthier is hopefully you have some first downs in the first 3 or 4 drives, which they did not have in Baltimore. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. They're going to need, hey, help the defense out a little bit, right?
Yep.
Run the ball, get a first down, keep Herbert off the field.
248-539-9797. Okay, so we're ready to actually take 10 texts on something, Gator, that you asked on yesterday's show sheet. And the season's about to start up again. We're going to need 10 texts right now, so be ready. First 10 texts to get over, and make sure you sign your name at 248-539-9797. The question is, who most needs to step up the second half of the season?
That's not going to be a fun rain, man. It's like in the 40s.
Yeah. Yeah. So we need 10 texts now. Who needs to most step up in the second half of the season? Dan Campbell said something yesterday. We actually played the soundbite. He basically said we're at the point of the season where you need to get better because if you don't, you will start to lose. And I really liked his approach to that because he's, the message he's sending inherently to the team is what we have done so far isn't good enough. We can't just keep this up. We have to improve. And I think he sent a lot of correct messages. I think he's pretty savvy as a head coach and says they need to get better. So we'll take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. Who needs to most step up the second half of the season? Of course, you want everybody to, but who is the most important guy for that to happen? We'll get to those texts. We'll have our answers as well, see if any of them match up. And we'll take your phone calls as well here on Carson Anderson. Again, if you want to continue with the Michigan thing, we had Dan Wetzel on today at 11 a.m. Reaction to that. It's Carson Anderson. By the way, just a reminder, you could stream the show using the Odyssey app, which I think was down earlier today. I noticed on my drive in, but it was back up and running by the time I got to work. AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. Then you can stream the show anywhere in the United States and Canada. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birch Kid do great work. And then there's streaming with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket, and streaming on YouTube, youtube.com. Same thing, search up 971theticket. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. You got your answer?
I do.
Kang, you got your answer?
Doug, I do.
All right. See if this matches any of the answers that have come in. We asked for 10 texts, and of course, we'll take your phone calls as well if you want to get in after this. At 248-539-9797, just a reminder, if the Big Ten hands down anything today, which Dan Wetzel said earlier, he expects it tomorrow. Michigan's expected to file an injunction. If there is a suspension, the two sides, I'm sure, continue to talk. But we will pass it along if there is any news, any new news to break on that front. But we asked people, who is the Detroit Lion that most needs to step up the second half of the season, which gets basically underway on Sunday. Here's some of the feedback we've gotten, and thank you for signing your text. Tom in Utica says they need Jamo to figure out how to catch with his hands, not his chest.
That would help.
Yep. Chris in Birmingham says the kicker needs to step up.
Well, given opportunities, yeah.
He was, I think, in a strongly instilling confidence.
And then he missed a 20-yard field goal or whatever it was, yeah.
It was kind of one of those deals where I was kind of ready to say, okay, we don't have a bomber, and he's just not likely going to be. But if we don't have a bomber, at least our guy makes everything inside of blank.
Just be damn accurate elsewhere, yeah.
And then he missed a short one. That was a Monday night game, right?
Yes. He made a long one and missed a short one. He made one from, 52 in the game, I think? And
Yeah,
then
it was like 52.
20-something, 29-yard or 20-yard or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to kill the guy for, missing a field goal. It happens.
It
right?
does happen.
But it does get – here's the part where I get a little frustrated is – and you guys watch a lot of football as well as I do all throughout the league. Gator, you're a big fan of red zone as me. You see kickers are kicking like 55-plus yard field goals on the regular.
All the time.
Yeah, like on the regular. And they're clearing them by
They're smoking it.
Yes.
I mean, it's – I was just about to make the same point.
Thank you, right?
I mean –
And he barely made that 52-yarder, okay?
Yeah,
so
it just got over.
And you look around the league, it's like 63-yarder attempt here. I'm like, what?
He's going to try from 58.
Yeah.
From 58, and it's good by 7 yards.
Yeah. We see this on the reg.
So his field goal percentage accuracy rate is 84.6, which is middle of the pack.
It's not great. It's good.
Yeah, it's the middle of the pack in the league. And I think his long is the fourth shortest in the league. And yeah, it just, if you're okay, you can't suddenly be good from 60.
No.
You've
got a limit.
He's got to be better than 84.7% from inside of 50 because they're not going to have him attempting 60-yard field goals.
How many attempts has he had beyond 50? Is he 1 for 4 or something like that?
He's 1 for 2.
1 for 2. Only 2 attempts. Okay.
Yep. So, I mean, you're going to miss some from out there.
Now, I'm curious, out of field goal attempts, period, just the number of attempts, where does he rate in the NFL?
I was looking up something up. For his career, by the way, above 60 or above 50, he's 3 of 6.
Yeah.
Where does his attempts rank in the NFL? I'm going to have to back up quite a bit. In FGA, the Detroit Lions rank, they're tied with 3 other teams for 29th, 30th, and 31st. Only one team has tried fewer field goals. It's the Dolphins.
So they're not, is the reason they're not kicking the field goals because they're trying to go for it on 4th down and turn it into touchdowns?
Might be.
Or is it they just haven't had, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It might be that.
More feedback. Who needs to step it up in the second half of the season? These are the 10 texts we got. Chris in Novi writes, Aiden Hutchinson. Don in Newport says, I believe that Aiden Hutchinson needs to step up even more. Nobody's had their name said yet?
I'm sorry. Did you want me to say when somebody said my name?
Yes.
Yes. Aiden Hutchinson is my player.
Okay.
I think he's a great player, has potential to be incredible, but he's got to step it up. He has 4.5 sacks on the season that came in a 3-game stretch all in a row against Atlanta, Green Bay, and Carolina. So that means he's played 5 games where he has not had a quarterback sack. I don't want to hear about pressures. Okay, the Lions get plenty. They pressure the quarterback, but they don't get home. You got to get home. I don't want to hear about the almost. It's like a foul ball, right? Gary Sheffield almost hit 50 home runs. It's a little bit different.
Yeah,
but I do want to see he needs to produce more. because we're relying on him. They don't have the guy on the opposite side. I mean, you got to work harder. You got to be better. I'm not saying he's doing a terrible job. That's not it at all. The question was, who needs to step up? I want him to step up and be better, be a menace. So when James Houston comes back, it's really a problem for the opposition. I'd love for Aiden Hutchinson to play at a level that makes us forget that Montez Sweat or Chase Young were even available.
248-539-9797. But Kang, your name has not been said yet. We will keep going in these 10 texts. Jared Goff needs to step up in the big moments and games that are difficult. The quarterback's the most valuable position in the NFL.
That's my guy.
Is it?
And it's not because this is going to sound criticism, but it's not, because he's played really well, and he's one of the biggest reasons, if not the biggest reasons, why the Lions are 6-2. But the big moments is what I'm looking for, and a big moments to be elite, because this is a quarterback league. And if he continues to play well or even better and step up like I expect him to or hope for him to, for the Lions to have real playoff success, then he's the key. Like, of course, we want more pressures and more sacks, right, Gator? And Jamo's got to catch the ball. I think it was a 2-horse race for Texter. It was Jamo or Hutch, okay?
Yeah, those are the two I was thinking of.
And I get it. But if this team's going to go anywhere in the playoffs, it's going to rest on Jared Goff's shoulders. He's going to not have to turn the ball over. And if he does, hopefully they don't go for pick sixes or fumble returns for sixes for touchdowns. If he just continues to just keep getting better. The last 2 games he's had picks. Now, the Ravens game, everyone played like crap, right? Mm-hmm. The Raiders game, it didn't matter because the Raiders are crap. We're playing the Chargers now, and I know the rest of the schedule isn't that tough, but the Vikings they might be coming on. So I'm just looking for Jared Goff to continue getting better as the season goes on.
One thing I'll say about Goff and the big moments, if you look at their schedule and you look at the way the games have played out, they have kind of twice had the football in the fourth quarter in need of a score. One was when they trailed Kansas City 20-14. They got the ball in the fourth quarter, and they went on a 9-play, 75-yard drive and scored what turned out to be the game-winning touchdown. They got the ball with 12-11 to go, and they scored a touchdown with 7:06 to go. And the other game was a Seattle game when they needed a field goal to tie and a touchdown to win. Now they got the field goal, and it felt like the touchdown to win was in play, but that goes back more, it feels like, to the strategy than anything with Goff. Other than that, I don't know that they've had the football offensively in any huge situation where they needed to score the way the season has played itself out. So in this very small sample size, I like what Goff has done.
I love what he's done. And I understand what Kang is saying. I would say he's got to play better on the road. His splits are different, home and road. He hasn't been bad on the road, but he can improve on that for sure. His quarterback rating is almost 20 points less on the road than what it is at home. The other thing that's noticeable about Goff is the sack totals at home versus the sack total on the road. When they play road games, he's been sacked 11 times, and he's only been sacked 4 times at home. Now, it's skewed because he got drilled 5 times at Baltimore? I'm sure, yeah, that skews a little bit, but the line is another big part of it. If the line stays healthy, he's better, clearly. And they haven't played many games where that offensive line has been healthy, where you could say that I've got, Ragnow, Jackson, and Decker all playing from the middle to the left side. Sewell is, knock on wood, he's been there the whole time. But the left side has been shaky this season.
So my answer of Goff is kind of twofold as well, because it includes Jamo. Those two got to get on the same page. And so people want Jamo to step up. I think that's both those guys. They're just not in sync. I went back and looked at that play, basically that wheel route, right, where Jameson goes in motion and he's wide open. The ball's a little bit behind him. He kind of drops it, yep. And that could have been a touchdown if Goff releases it earlier. I went back and rewound it. Like, I don't think they're on the same page, and it's going to take time. Whatever it is, hopefully the bye week helps. But if that ball is thrown earlier, I think Jamo can score. I mean, he's got that type of speed. There was no one around him. Nobody. I mean, the guy covering was in man. And that's not just that play. We see it throughout the whole season. They haven't been on the same page, it looks like.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll continue with this list. My guy has not been mentioned yet. Jamison Williams needs to step up for sure. That's from Alan in his car. The question is who most needs to step it up the second half of the season. Joshua Monroe says Hutch needs to step up more. He's played okay and needs help from the other side, but he's the second overall pick. From a sad Chip who writes in, we need Charles Harris to step up. Can't be Hutch all alone. He was voted captain for a reason other than leadership. Cameron in Monroe says Jamo needs to step up.
Yeah, Charles Harris, by the way, has 10 tackles in 7 games, 1.5 sacks, and a couple tackles for loss in addition to that.
Joe Bear in a brown truck says, definitely Hutch. Has a lot of pressures, but needs to find a way to finish. So you said Hutch and Jamo are the two most popular answers?
Yeah, I mean, we got hundreds of texts, and those guys were definitely the top two.
All right, well, we'll continue the debate. Nobody said my guy, and I part of it has to do with what my expectation was for this player, what I think this player is capable of, and the fact that this player, I don't think, has lived up to that expectation so far. And it's kind of gone under the radar and not talked about much. He got a lot of love, but it's time he starts making some more plays. We'll get to that today at 12:02, plus your phone calls and feedback. Again, if there's any breaking news on the Michigan story, anything new, we will pass it along. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 971 The Ticket. Thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday. You can use the rewind feature if you want to go back and hear what we had to say about the latest in the Michigan case. Dan Wetzel joined us at 11. If you want to continue in that direction, phone calls at 248-539-9797. You want to talk Lions? We've been doing that a little bit here. Later in the show, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We'll bring you the highlights. We're going to open up the big old tub of pretzels today at 12:35. Swing around the country, college football questions at 1:30. So busy second half of the show coming up on this Wednesday. And just a programming note, Friday I will be live from Beaver Stadium, State College. I'll get the camera set up. Maybe I'll run the stairs or something during a commercial break. Something
We'll
ridiculous.
see a beaver.
I think that's probably unlikely. But the view for the press box you've been there. I mean,
I have been there.
Yep.
I remember, the stadium's massive.
It's a little bizarre.
But as I recall, now it's been 25 years since I was in that press box.
Mm-hmm.
But as I recall, it was kind of old in the press box, and there was like foam insulation or something.
The same foam insulation was there last time I was in State College.
Jeez.
I would describe the visiting play-by-play booth as you feel like you are moving into a small submarine type of room. Like the ceilings are low.
Yeah.
The foam insulation that you are referencing
That was off-putting.
is probably in the neighborhood of 50 years old.
Wondering, is this asbestos? What do we got here?
It's, without question, it's asbestos. And it was tight quarters. It was cramped. I've been in communication with Beaver Stadium.
Yeah.
Beaver Stadium personnel, because that's where we got the line set up and we do the game from. And they've moved the visiting radio crew.
Oh.
Yep.
So
We are
it
out
was
of
a
the
good spot.
We are out of the
as I
bridge
recall.
of the submarine, and we will be somewhere else.
It just might be in another part of the submarine. Just
It might be
different yard line. That's
yep.
all I would assume, right?
Yes. From the outside, it has this sort of a Rector set feel, which was a toy that we had when we were kids. I probably just brought up something and lost
It's just
anybody under the
funny
age
you
of
say
40.
erector. That's all.
Oh.
People will laugh at that.
You see a lot of girders and steel from the outside.
There you go.
And sort of the skeleton of the structure. But it's got kind of this cool charm to it because
Well, there's
it
a
looks
ton
like
of history. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like they decided they'd expand over here, and then they let's put another deck on top of that, and we'll expand over here.
Do you remember being in? I'm sure you do. When we went to the Stanley Cup Finals in 2007 at Pittsburgh, and
Yes.
we walk into that arena,
Yes.
and we're like, "This is the strangest arena I've ever seen," because there were like different sitting areas, and it was like nothing. It felt like nothing uniform.
No.
There were different levels. It was like a 7-level place. I don't know. It was just. It's hard to explain what it was. The old igloo.
It looked like at one point they had just attached some bleachers to the ceiling.
Yeah, just odd as hell. Like camera wells in weird spots, and yeah, strange. But so my memory of being, it was only there once, and that was 1998 that I was there, and Michigan State got smoked by Penn State. But the good memory that I had was I at halftime I got to interview Jack Ham, the Hall of Fame linebacker who played with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Was I forget what his role was. I think he may have been color analyst.
He
with,
still is
with Penn State Radio.
Yep, he still is.
So
With
for me,
Steve
it was-
Jones, Steve Jones from the Penn State Radio Network.
But Jack Ham was like, part of my childhood watching those Steeler teams, and it was just a real cool moment for me to have the chance to talk to him. You've been there as a member of the crew, but as a sideline reporter, did you? Probably a bunch of times. Did you ever pull an interview with somebody on the Penn State side?
No, I never really did that as part of the pregame show, but Jack Ham would always come over to our booth and talk with Dan Deerdorf, and it's
Those guys battled each other, yeah.
and the stories they tell. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just, I would be literally on the air talking, paying no attention to what was coming out of my mouth and just listening
Yeah.
to Jack Ham and Dan Deerdorf. I'm like reading scripts and throwing it to sound bites. I might have said some of the dumbest crap ever and they had no idea because I was so like the Jack Ham and Dan Deerdorf telling stories was fantastic. It's happened twice in my career. The other was Chris Spielman talking to my son when we were at UConn.
Yeah.
And they're having a conversation, and Spielman's like talking to my son about hockey and sports and football. And I'm like on the air reading scripts, paying no attention. I was Ron Burgundying it. If I wrote accidentally, go F yourself, San Diego, I would have read it on the air because I was paying no attention to what I was saying. But Jack Ham, I just wish my Uncle Bob was still with me was still with us because Uncle Bob was such a giant Steelers guy. The idea that I could like take a picture and send it to him of Jack Ham, Bob would have just been thrilled.
I just want to say, within a span of 60 seconds, you said the word beaver and erector, and we did not lose Gator at all. I mean, that's what I got out of that conversation, guys. 'Cause Jack Ham, I don't know, kind of before my time. Even Deerdorf, I knew him from Monday Night Football, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Doug said beaver and erector, and Gator is still there in his chair, did not lose it. He's all grown up, and he's all grown up.
Well, I don't know about that. I was kind of provoking it a little bit, but I was able to maintain it, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Old Gator would not have.
No, don't go maturing on us.
I mean, this is a man who I think we did an hour on the number 69. Like people were just calling in and just, the temperature's 69 degrees outside Gator.
You know how many miles it is from Novi to East Lansing.
You know that exit in Troy.
Exit 69, sure.
So anyway.
Big Beaver Road.
Completely sidetracked.
Yeah, Big Beaver is one of the greatest names ever, by the way. We all agree on that, though.
Exit 69? I mean, come on.
It was just
come on, right?
Well,
what did they put that in? Did it? What, do you guys remember when they put that in? Because I don't was that a big story? Did WWJ go, oh my God.
News crews weren't doing live shots.
I don't know. Were the newsies out? I don't know.
I don't know. They immediately go to check out where Dix Toledo hits the Southfield Freeway and see what exit that is.
The cabin has completely lost air pressure.
So anyway, Jack Ham. So enjoy your ham.
Yes.
All right, so let me get back to the answer to the question what we were talking about right before the break. Who needs to most step it up? Nobody said my name. I told you who it was. Am I off?
I've already kind of forgotten who you said, to be honest with you.
It was 9 minutes ago. All right, so.
Now I got it. Yeah, I remember. Yes. Go ahead, Doug. I remember who you said.
This is a guy that I gave a ton of credit to last year because when he was on the field, they won. And I felt like it hit this point in his career. He was given a contract. He was entering the prime of his career. It was time to make a big impact. All of these answers are good. And I was trying to pick out who on the defensive front can really be the guy that becomes the Robin to Batman. And I went with John Kaminsky. Going into this season, I had big expectations for John Kaminsky. And John Kaminsky is still checking the box of the games that he has played in. They win. He missed the loss to Seattle. He did not play in that game. Last year, John Kaminsky's record was 10-3. This year, John Kaminsky's record is 6-1. When John Kaminsky plays,
well, he's played in all the games.
Oh, he didn't have any stats against Seattle. I got him here with no stats. So he did play in the
Seattle. He's played in 8
game.
games this year.
My bad.
It's okay.
Yep. So he had no stats against Seattle. So that's the other thing, right? I mean, they're still winning. I just kind of feel like he's the most likely candidate to step up.
I think he needs to.
Yep.
I mean, otherwise they're going to say,
"Oh, Josh Pascal." I thought about Charles Harris.
Yep.
But I'm like, you know what? Kaminsky was my guy.
Well, just look at the difference between last year and this year. 14 games last year. He's played 8 games this year. So last year he had 30 total tackles and 4 sacks. This year he's got 14 in 8 games. So it's a slower pace.
Yeah.
And he has 1 quarterback sack. Last year he had 3 passes defended. He had 4 stuffs for whatever that's worth. This year, no passes defended, no stuffs for whatever that's worth.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've identified a guy who needs to step up. And I'm sure every player in the locker room says, I got to do better.
Yeah,
I got to
sure.
step up. Monroe St. Brown would probably say the same thing. I can't let anything hit the ground. I got to catch these passes. I dropped a couple I never should have dropped. I got to step it up. Every player can look in the mirror and say they can do more. They can execute better. And Kaminsky, I think, is definitely one of those guys because we all like what we saw from him last year. He looked bigger than what he is. I mean, he's 6'5", but he looked just bigger. Is this guy 6'9"? Who is this guy out there? No, it's John Kaminsky. And it's just we haven't seen the same impact we saw last year, but he's got plenty of time to make up for it. They still have 9 games left in the season, the regular season, and hopefully he stays healthy and can be somebody that will stand out from time to time.
248-539-9797 if you want to continue the discussion. Who's your guy that needs to most step up in the second half of the season? Coming up today at 12:35, we'll open up the Big Old Tub of Pretzels for the question of the day. A little bit later on, Dan Campbell highlights from the morning show and any breaking news on the Michigan story. We will pass it along. Today could be a suspension levied against Michigan. That might, Dan Wetzel suspected when he joined us at 11. It will be tomorrow. It's Carson Anderson. 97.1. Hey, get ready to start the NFL week off right because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between Carolina and Chicago, and you get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular SGPs pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. We're going to have to get to that list. I mean, one of the great
another brilliant list sent to me.
One of the great parts about working in radio is that you get on mailing lists of PR groups that are trying to get their guests airtime. And, you know, here we are in Detroit doing our thing. And we don't always talk about sports, but at some point, some PR company identified and thought, we would be interested in this list. I can't imagine anybody being interested in a list who just got sent.
It's really incredible.
So they're pushing they want a guest to come on and talk about their topic.
Yeah, about the survey they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll get to that coming up because when they are the least relevant to Detroit, they are the most entertaining to discuss. Although maybe there's a slight bit of relevance. We shall see. But that coming up later. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Duke is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Duke.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
All right, Duke.
I thought you hit it, Doug, when you said John Kaminsky. Like, I thought that last year. When we started off 1-1 and he was in the Washington game, his presence makes such a difference on the D line. And then he was out through our losing streak, and he came back in our winning streak. And I was so happy we signed him back. And then the same thing. I didn't even know he didn't have stats in the Seattle game. And that shows a big difference. Like, he has been the key to the D-line motor. He's like the motor of the D-line that helps it go along with Aiden. And he creates so much havoc in the middle or wherever they're playing him at. I think he's been a big difference maker, and I think it's him that needs to step it up.
Well, and let's be clear here. Like, this is one of those things. Hey, I got respect for John Kaminsky. I think John Kaminsky has potential to be an important player for this team. But I suppose in some ways, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. If you're to tell me, I feel like there's 4, maybe 5 guys that all have shown flashes that could be that Robin to Aiden Hutchinson's Batman. Kaminsky's one, Julian Okwara's one, Charles Harris is one, Josh Pascal is one, and Romeo Okwara's one.
Yes.
And look, at this point, I'm not. I guess Kaminsky's always been one of my favorites, so that's why I went with him.
And he is statistically, he's played a lot of snaps. He's played in over 57% of the defensive snaps.
Yeah.
Now, in comparison, Hutchinson's played over 90% of those snaps, so he's the top guy. Lee McNeil, 67%. Alexander Zaloni, a linebacker, you would expect at 97%. But beyond the guys beyond the back 7, I guess, or you're looking at just the front 4, he's getting lots of snaps. More than half the game he's out there.
Which leads me to, there's 2 things he's got. He's got position versatility, and the defensive line isn't always a position that you have impact on the game, and it's reflected in statistics. You know, like the run stuff or the collapsing of a pocket or things like that. But he's apparently doing enough to keep getting the snaps.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably doing his job. It doesn't. You just said it doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but like you got to try to take 2 guys on or secure the edge, things like that. Kaminsky, he's never gonna be one of the Bosas or Myles Garrett, right?
No.
So, and that's why I'm kind of surprised by your pick, Doug. No offense, he's John Kaminsky. I don't think the league is game planning for John Kaminsky.
Well, damn it, they should be.
Well, maybe they are, Doug, and that's why he hasn't been showing up as much as you'd like.
Well, it goes back to what my expectation was. And I guess I was hoping and thinking he was taking a kind of a next step forward.
Well, he's playing more snaps this year that it's a higher percentage than what he did last year. Now, last year he missed games too, so we'll see what ends up being. But I agree with Doug. It's not an indictment. No, I don't think any of our answers are indictments in any of the players. And the team's 6-2 for a reason.
Yep.
It's a good football team. But if you want to see it go to that next level, what has to happen? And I guess another reason for why I'm defending my selection of Hutchinson, because going into the trade deadline, what did we want to do? Wanted to add to the pass rusher. Why? Because need to give this guy help. Well, if they didn't give him any help, so you're going to have to help yourself.
Yeah.
I like your call of Hutch. He's got to get home more. That's for sure. Whatever it is, double teamed or getting chip blocked.
And it's not a slam. I like Aiden Hutchinson a lot. I think he's an excellent player, and I think he's got more to give, and I think we're going to see more.
Well, he's impacting the game with the moving the quarterback off his spot. The being second in the league in QB pressures, they do impact the game.
Yeah, but you want quarterback sacks. You want to end the play. You don't want particularly I'm having nightmares about that Ravens game. And maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should be throw it in the garbage and never look at that game again. Except Baltimore did it again to Seattle. But hey, Baltimore's in the AFC. It doesn't matter anymore. Throw it in the garbage. But that was a game where, okay, great. They pressured Lamar a lot. They never got him.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797 if you want to continue giving us the player that needs to most step up in the second half of the season. Pistons back in action tonight. They're in Milwaukee against the heavily favored Bucks. Detroit just 2-6 at this point and had an opportunity to get back on the winning track against Golden State, but instead took their fifth loss in a row. Be good to see them. It's a tough schedule, man. I mean, it doesn't get any easier taking on the Bucks tonight, and they're a 12.5-point underdog. Red Wings last night. Gator, you watched that game? I was at the Michigan-UNC Asheville basketball game with my kid, but your thoughts on what happened last night?
They looked flat. I mean, there's no excuses for that, but that's what they looked. They looked flat. They didn't give their goaltender any help. They got, the 4 goals they give up in the second period, it's awful. They get down 5-0. And then they start to show a pulse, and they showed a pulse with third-line guys. They couldn't get it done in the power play. I think they were 0-6 in the power play. But then you hear these guys going out there and playing their asses off. Klim Kostin scored a beauty of a goal, cutting in front of the net, nice stick handling, and flipped it in the net. Rasmussen got in there. Joe Veleno is playing well this year, and these Fisher and these other guys that you don't hear too much about. They were the guys that said, "All right, we're gonna get the ice time. We're gonna use that ice time." And even strength situations, they got it done. But it wasn't for the whole. I mean, it was a 5-3 finish, which is disappointing because it was just that one other goal. That's where you turn that to a 1-goal game, and now we're talking. It was almost a great comeback, but they didn't get the 4th goal to put the extra pressure on the Rangers.
Did you say the Wings have scored more third period goals
than any team in the NHL this year, and they added 3 more last night?
I'm trying to figure out what that means. Like, okay, you do that. That means what?
You're finishing games, finishing strong,
right? Because you've talked about how Michigan State isn't. But I always feel like that's a sign of something else.
Well, I mean, if you're a bad team, does it just show that you're playing from behind and the other team's relaxing? But they're not a bad team.
Is it you're winning and you're getting empty net goals?
Could be.
Jamison Williams said free goals.
They're scoring free goals.
No safety help.
Right.
Free goals.
Yep.
Does that prevent defense in hockey?
That was so funny. I wonder where they rank in empty net goals. Because, it could be just that. They've had some leads, and they've popped it in the empty net more than others. But see what we can find out. Big old tub of pretzels question of the day coming up today at 12:35. Later, you'll hear the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. brought something up there in the commercial break that I couldn't believe.
Baseball free agency.
It started.
It's underway. And
It started a couple days ago.
Yeah, the GM meetings are ongoing right now. I mean,
To be fair, we've been preoccupied with one pretty big story in sports.
big story, and the
yeah.
Lions are doing really well, and and baseball's kind of just. I mean, we just went through a World Series that nobody cared about.
But I can't believe that free agency has started and there hasn't been really any news. Am I wrong? Has anybody signed anywhere?
No, we've seen. Well, I obviously Mark Canha. I mean, besides him signing or being traded to the Tigers, there has been I don't think there's been any movement. We've heard about players that have opted in or opted out of contracts. So now I guess the whole free agency field is kind of set. You've got teams that are jockeying with position with their 40-man rosters and all that. I mean, complete went unnoticed. Zach Short, he was picked up by the Mets. Anybody know that?
He got signed by the Mets?
Yeah. Anybody? No. I mean, it's like baseball has completely fallen off.
Oh, would you tell us to brace ourselves before you break some news like that?
I'm sorry,
Come on, man.
I'm sorry, buddy.
We're people too.
I'm sorry.
Jeez.
By the way, I just looked up a list. The number one free agent is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
So Scott Harris.
Here we go. You're right, and their team is rumored to be in on Ohtani. We have no idea what kind. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I expect to hear great rumors like, "Hey, the Dodgers are willing to spend $47 million a year for Ohtani," and then you hear, "Oh, the Padres are, they're looking to shed payroll, and they may trade away Juan Soto to free up money so they can offer Ohtani $50 million."
Right.
And then you hear the Baltimore Orioles are going to get involved with a Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. Yeah, I want to hear all this stuff, and there's like hardly any chatter at this point. And I've been looking.
Wow. A little bit strange.
Yeah, and of course, what does that mean for the Tigers? What are the Tigers going to do? Eduardo Rodriguez leaving frees up some money that they can go out and they should spend anyway, even if they had Eduardo. But go get a pitcher. Go get a really good pitcher. Not Eduardo.
They should be active.
Yes.
They should be active.
Aside from trading for the great Mark Canha.
Yep. Are you ready for the tub of pretzels?
Am I?
All right, here we go. These are questions that frequently don't have anything to do with sports. They have to do with life. If you want to text one over, 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I'm running out of questions, man.
Are we getting low?
I like the music.
Music's great.
The other day, I just opened up a blank index card, made up a question for you guys.
Oh, did you?
No, but it's getting close.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go, guys. All right, how long do you keep leftovers in the fridge and still eat it?
I have a confession to make.
Here we go.
I'm way too long.
Whoa. Congratulations, Mrs.
Wow.
Cart.
Yeah, hello. This guy.
Who said it?
Listen. Wow. I mean, you don't have to throw it in everybody's face there, Doug.
Please don't.
Yeah. Keep that thing to yourself. Goodness gracious. Hats off, Evan says.
In all seriousness, I leave food in the refrigerator for way too long.
You're a don't waste guy.
But do you always eat it, or is it just sitting there for a while?
I always eat it.
Okay.
And my wife says, "What are you doing?" And it's funny because I have a bit of a reputation, right, for being
healthy eater,
an eye on health. But there is some food that will be in that fridge for a week that still gets consumed by me.
What's like the sketchy stuff you're like, it's been here for a week. I don't know. Should I go for it? It's like chicken?
Leftover like chicken.
Leftover meats.
Yeah. Yep.
What's the longest type of food you think you can leave in the fridge and be okay?
That I believe?
Yeah. Like Doug Karsh's personal belief.
I don't know, man. I mean, like
Chinese food or definitely not a salad. Those go quick.
They go
right?
quick, yeah. I would guess I would say I've pushed the envelope of an entire week.
I've done that. Yeah, I mean, depends.
From weekend to weekend?
Depends what you got, right?
Well, yeah, that's what
I
I'm
mean,
asking.
it's not like fish.
No.
No, you can't, no.
I don't even fish. There is no such thing as leftover fish.
Not even sea bass gator?
There would never be a bite left of the sea bass.
All right, that's true.
That's when you finish up. But no, I would never leave fish. I think I've definitely gone the full week with something and gone back to it. But it depends what's in it. Like if it's meat, I mean, there's the smell test. There's the...
You've definitely eaten week-old pizza.
Yeah. Well...
Right?
No, I haven't. And here's honest to God. So I got a pizza last week. And I can't believe I'm going to admit this. I kind of got pizza gross out. So I had a couple slices. It was fine. Had a couple slices the next day. It was fine. But it wasn't great. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know. And it was garbage day the other day, and I forgot to throw the box out. So it's still sitting in my fridge. Now, the pizza is not a week old. It's only, I think it's 6 days old today. It'll be 7 tomorrow. But I'm going to throw it out. I'm not doing it.
Took a text from Jamie.
Yeah.
I just ate some tacos left over from Halloween yesterday. I immediately felt shame.
Ooh, that's...
Feeling shame's a lot better than feeling sick.
We had them yesterday. It's a full week.
It's 8 days.
It's a full week.
Oh, we had them yesterday, so it's a week. Wow.
I made sloppy joes yesterday. And there was very little sloppy joe meat left. There was enough for one more sloppy joe. That's not going to last more than a couple days here. I imagine I'll probably have it when I get home today.
Yeah.
But stuff like sloppy joe, chili, how long does that last? Like how airtight is the seal on the container it's in? And do you do after a couple days it's been in the fridge, do you then put it in the freezer? You ever pull that trick?
Yes.
And then bust it out later and oh yeah, we had this chili. Yeah, that you made 6 months ago. So yeah, I think we've gone long times, King.
All right, next question for the big old tub of pretzels. And if you want to send some over, 248-539-9797, we can settle your disputes, your arguments between you and the wife.
All right, this is an oldie, but a goodie.
All right.
If you had to get in a fight to the death,
love these questions.
Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or 10 horse-sized ducks?
100 duck-sized horses or 10 horse-sized ducks. I think I'd go with 100 duck-sized horses. Because a duck, one duck the size of a horse would be terrifying. I mean, terrifying.
You're talking to me, yeah.
Yeah, you hate birds.
I'm with Doug on this. I'll take those horses out. I mean, you start
kicking them, right?
You start kicking left and right.
Riley Patterson.
You don't.
Yeah.
Maybe,
you have to.
Maybe Fairburn.
This is the dead.
Maybe Jonathan Kim from Michigan State. He's got a leg. Yeah, no, I'd start kicking, grabbing them, throwing them across to whatever. If I got, because it's my survival, right?
This is to the death.
Grab them by the mane and just chuck them.
I think this question might get us in trouble.
Come on.
I mean, we're talking about a duck-sized horse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like not even a foot off the ground.
A horse-sized duck.
Sorry, sorry.
Is
whatever.
Absolutely
terrifying.
It is, and 10 of them? I don't even know what I'd do.
That's like a gang. I want nothing to do with that.
I mean, because a horse is bigger than me. A duck?
Well, I don't know. Not after what you said. Not after what you said before.
You retracted that statement already, man.
I mean, I hope. Right? Sweet Jesus, I hope.
King, I don't retract anything, and I mean anything.
Man.
My goodness.
That is a not so humble brag.
He goes, but barely.
Right. Yeah, the idea of a horse-sized duck, let alone 10 of them, is terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay, send your questions over. Let's replenish the bucket. We will solve your disputes.
How would it taste? Would you eat a 10-foot duck?
I don't think I've never had duck, and I don't think I ever would.
You never had duck?
Nope.
Not like Peking duck or anything? Or
No, I've never had duck.
It's a bird. It's foul. You eat chicken. You eat turkey.
Yeah, I don't know why. Just never had
Never
it.
had squab?
Because, well, anytime there's duck on the menu, there's things I actually like on the menu.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I see that.
Well, I don't, you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
I've never ordered duck. I've had a piece of like somebody's had duck and I've tried it. It's okay. It's a little oily, a little greasy.
okay.
Yeah, I like duck.
Do you?
Duck's good when cooked correctly, the right way, right? Does John hunt duck? I'm sure he could get duck
Jansen?
for you. Yeah. I mean, he
John hunts
Jansen
everything.
yeah, Jansen, and he hunts with his bare hands.
How have okay? Pose that question to Jansen.
Horse-sized duck, or
He'd be all about the 10 horse-sized ducks, I would think.
yeah, because he'd harvest it for me.
Exactly. Yeah, he'd feed his family for a week.
for a week.
All right, Gator. Yesterday, the Connor Stallion story got weird.
What?
We'll get to that at 12:47. Plus the weird email you got promoting guests. Remember, what was the other one? The Dearborn was ranked low in vacation cities.
Yeah, vacation destination.
Come on. You got another weird one. We'll get to that. Plus the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. We actually just did get a baseball report that had us during the studio going, come on. We'll get to that in a few minutes. First, I mentioned before the break that the next twist in the Connor Stalions case came yesterday when somebody unearthed an LLC out of Wyoming that had Connor Stalions and Blake Corum's name on it.
Along with the third name.
Yeah, and Blake was scheduled to meet with the media last night and did meet with the media and addressed it. There was also a story yesterday about Connor Stalions getting sued for an eyesore at his house as he was doing vacuum repair out of his house.
That was odd.
And vacuums had accumulated on his porch.
Yeah, the homeowners association was not happy about it and wanted to sue him.
Yeah, which, again, another weird twist.
Then he blamed a State fan
Yeah.
for complaining.
Blake thanked whoever unearthed it and said he has no idea how his name was on it, and his attorneys were on it to cease and desist. And just with everything else, I suppose this will get looked at and should get looked at. But just another weird twist to this.
Well, it's definitely a weird twist, and this is more serious if it's true, because you can't have the business dealings with staffers, if I'm not mistaken. But if he's like, I never did any of this. If it's Connor Stalions that goes ahead and forges a signature or something like that, then that's obviously serious for him. Very serious for him. But like we have said, Doug, let it play out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, again, there are other things going on. I don't suspect this will get addressed for some time. But what will likely happen is after they sort through other things, this might get looked at. But he says he had absolutely nothing to do with it, and his attorneys are backing him up on that. So we shall see. But it's just another weird twist with Connor Stalions. I will say this to fans of any school out there, okay? Just as a general rule, hope that your program never hires a character that jeopardizes and does stuff like this. Do a great job vetting, because it's amazing what's coming out on this. The vacuum repair story is another one. I'm like, what?
Well, unfortunately for Michigan, this is, a third or fourth guy that they've hired that they maybe didn't vet out well enough in the last year.
As I quoted the Bosworth thing and once you've come under the scrutiny of an investigation, you never know what's going to come out. That's why schools try and keep the NCAA at an arm's length.
Maybe don't piss them off.
Well, yeah, that's a very good
Jim?
idea. Very good idea. Well, Jim is always like, I wonder if Jim survives all this when they get to the far side of this. I've seen him change some things. And the big thing is his social media presence. He was heavily involved in social media and would get into back and forth with people on social media, and he's completely cut that out. So old dogs can learn new tricks. In the meantime, Gator, there was a tweet from John Morosi.
Yep. It said, this came out about a half an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
It says, sources, left-handed pitcher Eduardo Rodriguez has informed teams that he has no geographic restrictions in free agency. That's encouraging for the Dodgers and Giants, who are already active on starting pitchers. Notably, the Dodgers nearly traded for Rodriguez at the deadline. Yes, and of course, as we remember, we go back to that, there were reports out there that the deal was done with the Dodgers, and then it wasn't done because he didn't want to go out to the West Coast.
I mean,
and then there were the stories. Well, he wanted a contract extension immediately, and that didn't. Whatever. I mean, I've had it with Eduardo Rodriguez.
So now he will go to the Dodgers.
I don't care where he goes. Frankly, I hope he doesn't, because that just makes the story worse if he does. Because that screws over the Tigers from what the Tigers are trying to do at the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this is a guy that I think the Tigers were extraordinarily patient with. First of all, they were extraordinarily generous with by giving him the big contract Al Avila gave him. Unfortunately, not only did Al give him the big contract, he also gave him the power to veto to 10 teams. One of those was the Dodgers. The Tigers are very patient with him that first year as he was going through some personal stuff and he took time away. Okay. Came back. He pitched well for them. They wanted to move him at the trade deadline, and obviously it didn't work out. And now he opts out of the contract and apparently is open to go anywhere, which is infuriating when you tried to move him and he exercised his – look, it was his right to exercise because it was in the contract. But I'm saying as a fan, enough.
Even if you're the Dodgers, you got to think of it as, so we tried to trade for you. You nixed the trade. Now you're saying you'll sign with us, meaning had we traded for you, we would have got you down the stretch run. We were trying to win a World Series, and you would have re-signed with us potentially.
Right. Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
And you're 100% correct. Our approach to this isn't necessarily fair to Eduardo Rodriguez because he's making personal decisions. Everyone should have the right to do with their life and their employment whatever they want. So we're not particularly being fair to Eduardo Rodriguez. We're not. But this is hard not to get mad at.
I mean, as a fan, you're upset because you want your team to get better, right? Get assets. And the Tigers didn't get that when, he nixed the trade. It didn't make any sense as well to go to a bad team, to a World Series contending team in, a big market, nice weather, the whole nine, right?
Yep.
That's why you mentioned the word personal. It had to be personal. Like, there's no way this guy signs with the Dodgers because it had to be personal, right? Because everything else, it didn't make any sense.
It doesn't seem to. And yet I've made decisions in my life, right, that are personal.
Mm-hmm. And he has every right to.
Mm-hmm.
Just going through some other John Morosi tweets and going to couple that with something else that I saw on Major League Baseball TradeRumors.com, MLB Just a couple of guys to maybe keep an eye on. Not that I think the Tigers have heavy interest because there comes a big price tag, but we always talk about if guys come available in trade, maybe you do something like this. I mentioned Juan Soto's name earlier with the Padres. The Padres are trying to clear out some space. Yep. He'll go into the last year of a contract. He'll be a free agent after next season. Still a young player. Still has tons of talent. Fallen off a little bit, but he still has tons of talent. John Morosi also, he then has a tweet where he's discussing the potential trade market for Pete Alonso with the Mets.
Yeah.
And there's a 50-50, he says there's a 50-50 chance that Alonso is dealt this offseason. Now, the Tigers, would they benefit from someone like Pete Alonso? You get a guy who's a 50 home run hitter. Of course they would. Every team in baseball would. And would they have a place for him? Sure. We got an open DH spot. You want to put him at first base instead of have him split with Torque and the other guy DHs, whatever.
You find a way.
I'm certainly, if I'm Scott Harris, I want to kick those tires and make those phone calls. And yet, I get that's me, the fan, looking at it, I guess.
Yeah.
But if I'm also looking at it from the standpoint of the GM, they do have money to spend. You can open up the checkbook and get a giant piece like Alonso or Soto. And by the way, it's not even a checkbook at this point in time. It'd be a trade. And you've got prospects you can move to get known commodities.
I mean, yeah, he's a fun player, man. He is a fun player. I'm trying to see how many games he DH'd last year. He played at first for 144, and he DH'd 9 times. I don't know if he'd be particularly stoked.
Get your at-bats, you get your at-bats.
Yeah. All right. We said we get to the highlights of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. Open lines, 248-539-9797. That coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we told you a little bit earlier how we get emails from public relations companies that are interested in placing guests on our radio station. How our name ends up on lists, we have no idea. But when we get ones that are particularly interesting, we like to share them. Last week we got, it was worst vacation destinations for views. And what was the best and the worst vacation?
Yeah, they had the best and the worst. So you had a list of like 300 major cities in the country.
And one of the best, if I recall correctly, was like Miami.
Yeah.
For views. I think a city in Colorado. Like something that kind of made sense, but you're like, okay, whatever.
Some that didn't, but
yeah. And then one of the worst vacation cities for views was Dearborn, Michigan. And we're like, so it somehow fits the criteria for views?
Yeah. I don't typically think of Dearborn as being that destination, but whatever. So that was that email. This email comes to me and says, would you like to talk to somebody about the 2023's most landslide vulnerable counties?
Okay. So let's start with somewhere there's a radio station that's going, yes. Let's talk about the most landslide vulnerable counties.
Sure. And after looking at the list of the top 20, I mean, I can understand some cities being interested in this.
I'm thinking mountainous regions.
Well, you'd be wise to think that way, Doug. Like the top 10, I'll just give you the states that they're in.
Yeah.
And I'll go 1 to 20. Oregon, California, Oregon, Washington, California, Oregon, Washington, California, Oregon.
So it sounds like Oregon's a place that's particularly prone to landslides.
Well, you got mountains and you've got rain. So does Washington.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I would think Alaska would be.
Yeah, I guess. Although because it's not as populous, maybe they don't worry about it as much.
So we decided we'd look up what Michigan county ranks the highest. So where in Michigan you should be particularly concerned about, yes, landslides.
So these counties go as high. I stopped at 716 because the last Michigan county was listed at number 716.
Okay.
And there were roughly 10 counties in Michigan, 9 counties in Michigan that were
Before you scoff
listed.
at this list, it might be your county that is the most susceptible to landslides in the state. So this is good information. Because I was thinking about it. I don't have landslide insurance.
Well, I'm concerned now. I have concerns, legit concerns here, right? Because I happen to live in Oakland County. And Oakland County is the number one county in the state of Michigan that is most landslide vulnerable. It checks in at 470 in the country.
The 470th most dangerous county in the nation for landslides is Oakland County.
That's right. The financial risk rank on it is 321. A lot of money in Oakland County. So if there's a landslide, stand to reason that would be a financial hit.
Yep.
The number 2 county is Wayne County at 491 with a financial risk of 403. Doug, Washtenaw County, 496.
Get your landslide insurance updated.
That's a 354 financial risk rank. And then you get Berrien County at 589, Kalamazoo County 593, Kent County at 619, Allegan County, which I believe is out west, that's 643, Ottawa County 674, Grand Traverse County 682, Marquette County at 692, and Livingston County checks in at 716. Kang, I think you're safe.
That's why you bought there, right? Avoid the landslides.
It was the first thing we asked.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go. That brings everybody up to speed. But we're going to pass on the guest.
Yeah, I think we should probably pass.
All right, let's get to Dan Campbell. Time to bring you the best of what he told the morning show. He was on with the guys today, and Lions getting ready for this game against the Chargers. The week we've crested the week and start down the far side of it, and Obviously, it's good to have them back on the field this weekend. On Tuesday, he held a news conference. Was it Tuesday or Monday? It was Monday. He held a news conference and mentioned that he was interested in them getting better in the red zone. And the guys asked him a very specific question. All right, well, what have you seen that you can get better, that allow you to get better in the red zone? Here's what he said. Okay, the interesting thing is they don't have a penalty problem this year. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Knock on wood.
Okay, yeah. They're one of the top, they're tied for 9th for fewest penalties per game, and they basically have one penalty more than the number 1 team, Cincinnati. So apparently they're committing an inordinate amount in the red zone?
Well, if that's the problem you see in the red zone, if all the penalties you're committing happen to be there, because the stakes get higher when you get there, because you know you're there to get points.
Yeah.
But I think we've watched games, and we'll say, well, in games I've watched, they commit critical mistakes. They can be absolutely critical and thank you, and devastating. When you have, like you described, I mean, you jump offside. If you're like, I saw this at the games over the weekend. You got a team that's in a 1st and goal from the 2-yard line, and the first thing, false start. Like, what?
Yeah, that's a huge penalty. 1st and goal from the 2 is a huge penalty.
I mean, nothing wrong with 1st and goal from the 7, but I was right there.
1st and goal from the 2 is a presumed touchdown. It's not, but it's a presumed touchdown.
Sure.
1st and goal from the 7, you got work to do.
Mm-hmm.
So
can't have those.
Yeah, it feels like a penalty when you're on the 35, a 5-yard penalty. Okay. Penalty when you're on the 2 feels like your percentage of scoring a touchdown gets dropped dramatically. But, I mean, you still should be able to get it in there.
Yeah, it's those self-inflicted ones that are killers. The false starts, the illegal formations, ineligible man downfield, that stuff, those are just killers.
Yep.
There are penalties that you can take. Okay, they're holding. Brings back a touchdown. All right, well, the guy wouldn't have gone for a touchdown if there wasn't holding, or maybe the quarterback doesn't throw the pass if I'm not holding this defensive end who's ready to crush him. Some you can pass off and be okay with. But those self-inflicted wounds, those no. You can't have them.
Yeah. So those are ways he said they get better. Now, the red zone thing is interesting. I'm trying to find, because he said we kept teams out of the red zone. But their touchdown percentage, once a team gets into the red zone, they are 7 spots from the bottom. When teams get in the red zone, they are scoring touchdowns. Now, apparently, they're keeping teams out of the red zone, but once they let them in there, they're going to do a better job of keeping out of the end zone. There was more from Dan Campbell, including 3 of the 4 rookies are getting a lot of praise. The 4th one's Jack Campbell. How does he evaluate Jack Campbell so far? He hasn't been bad, but what does the head coach say about him? We will get to that today at 1:16. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, if you're tired of itchy, dry skin and hair, call CGC Water and have a new Connecticut water softener installed that'll keep your skin and hair feeling soft and looking great. Having soft and purified water offers up so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Connecticut Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. I'm freaked out by it.
Are you?
A little bit.
I understand it to an extent, but I think it's so funny what they're doing with it.
Yeah.
And yet I am a little freaked out by the potential AI effect with it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think most people think it's like a technical marvel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little freaked out by it. It's almost too much.
So, King, I don't think you saw this, but I retweeted about a half an hour ago or so. I retweeted the latest video of the Sphere.
Yep.
Are you getting obsessed with this thing?
The Vegas Sphere. Every time I see something on it, I laugh because I think it's brilliant what they do. We had the one a few weeks ago where the golfers, I think in the Wynn golf course,
yeah,
and the Sphere is in the background and it's judging the golf shot with a smiley with the smiley face type thing, and if it's good, it smiles and maybe tips its hat or whatever, and if it's bad, it just shakes its head. So there's one now of the Sphere in the background of a looks like a practice or a game with UNLV.
Yeah.
And the eyes of the smiley face just kind of peer up as if it's looking over.
Wait a second. Is Connor Stalions in Vegas right now?
All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa. Good
He's
call.
in the Sphere? Wait, does Michigan play UNLV?
They did.
They
did.
But it was
late.
But it was here.
What?
It was here. It wasn't in Vegas.
See? Yeah, but you have to get their practice footage from in Vegas.
I guess that's what it is. Working through the Sphere. Anyway, I'm a little creeped out by it.
I love the thing.
Yeah.
Why are you creeped out by it?
I don't know. It's just too much. I think it would be unnerving to have something that big and that overwhelming in your sight line. I don't know. It's just I'm a little. I find it a little. Something about it makes me a little uneasy.
What if they put a helmet on the Sphere? Would you like it more?
Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Like
There we go.
Yeah. Just make it a giant football helmet.
Or bicycle helmet?
Yeah. Okay. There is a bit of breaking news that may or may not impact us. And it is coming out of Minnesota. Ian Rappaport, the practice window for Viking star wide receiver Justin Jefferson is being opened this week, sources say. He is now 21 days to be activated. This does not mean he'll play this week, but he's on his way back from a hamstring injury that landed him on the injured reserve. There's no rush for Justin Jefferson. But being back on the practice field is a sign that his timing is coming for a suddenly surging Minnesota team. So there you go. Bring him on. Bring it all on. All right, we continue with the highlights of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. Look, 3 of the 4 rookies have got that at the top of the draft have gotten a ton of praise. Porta is the one guy called
right,
yesterday,
Porta, sure.
which made me think driving home, did the dude think his first name was Samla?
Potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Or he just doesn't hear the la part.
Yeah. Anyway, Sam Laporta,
Sammy Dorr,
Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs are all getting a ton of praise. So I think it was Jansen asked him the question, what do you make of Jack Campbell's start to the season? Here is what the Detroit Lions head coach said. Okay. So prior to the draft, I was a huge proponent of taking Jack Campbell with their second first-round pick. They did take Jack Campbell with their second first-round pick. So obviously I'm not going to move off that position for quite some time. I've planted the flag. You tell me if you think what I'm about to say is wishful thinking or possible. That Jack Campbell is fully capable of, and we should not be surprised if he has a James Houston-like second half of the season surge. And I'm not saying in sack totals, but he seems to me like to be a prime candidate to burst out in the second half of the season.
I don't know. Because of where he's playing and asked to do different things, and I think he's doing just fine. I'm not concerned about him at all. And I agree with Dan Campbell. The fact that they've got him moving all over the place and they put a lot on his plate now, I get it, and I'm okay with it. I don't think he's going to. Before the season began, I had way too high expectations for him. That he was going to be this guy that sets on the field and just automatically is 10 tackles a game. He's going to be all over the place like that. He's not going to be that. Alex Anzalone is developing into that, and that's fine. Jack Campbell just needs to be responsible with his assignments, and the Lions will be just fine with him at linebacker. I don't think he's going to be this flashy guy that we see making play after play behind the line of scrimmage or quarterback sacks or, knocking passes away from tight ends all the time. I think he's going to do just a fine job of what he's supposed to. He'll make the tackle when he's in position to make the tackle. And the thing is, he'll be in position. Maybe it's not behind the line of scrimmage, but it's not going to be like 7 yards down the line. And I don't think we're going to see a Jelani Tavai highlight reel from Hawaii where, he's making all these tackles, but they're like 8 yards down the field.
Right.
Jack Campbell's going to make all the plays he's going to make right kind of at the line of scrimmage. I have no problem.
He still has the same physical skill set, and, that's a position where I think the learning curve, there's a lot to learn, and it's pretty steep. But that's, when you're playing with a player and you're seeing Alex Anzalone, who I think we could make the case has gotten better at this point in his career in Detroit. I think you can look at that and say it's an example of how, it can typically happen at that position. I think he makes more of an impact in the second half of the season, but we shall see. That was Dan Campbell talking about Jack Campbell. All right, final thing, the highlights from what the Lions head coach told our morning show. Chargers coming up on Sunday. How big is the challenge of blocking Nick Bosa and Khalil Mack? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Okay. I think I think the fact that he seems confident tells you how the news on Jonah Jackson and Frank Ragnow are pretty damn good.
Yeah, those guys are playing. I don't think there's any question at this point now. I mean, the cat's out of the bag. These guys are all practicing. I expect them to play. Those are two of the most formidable pass rushers you'll see in football. They have to worry about them. They got to worry about the defensive tackles. Not only does the offensive line have to do their part, but the tight ends got to do their part. The running backs have to do their part in terms of getting a chip to make it more difficult. We saw when we watched Max Crosby is a one-man wrecking ball. Penei Sewell handled him pretty well.
He had his plays.
He had lots of plays against him. But when you put him out on an island against a tight end, it didn't work out well. It was a bad result. And hopefully the Lions learn from that when you get an elite pass rusher, that you pay more attention to him. And that the tight ends are going to have to do a better job. Whether it was Laporta, Brock Wright, or whomever, you're going to have to do a better job of helping out to keep that big hoss away from your quarterback. Because Joey Bosa is roughly the same thing that you get with Max Crosby.
Again, I go back to on paper, I think this Charger team,
they're scary on paper.
Really, really good I picked them to go to the Super Bowl. They're 4-4. They haven't beat a good team all year. They are coming off a Monday night game while the Lions are coming off a bye. So we'll see how that plays itself out. But, I mean, the Chargers have been a big when you pick a team to go to the Super Bowl, you want your pick to be right. So I've paid attention. I've rooted for that team. And they continually just seem to want to let me down. So what are you laughing at?
The Chargers will let you down.
Yeah.
What is it with you and teams from San Diego? I know that they're no longer in San Diego, but
yeah, it's not anything. It's
only a Padre. Is it a Padre thing?
Yeah, it's just a Padre thing. But I'm seriously. I look at them on paper and I can't get over how much better they should be. Seriously, just.
Well, I mean, yeah, we pointed out the players, Bosa and Mack on the defensive line. Derwin James is there. Kenneth Murray is there. They've got good players on defense. Offense, do they have anybody there on offense? They got a quarterback, a couple really good receivers. They got an outstanding running back. Why do they suck?
Rashawn Slater's one of the best young tackles in this league.
They don't suck, but they're not. This should be a perennial playoff team. This should be a team that scares teams in the AFC.
I'm pretty sure they were my lock of the week last year when they played Jacksonville in the playoffs. And they were up 27-0 and found a way to lose. But I stuck by them. All right, we swing around the country. College football next. 97.1 The Ticket. So we talked about it yesterday and the day before about how both Michigan and Michigan State basketball were opening with teams that were favored to win their conference, and that they might not be easy opponents, but if you beat them, it could look good on a resume later down the road. Neither marquee teams, but obviously James Madison proved to be a handful. UNC Asheville last night for Michigan kind of surprisingly wasn't. I guess the Bulldogs' best player got in foul trouble early, but Michigan really shot it well. 12 of 26 from three, 46%. They beat them 99-74, and two players really stood out. One is Olivier Camwa, the transfer from, I think he's from Tennessee, and the other was Doug McDaniel, little point guard, 4 of 9 from three, 9 of 15 from the floor, 8 assists, 2 turnovers, 22 points. So
McDaniel's draining shots, and
yep.
The other guy was at a sweet alley-oop.
He must have had 5-6 dunks in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really, really good around the basket for them.
But the one alley-oop was like past the 3-point line.
It was a deep alley-oop, and he was he had a defender right there that he had. I didn't when McDaniel threw the pass, I thought there's no way in hell that was going to amount to anything good. But it did, surprisingly, and so good for them. Got a win. The problem for them the last few years, well, a number of things, but one of them was not doing enough in the non-conference. And they've got some teams, some college football brands on their college basketball brands on their schedule: St. John's, Memphis, Oregon, Florida. So we'll see. Put it together. Michigan State plays Duke. Is it next week?
Yeah, next Tuesday.
Yep. You never feel good about it, do you?
No. But it's always a fun game, though.
Yeah.
It's what Michigan State does every preseason. At the beginning of the season, the non-conference schedule is always tough.
Yep. Well, and this year doesn't appear to be any different. Duke.
I think they have Arizona.
You have Arizona. You have Baylor. 2 ranked teams. So all that on the agenda. There was nothing today. We had Dan Wetzel on. If you want to hear what he had to say about the Michigan case, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app and go back and listen to it. We had him on today at 11 a.m. And at that time, he predicted we wouldn't get any news till tomorrow. So regarding a potential Big Ten suspension for Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh. So that is something that probably we'll get into when it comes down tomorrow. Michigan expected to file a temporary restraining order and try and get an injunction, allow them to continue coaching while this thing goes through its due process. In the meantime, Rico Beard has wandered into studio here on 97 on the Ticket. What's up, man?
Gentlemen.
How are you?
So you got your Tigers hat on our free agency.
Oh, yeah. I'm working out a deal. Deal. Re-up.
What's that?
I'm working out a long-term deal to re-up with the Tigers.
Are you? You as a Tiger fan, is that what it is?
Yeah.
They're
working out with the agent. We're trying to get the,
I see.
Tickets, hot dogs,
I see. I got you. How are you today?
Wouldn't that be cool if you could do that, if the teams could negotiate your fandom?
Well, sure. I mean, I always am, I don't know if impressed is the right word, but whenever a team season ticket holders get like vouchers and free stuff.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Last Sunday, I go to the Pistons game because Lions are off. Mm-hmm. Sitting around, I go to they played the Suns. They gave their season ticket holders these jackets. A whole day, I'm trying to find, what store did you get that from? Because I want this jacket. And they're like, oh, it's only for season ticket holders. Son of a, really? I literally thought about bribing a season ticket holder. I wanted that starter jacket so bad.
I was about to say, what's interesting about that is, my entire life, I feel like a lot of those freebies, you're like,
Not this one.
No, that's cool.
No, it was like a black starter jacket with DET across the front in large letters. Like, man.
Yep.
I like this. Nope. Sorry. You're not a season ticket holder. Scurry along.
Yeah, well, so you couldn't find it anywhere, huh?
No, they didn't sell it. They're not selling it. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, what are you going to do with the extras? Oh, we'll probably burn them to make sure you don't get one.
Well, it's unfortunate.
I know. Yeah. I felt like doing a Gator rant. just want one jacket.
Give him one jacket. Give a man his jacket. Look, you spend all your money on cosmetics and crap, all right?
Right.
You want to go ahead and get fake flowers for some damn reason.
Right.
All I want is my starter jacket.
That's it.
What
He feels my pain.
What if would it be worth getting some sort of small season ticket package?
If I would have known I was got that jacket, yes.
Can you go back now?
I don't know, man.
No.
I kind of feel like I don't want it out of spite now.
No.
Because I really wanted one.
Because you're not one of the chosen ones.
Right. But I was like, this thing is sweet. And they're just walking around. I was like, seriously, bro, I give you $150 for this thing.
Really?
I was willing to pay. I really wanted this jacket.
Oh.
I think there may be a way for you to find out if there's a source for those jackets where maybe you can actually exchange money for one. Oh. Just if I could only think if we had any connection with the Pistons. I don't know.
All right. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I had to look at the show sheet and I said I don't want to know, but in the Pigs Fly episode of the show, Mike is agreeing with Wojo on something.
Wow.
I don't want to know what it is, Mike. I want the utter surprise. So he's going to tell you at 2 what he agrees with Wojo.
All right.
Interesting.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 971.
Welcome, one and all. Just a glory. What?
Oh, no, yeah, that actually debuted on the morning show. So, yeah, Roberto did work for them behind my back.
Oh.
So, yeah, Stoney thought it was weird. I think it's weird when you have a coach right there in front of you, ask him a hard question. But, hey.
Oh, dear.
We're doing weird now.
Oh, boy. Okay.
How's Ric Flair?
And here we go. Yeah.
No, take the flag back.
Oh, boy. All right.
Take that flag back.
This is an A and B conversation.
When
I'm going to see myself out.
When you choose violence, you get blood.
Oh, dear. Well, I was going to say, I just kind of getting ready to get into something, but is there something else you'd like to talk about?
Oh, there is, but we'll just move on.
All righty, then.
We'll save it for Friday.
Can I say this?
We'll save it for Friday, yeah.
Hold on. What are we saving for Friday?
You said what else I have to say. So
what are we doing Friday?
Friday?
Why can't Friday be fun? Oh, all right. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, hold on. I will say, on a scale of 1 to 10, that song's about a 3.5 on the meanness scale.
No, it wasn't that. It was just,
Oh, you're upset with
how it was done and presented, and it was like, oh, okay, we're doing things behind my back now.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, come on.
That's not Rico. That's not
Every
really
song about me is made behind my back.
No. When it airs on the show, that's one thing. When I get phone calls in the morning,
that's
a different thing.
Okay, you know what? Of all the fights I get into, Rico's gonna handle this one. I'm out.
We good.
Leave me out of this one. Let me attempt to start something.
Kids would say we Gucci.
You know what? If you ever use that phrase, chair to the spine. Now, I'm going to say some words I did not think I would ever say on these airwaves.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
I didn't know. All right.
No.
So, and this is a live taping of the Howard Stern Show. How many people can they bring by and gawk at us like we're circus animals?
The window, man.
Get out.
See them over there? There's the lion right over there.
Here's a live taping of the Valenti and Rico Show. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do next time they bring a tour by?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Get out.
Don't do that.
Now, I want to...
That's what he should be doing.
Chair right through the window.
They're showing around some clients and here's the Valenti Show.
Oh, I hate when they do that
Double
stuff.
middle finger.
Oh, and look. Oh, this is Rico Beard eating his lunch. I think it's cucumbers. Get out! You can just talk to us like we're normal people. Oh, and that is David Hull.
They don't want to mess with us.
He's currently doing show research. One problem. You're 3 feet from David speaking. He can hear you.
Make sure you don't touch that glass.
Well, it's always when they point into the glass. Right here.
Yeah. And that's Kenny Cott. He's currently eating coney. Yeah, I know. I'm right here. Now, let's get to business. I think I agree with Wojo on something. I am telling you as we sit.
David, can you speak to me? I think my headsets went wrong.
Drug testing.
Are you there?
We're good. I think we're good. Can you hear me?
I did. Is Mike's... Is that you, Mike?
So here's the deal. There's one condition to me agreeing with him, but I want to workshop something. Because I've had enough. I have had enough of the entire U of M scandal story. And now we have reached a point, by the Big Ten's seeming inaction, we have reached a point where we're talking about refurbished vacuum sales and mystery LLCs. And is Blake Corum or is he not in business with Connor Stalions? Like, we have reached what Rico refers to as the bottom of the chili pot. We've reached a point in this where now Michigan has Harbaugh loyalists putting out this limp wiener dossier of, well, our signs and blurg. And it's like, they weren't stolen. In the article, it says it's not illegal. Stop. Wojo last night said something, and he goes, I blame Tony Petitti for this. I blame Tony Petitti for letting it get to this. Now, where Wojo and I differ is he thinks Petiti has stoked the flames. Petini's been a bit of a troll. I don't agree with that. But here's what I'm telling you. As we sit here today, what I'm not going to do is refurbish vacuums. What I'm not going to do is some deep dive into an LLC in Wyoming. You know what? That's what journalists are for. Do the work.
You're not going to talk about Blizzy C?
Right. BC2. And, well, did you see his socials? No. And no, I don't think it's weird that Blake Corum is a lawyer. The guy's making the better part of 7 figures in NIL. I'd hope you'd have a lawyer.
And a financial person.
Right, I'm not mad about that. Now, here's the deal. One of two things probably happened. Either Stalions committed a felony or Blake's in business with him. And if he's in business with him, he'd be ineligible. Figure it out. Get your life together. But this is where I agree with Bob. If tomorrow the Big Ten levies their judgment as we are told, and they don't swing a hammer, and this is once again flaccid pickle theater, if that's what they do, I will end up agreeing with Wojo. Because if this thing has been strung out this long, it is Wednesday of a game week. And make no mistake, I hate those scumbags. But you cannot on Wednesday or Thursday of a game week drop a suspension. You drop it during David's sermon Sunday morning or at worst Monday afternoon. You put on not one bow tie, but 2, the way David's uncle does it, and you drop the hammer. Now, if they come out tomorrow and they're hitting, the Big Ten drops a bomb. Respect. None of this matters.
So what is a bomb?
I got to get to that. How about this? I'll tell you what it can't be. It can't be.
I was about to say you're going to get it to next.
No. It can't be that 2-game suspension. If Petiti comes out and it's the 2-game sportsmanship rule book,
then what were we doing?
Man, exactly. And Wojo's right. If that's what they do. Now, if they come out tomorrow and they go, here's the deal. We exhausted all of our options. We attempted mediation. We have tried to speak to Michigan on this. They have been non-cooperative. Here is our evidence. This is what we got. We are ... And it's Harbaugh done for the year. It's they're not eligible for the BTG. Whatever it is. Then I'll go, all right, you waited for a good reason, and now you're at war. I'm not telling you it should be. I'm telling you that as we sit here at 2:10 as a radio show, I can't look you in the eye, Kenny in the eye, David in the eye, and talk about vacuums. I can't do it.
What about reconditioning?
I can't do it. What has happened with this thing is an absurdity.
But this is why I said settle this a long time ago. Because the longer this goes, the more foolishness people are going to find. They're going to keep digging and digging and digging. You could have made this all go away. It's embarrassing. Just cooperate. And we would be on the back end of whatever punishment they were offering. And we could have moved on. I'm tired of this. But this is going to keep going because it's both sides. There's no compromise. It's like, guys, this is where Petiti does need to walk into the room and say, okay, enough is enough. I'm going to fix this.
No, he walks in the room and it has to be this. Anything less than that, and this was a total waste of everyone's time.
To the other 13 teams, I'm not about to kill this program. To Michigan, you're not about to get a slap on the wrist either. Here it is. Here's the punishment. You deal with it. If you don't like it, take it out on the field with each other. But here's the punishment. The 13 teams won't like what he says. Michigan's not going to like what he says. No one's going to like it. That's why I said he's going to get fired over this. Him and Central Michigan are going to be the 2 worst. They're going to get the worst of all of this. Central's going to blow up the team and fire the staff, and Petiti's going to be a 1-year commissioner. They'll be searching for somebody new this summer.
I just want to know if you guys have reached that point. Look, I don't agree with much of anything Wojo says, but this one, I agree, but I think for different reasons. I agree that this has been handled in a way. I don't understand Petiti's delay in response, which Rico's referred to. I don't understand in this real, long, drawn out process. When a player, a young man, or if you want to call them a kid, gets in trouble, do you know how quickly a team suspends them? There's no due process. Now, very rarely do you get a Mozzie situation where a kid gets in trouble, still plays. Very rarely. But we even saw a situation last year or this year, the conference stepped in on Spencer Brown, and by the way, they should have. Spencer Brown had a dirtbag move against U of M, a dirty play. He should have been kicked off the team in my world because he's also ass. He's terrible. He's one of the worst right tackles in state history. The point is, the Big Ten walked in 24 hours and went suspended.
Yep.
So I don't want to hear any more about due process. I don't want to hear any more about any of this. I want to know if you're at the point I'm at, that no matter what the punishment is, you got to say something. Now, tomorrow, I will tell you if they come out and this is weak sauce, Wojo's going to be 100% right. I'm man enough to say it. If they come out and they end up angering the rest of the Big Ten, Michigan gets a back rub and a bubble bath, maybe they go with Roberto to one of those massage parlors, whatever Roberto does in his free time. My point is, if that's what tomorrow ends up being, Wojo's right. So that's where I'm at. You've delayed this. You have upended this damn radio show. You've upended the discourse in this town.
Mike, this
Thank
is the
God
top
the
story
Lions
across the nation.
I went to ESPN. I'm so glad you said it. I went to ESPN College Football because I wanted to do a couple things for Cash the Ticket tomorrow. Forget it. Forget about it. May as well be the Michigan Daily. U of M this, U of M this. Here's Stephen A. screaming at Chris Russo about this. Here's Paul Feinbaum farting into the camera about Michigan. Here's Heather Dinich. Here's this. I go, you know what? Red X out. I don't want to see it no more. So if it has gone on this long, doesn't Tony Petitti have to drop a bomb tomorrow or run the risk of looking like a complete buffoon? If I'm telling you, if he doesn't show up with a chair, Wojo's right. Man enough to say it.
What if?
Want to hear from you.
What if the penalty is? I'll tell you next.
Jesus. I mean, it's getting shameless at this point. 97-1.
Well, Doug Karsh was my roommate. Everything changes so fast these days, and that's a good thing. It's actually a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky to get one video to load to our desktop computer, but now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speed, rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another's playing video games in the basement, you're watching the games in the man cave, and somebody's doing the latest TikTok creation in the kitchen. Doesn't matter. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and now through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network, $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in fatality or serious injury, the numbers are truly staggering. The attorney you need to choose has to have specialized knowledge, has to have expertise in handling these types of cases. That's David Femininio. His team, they've helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years. They're ready to help you now. If you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we will get to the Lions at 3 because we do have Dan Campbell audio I want to play for you. We just started the show with something, and I think we can all be on the same page. Is that good or bad? We don't really care anymore. We need the Big Ten's decision. We need this. We need to move forward. The idea that now you may not get a decision until tomorrow, which is Thursday of a game week. Look, far be it for me to be the one to defend U of M. It's wrong.
Oh, it'd really be wrong if they go ultra petty and drop it on Friday.
Well, right, because what? It's a court holiday?
Court holiday, so Michigan couldn't go ahead and get the injunction to get it stopped.
Look, bottom line, the longer this goes on where we don't get resolution, whether you agree with the resolution or not, it is this is where Wojo will be right. It is turning into a circus. Today, we're not going to. We could do a show about vacuum cleaners, Mystery Wyoming LLCs, and Blake Corum. That's where we've arrived at. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not doing it. David, ticket text. I want to hear from the people.
Conference suspends Jim Harbaugh on the sportsmanship rule. They need to suspend Dave Shiano and Walters as well.
Nobody cares. I'm not getting into this with you people.
They are still stuck on this.
You know what, guys? Suspend everyone. I don't care. Well, you're all I care about. You got to stop. You know why? You sound like this guy. Stop.
Well, when it comes down to suspension, I wonder if the one suspension that I think in Petitti's world would be the most meaningless thing is indefinitely. I'm going to suspend him, Harbaugh. Let's just say Harbaugh indefinitely, meaning it could end up being just 2 weeks, but he'll pacify everybody because you don't know when, and this thing keeps going. I'd rather a number because indefinitely is just kind of the way out, in my opinion.
John in Auburn Hill says, hey, guys, I agree with you, Mike. The Big Ten needs to drop a sledgehammer on Michigan. I'm sick of the news of this scandal, but they need to do something now.
If they don't come out strong tomorrow, they've wasted everyone's time, and they would have put you, the fan, through hell. If they come out swinging, at least we know they waited for a reason. But, man, if it's that 2-game suspension, Wojo's right. Man enough to tell you. If Tony Petitti did all this for it to be that, yeah, you wasted everyone's time. Let's get back to football. The cheating's the cheating. What people think of your program, I'm never going to change it. Can't. It's not my place to, and I don't need to. You cheated. But the way this is played out, I mean, the Pete Thamel Chinese water torture, like, just enough.
So tired of the Michigan holier than thou crap. Big Michigan fan here. Just end their season now, fire Jim, and start over next year. Chris from Imlay City.
That's not happening either, but thank you for your support.
Never happening. Someone says, yes, I agree with you, Rico. That is what's happening. Bettini is waiting until Friday to announce a suspension so they can file or can't file the injunction.
Yep, an indefinite suspension coming on Friday, meaning I'm going to kick the can a little bit. You won't be able to coach, and then I'll let you know next week by week, if you can come back.
This is like Mean Girls. That's what this is.
Well, it is Wednesday. You wear pink on Wednesday.
Okay. Ever think about why Kevin Warren left the Big Ten?
You never saw that movie, Mean Girls?
I never saw it. No,
I just reference it because it's famous.
It's funny.
Okay.
Okay. Got something to watch over the weekend.
Yeah.
Ever think about why Kevin Warren left the Big Ten and went to the Bears? He knew about this and didn't want to have to handle it. Travis from Warren.
Not doing that. Any conspiracies I get, you're getting the Lindell.
So the chair or the Lindell. It actually works.
Yeah, you're right.
It actually works.
Someone says, Mike, you've agreed with Wojo, so I just bought a lottery ticket. I guess anything is possible.
Because I can't believe we're not getting news today. Mm-hmm. And the idea that it's going to be Thursday of your game week, I don't like you. I do think you're cheaters, but I still can defend you because I have common sense. It is wrong for the Big Ten to continue to drag it out. I think it's wrong what your school's doing. I think everybody's wrong. It's like arguing on the internet. There's no winner. You're both idiots.
Wait, you can't win arguing on the internet?
No.
Yeah, just so you know, during the show meeting, when Mike brought this up, David got out of his chair, walked over to the window. I thought something had happened. I'm like, David, what are you doing? He said, I'm looking for pigs to fly, because Mike just agreed with Wojo.
I just really believe tomorrow's decision will validate or invalidate Wojo's claim.
See, I don't think he can win. I don't think Petiti can win at all. That's why it's going to be indefinite, because that'll keep people off of his back. And then he'll cross his fingers and pray to God Michigan loses a game, and then all of this is irrelevant.
Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Good, boys. How are you?
Good, Steve. What's up?
Nothing. So I'm over here in Canada, and you're saying, like, this is everywhere. You're absolutely right, man. This is all anyone over here can even talk about, because it's so hilarious what has happened in your state with your two programs this year. Like, it's everywhere. And like you guys are saying, I want it to die, because anytime I turn on the radio, there's always another update. And, like, this morning with this LLC stuff, like, it's just getting crazy. Dude, I got to commend you guys. You guys have been amazing since the last couple of weeks having to deal with all this stuff. Like, I know some people get on you guys all the time with your points and stuff, but I got to admit, man, you guys have been on point. I can't get over how amazing you guys have been handling all these callers, especially the silly ones.
Believe me, Steve, I got news for you. It may be Wednesday, but in my mind, it's Friday at 6. I'm shot. It's been a long shift.
One question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
One question for you. Wojo had a caller last night that said something about the Big Ten isn't allowed to hand out anything until the NCAA has finished their punishment. What do you make of that?
That's not true.
Go ahead, Rico. Take it away.
Yeah, that's not true. The Big Ten can handle anything that they want to do. And, yeah, because you're a part of the conference, so you agree.
The sportsmanship thing is in the bylaw. Yeah. If it's over 2 games, the Big Ten commissioner has to get approval from the Big Ten's executive board and the presidents. If you have that, you can then have a more punitive suspension. Steve, the reason none of the regular stuff applies, this isn't a regular scandal. It's real time. It's a 3-year deal. It's a lot of moving parts, and that's why you can't just go standard. But see, if you're on the other side, all this is election 20. Or soon coming to theaters, election 24. I'm voting for the asteroid.
So now you believe in the aliens?
No. I just don't believe in either side of government. So vote Meteor 24. Let's go to
vote Bebop.
We go Mike 97.1. Hi, Mike. How you doing, buddy?
Hey. Well, you guys kind of sound like a couple of Michigan State fanboys right now. First of all, if you think Michigan, if you guys are cheering at Michigan to not be in the Big Ten championship, because why?
Who said that?
With Big Ten
Who said that, Mike? Who said that?
Who said that?
You guys.
No, he didn't.
You guys want them to
swing and a miss.
You guys are cheering so much for Michigan to be out of it.
No.
Be out.
Okay. Mike, when did we say it, Mike? When did we say it? Because we didn't. So just stop doing that.
If you think the Big Ten's going to come out in the middle of a season before the NCAA investigation's over and say you can't play in a Big Ten championship game,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Mike, as a matter of fact,
I didn't say that.
As a matter of fact, I said a long time ago you should have just took a couple of weeks off when you were playing nobodies and get this over with so that you could prepare yourself to go to Indy and get ready for the playoffs.
I've sat here tirelessly showing you the pathway so you can play for the Natty. I've said I don't have a problem if people still want their team to play for it. Why do you choose to come to these airwaves and lie, Mike? Why?
Because I've listened to you guys clearly, without saying it, are hoping it. But you know what?
Hold on. Now I just want to be clear. You're Miss effing Cleo now. So you think I don't just say what I mean? You think I need any pretense, Mike?
I've listened to what you guys have said.
And what have I said?
For 2 weeks now.
What have I said?
You guys have said you guys have indicated that you think that they should be out of the playoffs and stuff like that.
When have I said that? When have I said that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Mike,
when I played a Stephen A. Smith cut saying it? I haven't said that. I said I'm not ready to go there. Mike.
Rico has said it.
Oh, so now Rico said it. All right, go ahead, Rico.
Mike, I'm right here. And actually, I've said over and over again, David, have I not said, get this over with weeks ago so that you would be ready for the playoffs? If I say that, Mike, no. How am I saying I don't want you in the playoffs? I set it up for you.
Don't do the nervous laughter.
All right.
Talk.
No. You come on here spewing misinformation. And the beauty of it is, it's a thing called Odyssey Rewind. You can go back and listen to everything that we said. Now, I can't rewind the stuff that you hear because that's between you and your therapist.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
So I have heard you say that you think that they should take the punishment and not go to the playoff this year, so it's down the road that it won't come to affect them and it'll wash them hands so those players in the future won't be affected.
I said if it came down to it, would you take the punishment this year or just say screw it and we'll deal with it next year? It was a question.
I'm the one who has said if it means I get to play for a natty and I have to suspend my coach for a few games, I'm doing it.
Besides that, what do you actually? So do you think that they're going to go hard on Michigan, and do you think they?
No, I don't. I don't. Right. Because I've already said a million times, I don't have any faith that Tony Petitti will do anything because the networks run the sport.
Which is why I said you should have probably just did something the week of the State game and the Purdue game, and had this thing over with. But I can't tell you what goes on in your head. That's on you. But you can use Odyssey Rewind and hear everything that we said. But he hears it a different way. He hears the Whopper song.
I mean, even yesterday I said, we're not on the air screaming, shut it down. We're not on the air saying you don't have a right to play. I'm saying you also can't be scot-free. I'm also saying your defense of this coach who won't be here. Like, I just, you know what? I can't do this today.
Yeah, I
just can't.
I think he dropped his cue cards during the conversation.
I mean, straight up. I just said, hey, if Tony Petitti comes out and has a nothing burger tomorrow, it's unfair to you. You know what?
Whatever. Hear what they want to hear.
Yeah, here, Capital Mortgage Funding. I mean, sorry, Harry, there's not going to be some great segue here. I'd like a house to be dropped on that guy's head. I've had enough. You know what the home selling market is? The inside of that guy's brain. It's insanity. It's overbidding, multiple offers, chaos. That's what it is. You don't go in and have a pre-approval, you don't get to buy a house. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Call Harry Glanz and his team. They're going to get you taken care of right. Make the process as smooth as possible. They can't give you some amazing rate anymore because those don't exist. But they can get you that pre-approval and get you on your way. Just go to Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE. Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker. All right, David, look, it's PSA. This has been weeks on end of this. If you don't think I've been fair, listen to a different show. If you think that this is like Tim Stout Radio in Lansing, listen to a different show. I don't know what you think I'm going to get on the air and say. Do I hate your school? Yes, I do. Do I hate many of you? Yes, I do. But I have been nothing but fair throughout this. Now, you cheated. And I don't get on the air and gaslight my listeners. And I am not going to sit here and come on the air and yell due process. That's BS. That's a company line. You cheated. This is one of the worst cheating scandals I've seen. Something has got to be done. I have said to you from the beginning, you want to keep rolling? I want your coordinators. I don't see how that's unfair. But some of you, you're just straight up, you're an election denier. And I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. I mean, I work really hard at this. And are these shows a pain in the ass? You damn right. And no, there's no tiny violin, because I know some of you listening right now, you're busting your ass outside in work boots and rain. All right? I'm not digging ditches for a living. But it is the height of intellectual dishonesty sometimes when certain people call this show, and that's how they behave. Can't do it. You cheated. You did dirt. Stop the whataboutism. Well, what about Purdue? What about him? Turn him into the NCAA, just like I told you yesterday. And if you want to have them suspended, go for it. Now back to you. The only thing I said on the air today is, if tomorrow's a nothing burger, then Tony Petitti should be fired because he wasted everyone's time, including yours. I have said it's not fair on Thursday of a game week to have a bombshell suspension. It's not right. The Sparty fanboy thing is such a lazy take. I bomb my own school. I do things none of you cultists would dare. So just don't do it with me.
Because they like it when you do that. They like you then.
Oh, I mean, but that's my point. I don't do this to please anybody. Rico, I'll just tell you this. The people they want to champion are the same people. All it is tell me I'm pretty or you're an idiot. That's it. So do yourself a favor. You got plenty of people on your payroll that are in media. Go listen to them. They happen to be the rest of the day here. But don't waste my time between 2 and 6. Just don't do it. You want to go My Pillow guy?
Well, no, the funny thing is,
call any other show.
When did you say it? Well, I know what you meant. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Hey, here's an idea on a fan level. I have said multiple times, it's not responsible for me to get on the air and yell like John Taffer about shutting it down. That's not honest to my listenership. But if you're asking me, ask me what I'd like to happen to the Philadelphia Eagles, who I hate as a Giants fan. The Lakers as a Celtics fan, or you as a State fan. Of course, duct tape all of them to SpaceX. Blast them off into the galaxy. That's what kind of flex is that? When I openly admit bias and tell you I'm not going to do it that way, you don't get to come in and claim otherwise. It's ridiculous. Read the ticket text.
Someone saying, OMG, I'm having my Photoshop friend make a Meteor 2024 political sign and putting it in my front yard.
That's all this is. If you're a Democrat, you'll never agree with Republicans. You're a Republican, you don't agree with Democrats. It is a pointless endeavor. It's why politics are broken, and it's where we're headed in sports. The sports media has now begun taking their cues from the cable news media. And we don't just report news anymore. Now, you got open narrative. You got people on Michigan's payroll on the news. You got people that hate Michigan on the news. And then there's the rest of us who try to sort this garbage out. The truth is in the middle. You cheated. Something's got to happen. No one has sat here and said, oh, that's it. Shut the program down. SMU. Not on this show.
Nope. I simply asked you a question. Would you rather just get it over with this year?
That's it. I'm with you. All we said is, dude, throw Jim over to Boat and keep playing. They're on a witch hunt for your coach. I don't even think they're after the right guy. It's the coordinators who should be suspended. Stalions whispering sweet nothings in their ears on a play-to-play basis. That's who I'd go after. Well, I just go ahead, David.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get these three out of the way because these people don't know who to blame. Kenny, look at me. That's one.
That's one, Kenny.
Another person says Roberto. That's one. Someone else says David. That's one. So they don't know who to blame.
Chairs all around.
Have no idea. Someone says that caller was great for radio. However, he's a bona fide idiot. So another person says he must have dropped his 3x5 car because he didn't know what to say anymore. Caller Mike must be Sheldon's brother.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. Let Sheldon speak on his own accord.
Someone is asking a legitimate question. Explain what comes down hard on Michigan means to both of you.
I mean, for me, it is multiple staff suspensions. I can't get to the point where you're banning them. Now, if the Big Ten has evidence that has not been released, and they better, then it's a different conversation. But I am not going to go there on the air with listeners beyond a ha-ha, launch them into space joke. I'm not doing that until I see evidence that would justify that remark. That's not fair.
Yeah, I think for me, coming down hard on Michigan is probably Harbaugh suspended for the year. I think that would be like, wow, they hammered Michigan. Especially if you did it tomorrow, which means he can't hop on the plane and go to Penn State.
Yeah, see, I'm fine with everything you said. If they were doing that, should have been Sunday or Monday. I don't think it's right on Thursday. And if they're doing it because the school's going to file their TRO and all that, look, both parties look ridiculous right now. And that's where Wojo makes a point. So tomorrow, Petiti either validates he ain't messing around, he believes he's got the bigger baseball bat, or Wojo's right.
Yeah.
And he looks like a fool.
Because if there's suspensions and you're missing Michigan staffers, whether it's Harbaugh, whether it's your OC and DC for both Penn State and Ohio State, I think that's hitting you hard. Because those are the two big games for your whole season. They proved you didn't need Harbaugh for the first three games. You won those easily. You should have did it for the Michigan State and Purdue and maybe Penn State and did those three early and said, you know what, you're right. You caught us. We shouldn't have done that.
Problem is
3 games and we're sorry.
The problem is if you suspend your own coach twice in the same season for 2 separate violations, I mean, you're basically asking the NCAA to give him a show cause penalty. Like you're basically proving the NCAA's case.
Right, but
I'm just saying.
No, but if you did that, the NCAA could do the show cause, but Harbaugh's been trying to leave for the last 2 years. So, okay, fine, I got a show cause. I'm never coming back here anyway. And I got a natty.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, let me read this one. Someone's saying, I'm now focusing all my anger, not on Michigan. My anger is at Kenny and Mike for taking the Red Wings money line last night.
I know. That was terrible.
Hey.
They played awful, man.
You know what?
It was like there were 7 Rangers on the ice in the first period. They should have been down 3-0 after 1. It was awful. What's your problem?
I was going to say, I got 2 chairs. I made that same bet the day before. So gave the people a bad bet. Come on, have a seat.
You're not going to hit them all, guys. It's called gambling, not winning. I mean, Kenny does a nice job with the hockey picks. We can't hit them all. Last night was one of the rare, egregious selections.
I got the bus. You guys can come on in. It's all good. No, there's no shame. We all make mistakes.
Paulson's annual Black Friday sale, Saturday the 18th through Monday the 27th. Give you a full week to save rather than one day. 20% off Sonos soundbars. 25% off Paradigm speakers. Anthem receivers and amps, 15% off. LG 55-inch 4K LED TV, $399, 10% off theater seating, and so much more. And if you don't remember anything I've told you, just remember Paulson's prices always less than Amazon Prime or Best Buy. They'll show you the prices in the store, so you're not paying more. It's PaulsonsAV.com. Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups.
Well, mistakes were made the last couple days, but you know what? Today is always a new day.
No.
Mistakes weren't made?
I gave out Western Michigan -3. Come on.
You did.
I'm just saying.
Nobody walks into Waldo.
Exactly right about that.
I do have it's not a topic today. I do wonder, does Cookies have some kind of mental disorder? He's actually a hardcore CMU fan. Is Cookies just messed up?
No.
How could you ever be a fan of those rat-ass schools?
You know what? No. I'll give him credit. He graduated from there, and he's showing the passion.
That's because nobody else would take him.
Still, he graduated from there. It's a sense of accomplishment, and he went on a tirade.
He went on a tirade about CMU.
Right, McElwain, and
talk about radio for one.
He went back and found a tweet that he had in 2018 when they first hired him, and said, "Please don't hire this man." It was like, "See, I told you back then, Central Michigan, not to make this hire." He made good points. I just thought it was funny. I didn't know it was this much passion over Central Michigan football.
He's the insane person at a public park preaching to pigeons. No one is listening to you. Let's go on. Let's go on the board. Now that we slandered our buddy Cookies, he gave out a good pick yesterday, and I delivered it here for you. Maction. I hate the MAC. If it were up to me, they'd fold this conference. It's horrific. But these are the football games we're given, and this is what we're going to do, so buckle up. This is gross tonight. I think Eastern Michigan is a vomit bowl. I think they're horrible. Samson Evans doesn't even look like the same player he used to be. They're down at the Glass Bowl tonight in T-Town. Toledo's got a shot to clinch the division. That Denarian Finn kid, or whatever his name is, Dontari Finn, he's there for year 50.
DeQuan.
It's actually Morgan Freeman starting at quarterback. He's been there forever. My point is.
To put in perspective, that was Donnie Corley's quarterback at King.
He's been there since 2017. They're laying 19. Do I like betting big favorites? No, but Eastern is ass. And Toledo's the class of the MAC, most stable quarterback play, and they're motivated to take this and clinch the division tonight. Cookies and I are sponsoring Toledo -19. And here's the other thing.
Over the Fighting TJs.
Earth is on Eastern. No one's betting the Rockets. Tony Pacos, FTW. Give me Toledo tonight.
Well, only because
take that chair to Creighton.
Only because I don't know if the line could get any lower, but it might. I'm going to go ahead and give you a parlay, Big Ten West style.
Oh, no. Recall.
We're going to take the under Northwestern at Wisconsin, under 42.5. And we're going to take the under Rutgers at Iowa, 28.5. A wise man once told me, when you see a number that low, you go lower. So the under for both games at plus 260.
Over to Mr. Kenneth Cott. We need a hockey winner. Let's do this.
Yeah, we do. I think you may have been able to guess what I'm going for here. I like the LA Kings traveling.
Sharks?
No Sharks. Sharks are not playing today, thank God. They did get their first win yesterday, though, of the year.
See, I told you.
You should have bet it, Rico. You were better than I was yesterday at hockey betting, I guess. I like the Kings traveling to Vegas, plus 110. The Kings, if you can ever find LA as a dog in any capacity, unless it's against, the best team. Vegas might be the best team, but I think not metrically they're not. I like the Kings here in this spot. If you can find the Kings as an underdog, bet the Kings.
Silver helmets can't lose.
Yes, they can. I hope they're not wearing those ugly things. Ugh.
How often they wear those?
I don't know, but too often. Once is too often.
I like
those
them.
Are disgusting. Those are almost as bad as Vegas's doorknob helmets, the shiny gold ones. Those are awful too.
All right, noted. Maybe the only team who should wear a different helmet than the team colors, Notre Dame. I like that Notre Dame.
I
does
do.
that.
I
That's
like
cool.
that, but on the ice, not for me.
Okay. I want to get you one while you're screening calls.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Can you buy an LA Kings hockey helmet? Is that available
I'm
anywhere?
sure you can. The only reason they bring those things out is for merch sales, man.
All right, well, who buys a hockey helmet? All right, David, what do
I
you
don't know
got?
if visually that would look good on the cameras.
I think it would look great.
I'll just leave it at that.
So the Brooklyn Nets are playing tonight. They are 6-1 against the spread this season. So I'm going to go them. They are plus 5.5 against James Harden's Los Angeles Clippers.
Dude, the Clippers are a team, like, I don't even know how it's going to look. How is that even going to work with Westbrook and Harden and
See, I think
PG and Kawhi? It's a mess.
I think we saw it when it was on the East Coast, and it was called the Brooklyn Nets.
Total disaster?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they played Monday because the Clippers team and lost to the Knicks. So that should tell you something.
Yeah, and again, I mean, maybe it'll take a few months to get rolling. I'm saying from a functionality standpoint, it's a lot like when the Pistons are playing Killian and Asur together. It doesn't work. It can't work. What?
No, yeah, you're right, Killian. Poor Killian.
That's on the board, and we will get to the Lions next. All right, right now, new customers, $150 in bonus bets when you get a winning $5 money line wager. So Kenny's on the Kings tonight. That would qualify. You're going to play at money line. The app is easy to use. Wide range of options. I mean, hell, there are anytime touchdown props in a Toledo Eastern Michigan game. I would not encourage that. I'm just saying, if you want to know the depth of options FanDuel offers you, yeah.
You want some options?
No. FanDuel.com/ticket. Official partner of the NFL, official partner of the ticket. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. I do think caller Nick's going to have a nervous breakdown if Penn State loses this weekend. Caller Nick may just change his name and move to Mexico if they lose to Penn State, the way that guy's called in the last couple of times. All right, so let's talk Lions. They're back. Yes, we still have an NFL team. No, Earth is not just a Michigan scandal. Dan Campbell was on a morning show today, and I thought he said something interesting. Now, he was asked about Donovan Peoples-Jones and the acquisition at the deadline. We always like to play this game, which is listen about how they talk about player X and compare it to how they talk about Jamo Williams. So, with that in mind, I want to understand the why. Why did you get Donovan Peoples-Jones? Now, this is the first time Dan Campbell's been able to speak on it, and I think it's interesting. So take a listen to what he said, and then we're going to have a little conversation here. Here's the other thing. And, David, there's a secondary cut, but he talks about how he's smart, how he's all about ball, how it's all business. Look, it's just very clear. There's two notes, not just the Jamo thing. I think it's clear they're going to be super selective in the types of guys they bring here. And that's going to frustrate a lot of people, including me. But like Chase Young, we talked about this. How could you not go get Chase Young for the low cost of free? The third-round pick you give up, you don't sign him, you get a third-round compensatory. Mm-hmm. Well, what are some people saying about Chase Young? He freelances, takes plays off. He's not as scheme responsible as he should be. Well, does that sound like someone Dan Campbell's going to bring in here? Probably not. The DPJ thing, what are the words they use about most of the receivers? Smart, trustworthy, hardworking, professional.
Can move him around. Yeah.
Oh, there's the other one. Yes. What do they always say? Josh Reynolds, we love him because he can play so many different spots. Yeah. Now they bring in DPJ. Same deal. What does Jamo struggle with? That. Yeah. So here's my question. The Lions are going on the road to the Chargers as 2-point favorites. They're off the bye. They're ready to rock. I want to set the tone for the second half of the season here. And the question is simple. It's not about being right, being wrong. It's not a predictive measure. It's about where you're at mentally and emotionally with this football team. Rico, as we start the second half of the year, I am pretending Jamo Williams is not here. I am moving forward as if he does not exist. I no longer expect anything. I don't expect anything. I'm not demanding anything. I'm not asking for anything. I am moving forward as if he doesn't even play football here. Anything I get from Jamo's a bonus. I'm done. Because it is so evident to me. They went out and got Donovan Peoples-Jones because Donovan Peoples-Jones not only is going to replace Marvin Jones's spot, but he's going to be used in a way that Jamo can't be.
So basically you're saying that Jamo is going to get Trinity Benson, where he's just become that guy that's on the team, but you don't expect anything. See, I'm kind of with you because if you're the Lions, I wouldn't try to force anything. Now, if he's out there and he's open, you throw him the ball. But I don't think you could afford this late in the game to really – I mean, maybe when you play the Bears, you can use that as a Jamo reclamation day. We're going to try to get you 10 receptions. But other than that, only when you're wide open are you going to get the ball because we have to win. And I can't sit here and try to make you feel good and make you feel a part of this team. That was on you while you weren't here.
So I want to ask the people. Not a predictive measure. Not about being right. I want to know where you're at as we move to the second half of the season. If you don't value what Dan Campbell said, no problem. If you still want to get bent out of the shape that Jamo's not getting 5, 6, 7, 8 targets a week, no problem.
You know what?
You can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, in my world, he doesn't exist. We're moving forward. We're winning football games. That's it.
What you're saying makes total sense, Mike, but upon further review, I can't do that. I need him to exist. I need him to be here because it would just anger me if he just fades into the background. You then start looking at the cost that you bought this guy for and you got this guy. That would just anger me. So, yeah, I do need him to do something, to be.
Can't help you.
You got to do something.
You know what? That's on you. That's a YP, not an MP.
So you haven't gone through the stages of grief yet. I think where I am and where Mike is we're just done, and anything we get is a bonus. Whereas you're still in the anger phase of, well, we have buyer's remorse now.
No, it's
Why
not.
did we
It's
pick
not
up this
buyer's
guy?
remorse, Kenny.
I think it is buyer's remorse.
No, contrary to popular belief, I do want this team to do well. I do want them to succeed. I really do. When I give out those draft picks at the beginning of the year, it's not, he's being a jerk. No, I think these are the people that can help your team.
Oh, I think you want them to win too. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm saying that you haven't gone through the process that me and Mike have of we don't expect anything from this guy.
It angers me.
Extensive grieving.
Yes.
It just angers me because I'm like, Jesus, yeah, dude, I was happy when I saw with Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, yes, okay, that's why they drafted you at that point.
I think Mike and I have already gone through that anger phase. Now we're at the acceptance phase.
I'm done.
Okay.
And look, my thing is, if he plays well, it's a bonus. It's a surprise. But what I'm not going to do is let it upset me. And I think if you're expecting anything from Jamo, you're probably going to be upset. They brought in DPJ and used words like smart, tough, can play all the positions, all about ball, professional. Look, I don't think they brought him here to not play.
I think DBJ is going to flourish here. Knowing I don't know what happened this season in Cleveland.
I do.
But
they don't have a quarterback.
He really was starting to take off. David, I'm not saying this because he's a local kid and went to Cass Tech.
I know.
I think he fits this system well.
Well, here's
and if he does, that's where you got to make the choice. Do you want to win or do you want to make somebody happy? Because if you want to win, you're going to get the ball to DPJ.
I think if you're saying he's going to flourish, you're already answering that question. That means he's already surpassed Jamo. He's taken with Jamo the little he had and then ran with it and got more. So you're already saying it by saying he's going to flourish.
I think one thing you're seeing with Jared Goff, if he has a relationship with you, the ball's coming your way. And
Laporta.
Hey, Laporta, Josh Reynolds.
No. A rookie tight end is not supposed to play this way in the NFL.
No.
Laporta is playing the way I expected him in year 3, not year 1. Halfway into the season, he's one of your top 4, top 5 tight ends in the league.
So, talk to me. Where are you at mentally and emotionally? We kick off the second half of the year. Trade deadline's done. The comments about Donovan Peoples-Jones. Where are you at with Jamo? Because for me, it doesn't really matter anymore. At 6-2, at the deadline, at the bye, all I care about are stacking wins, getting this division under wraps, and then scoreboard watching in December. I'm not interested in being right or wrong. I'm not interested in validating what they did, a year and a half ago and selecting him. And I'm just done expecting anything from him. And if he gives me anything, I get to be surprised and pleasantly at that. 248-539-9797. David, what do the people have to say? We'll get some phone calls in the mix as well.
Someone says it's already over for Jamo because DPJ can catch the ball. Oh, Mike Rico, how about you listen to Herman Moore? He said that they're misusing Jamo in the offense. You look too deep into Dan Campbell's comments.
Okay, so real quick. I'm looking too deep into the comments of everyone then. Because I have played Dan Campbell. I have played Jared Goff. I've given you the total picture. You know what I'm tired of? Excuse making for Jamo. So now you mean to tell me that Ben Johnson, who is arguably a top 5 offensive coordinator and is going to get no less than a half a dozen head coach interviews this offseason, you now want me to listen to Herman Moore and say that Ben Johnson is not using Jamo right. That's what you want me to go with.
Heck, even Ben Johnson kind of came out and gave we're working with Jamo. We're
Time
working
on task.
Right. Yeah, when they talk about the other players, it's glowing. When it's him, you could almost feel them rubbing their forehead like, well, yeah, you know what? It's going to work out. But I do think that this is an offense that everything that we've been waiting to see with Jamo, you could get with Donovan Peoples-Jones. And I think he's going to relish the fact of getting the ball thrown to him. With no quarterback in Cleveland, all of a sudden now you have one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. You simply, as Mike said, you got to gain his trust. Because if Goff likes you, you get the ball. If he knows you're going to get it. And please spare me with the whole, well, he's just too fast and Goff has to learn how to use him. Goff doesn't overthrow anybody else but him. Goff, I mean, he doesn't have a problem with any other receiver.
Some of you guys are as deep into this Jamo stuff as you are with Michigan. And then the more mental gymnastics you have to perform, the less likely you're actually right. Too fast. No, stop. Stop.
And then when you get him the ball, it's 50-50 whether he catches it.
It's actually 75-25 that he won't, if you want to be honest.
Just trying to be positive.
I'm not. I'm trying to be real.
Buy my pillow.
If you want to lie, no boy. If you want to lie to your listeners, so be it. 248-539-9797. David, the ticket text, please.
Jamo is officially Laquan Treadwell. That is from Alex.
Sometimes stuff just doesn't work.
I just want to see what will happen when they line up Amon-Ra, Jamo, and well, you just said Amon, whatever, and Laporta. That will be exciting to watch other teams try to defend that. Okay. Regarding where I'm at with Jamo, I wish we would have traded him while he still has good value. I think that will be done by the end of this year. If you guys want the Lions to win something in the playoffs, you better hope Jamo takes off. Our offense needs weapons against the best defense.
Hold on. Why? Here's my 3 weapons that are going to be my primary receivers. And tell me that I'm at some huge deficit here. Amon-Ra, who's a top 5 wide receiver, Sam Laporta, who's a top 5 tight end, and then Josh Reynolds, who's that down-in-the-dirt street brawler. Like a guy, if you're in a damn street fight in the alley as a quarterback, you want Josh Reynolds. Yeah. Then I factor in my running backs.
There it is.
Tell me why, again, I need this cat. Why, so a ball can bounce off his grill?
Because here's the other thing. And here's what you saw against the Raiders. Jahmyr Gibbs became the running back threat coming out the backfield, catching the ball that he was drafted to be. So at this point, he's the 5th option.
At best, 4th.
But third and 6, I have more faith throwing the ball out the backfield to Jahmyr Gibbs and letting him do his thing running up the sideline than throwing it to Jamo.
248-539-9797. Okay, let's get into it a little bit. And it's not really a shot. It's just, I'm done. Hearing Dan Campbell and what he said about DPJ, again, we've gone from Dan Campbell to Ben Johnson to Jared Goff. It is a pattern, and they never say it about Jamo. Find me one piece this year talking about how Jamo's ripping up practice. Find it. Where is it? Thank you. If you're 65 or older, it's that time of year again. Review your Medicare health insurance plans. The annual enrollment period, subscribers October 15th to December 7th. New changes, you need to call Mike Papura. National benefit plans, over 30 years of experience in the health insurance industry. Mike and his team shop the entire market, find a Medicare supplement solution that is not only affordable, but fits your needs. Call them 877-734-2200. Or you go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. It's Dan Campbell talking about Donovan Peoples-Jones. What does it mean for Jamo? And ergo, what does it mean for you mentally and emotionally here as we move towards the push? This is the push for the division. It's the push for seeding. And Kenny and I are united. Our bags are packed. We have filed the divorce papers. We're out. We're done with Jamo. That's not us being mean. It's not us rooting against him. We have gone through the grieving process. It's over. So we're just moving on without him. And it feels like the acquisition of Donovan Peoples-Jones, that's going to take some snaps from him. And I just don't have any evidence it's going to get better for Jamo. So why would I set myself up to be hurt? I care about wins. I care about this team delivering on the promise I made you back in February, that you would win this division, you would host a home playoff game.
And the emergence of Jahmyr Gibbs, now that he's had his great game, and with Montgomery coming back, that's going to take more snaps out of his hands.
Yeah, this is, Kenny, it's a great point, too, and Rico just brought it up. The idea of we haven't had Montgomery and Gibbs together in a month.
Now we have, and Gibbs has more trust now than he ever has.
There it is. Basically, Kenny's translation to you is F Jamo.
Yeah, I mean,
that was Kenny, not me.
Yeah, at this point, he is now the
Killian Hayes.
He's the 6th or 7th best option. Like on
now he's 6th or 7th. Rico's going to have this guy buried 13th on the depth chart.
I mean, because I didn't include.
He's behind Panay Sewell now.
No, because I didn't include David Montgomery in there. So now he's the 6th option on the team.
All right, hold on. Who's a better option for Goff right now in the pecking order? Jamo or David Kirkus?
Circus Kirkus.
I mean, Sewell did catch a pass. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Wow.
He's got a lower drop rate.
And he got the first down.
All right, let's go to the people. James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
So, just wanted to talk about, where I'm at right now is I have full confidence in what Dan Campbell is doing and his vision for the team. He clearly has a vision. He's completing that vision, and it's showing up in their play and their record right now. I don't see, honestly, the only game that I'm honestly worried about is that Dallas game, and that depends on which Dak Prescott shows up. In terms of Jamo, I mean, that's why we got DPJ, is because they can't trust him. They don't trust him. And like I said the last time I was on here, he's basically Eric Ebron. We need to just move on from him. It's a wasted pick. So be it.
Yeah, and again, I mean, James, I happen to agree with you. I feel DPJ served two needs. A, replace Marvin Jones, but B, yeah, it's an insurance policy and or an outright addition because Jamo has not stepped forward. He can play multiple positions. He can play slot. He can play exterior. They can move him around. I don't think DPJ is some terrible player either. I think Cleveland's quarterback situation has been a mess. Deshaun Watson has been banged up all year or out. And once you have P.J. Walker throwing you the ball, forget about passing totals. Plus, they also brought in Elijah Moore, gave up capital to get him. Amari Cooper takes up most of the oxygen in the room. Njoku. It's a target share situation. Let's go to Julian, 97.1. What's up, Jules? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Love the show.
Thank you, buddy. What's up?
I'm calling in to defend Jamo a little bit, and I got a couple of different points. So let's just talk about the start of this kid's career. He hasn't had that many touches. So he came in with a torn ACL, already a bad start, and then misses the first 4 games of the next season with obviously a mistake his. I don't want to make too many excuses, but he's had a very rough start. We aren't like the Lions of old. We aren't an awful organization anymore, and we've shown that our coaching staff and Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, they're not going to divvy away from the system that they have in place. We're not going to force it to this kid. And we have so many weapons on this offense. I just don't understand why part of this fan base and we want to give up on the kid so fast when we're not forcing it to him. I mean, I was just hearing Herman Moore on Twitter talking about, his work with Jamo and what he's seen from him. We didn't draft him to come in as a wide receiver 1. And yeah, we've had other people excel and weapons on this offense rise about, I guess you can say, more surprisingly. But this kid has been hurt. And then obviously right when he's about to start making chemistry with Goff, he makes a stupid decision. Obviously it was a dumb rule. We don't need to get into all of that, but it was, he had to sit out and it doesn't help. And it's not an excuse, but he doesn't even fit Goff's I guess, play system. I don't want to make that a bigger thing than it is.
All right, but hold on. If he doesn't, all right, hold on. So, Julian, aren't you in essence making the case for me that I just can't bother anymore? I'm not expecting anything.
And see, it's Julian, not that you necessarily have to bother anymore, but I don't get why. Like, we're winning games and we have weapons on the offense with a kid that is, I'm treating as a rookie almost still, who's building confidence after an injury and is starting to actually get touch. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs has more touches in the NFL games than he does. Like, I don't need to give up on the kid when the offense is still excelling and he's done nothing but show support for the organization, be a smile on the sideline, and have potential. The kid's, like, you see the potential while he's out there. Like, I don't need to give up on him while we're still winning games and being a good
Julian, here's the
offense.
thing. You moved up to draft him that high. So, yeah, you actually were drafting wide receiver 1. Now, you knew he was injured, but this was supposed to be the breakout year where he becomes your Justin Jefferson. He becomes your Jamar Chase. Not he's a good cheerleader on the sideline.
That is if we were, I don't know, think of an awful offense in the NFL right now. If we needed to force him the ball, I promise you, if he was on a bad offense, he'd be getting more touches and more looks. But we don't need to force the ball down his throat, so he's not like we're not gonna.
No, but Julian, I hear what you're saying. You're not forcing the ball, but here's the thing about good teams. Good teams put the ball in the playmaker's hands. Okay. Period.
I appreciate you guys taking my call. I got to go. Thanks.
All right, man.
Yeah, no problem, Jules.
But good teams find a way to get the playmaker the ball, whether it's getting it to him out the backfield. I mean, case in point, look at what you did for Jahmyr Gibbs against the Raiders. You made sure he got touches. You make sure Laporta gets touches. So to sit here and say, well, it's a luxury, I understand where Julian's come from, but there's no way in the world that the Niners, Debo's good, but we don't really need to do anything because we got other options.
Right.
No.
It's what I said, though. Like, Julian's in a different spot. Julian is doing this whole, well, we didn't draft him to do this. I don't care. I don't care what you intended. I don't care what you hoped. I only care about where we are. They're winning, and he ain't a part of it. So F it. I'm done. I'm moving on. I care about the result. If he's a part of it, super. If he's not, he don't exist to me. And I think them bringing in DPJ plays a role in there.
See, what is the purpose of insurance? Is if something maybe not works out or you need something to cover you in case, right?
Your insurance, for the people who are pro Jamo, insurance is in case anybody gets hurt. It adds depth to the room.
Or in case he doesn't work out.
Let's say St. Brown has to go down for a few games. DPJ, you got him. You can move him around, and the offense won't fall
Notice
off.
What you're saying is Jamo won't step up and do that. You're making this move because the insurance you have with the number 12 overall pick is a faulty policy.
I hate when you're right.
You bought stock in Aerotine Dynamic.
Just hate when you're right.
A blue chip stock has just come across my desk. There's nothing. So, yeah, we'll and again, I hope Jamo has 6 catches and 128 yards Sunday. But if he doesn't, it won't bother me in the least. The bye week for me as a fan, mentally, I'm good. He's not real. Jamo's not a real person. Can't hurt me.
He's AI.
Jamo is an AI. He's like the Prince hologram.
Oh.
Not real.
I was like, wow, you talking he getting Allen Iverson already? But you mean that AI.
No, I didn't say he was over at MGM gambling his life away. It's a difference. The AI plan. What?
No, it's just a funny commercial when they keep asking him, AI, why you keep calling me? Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it right there. Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games at one of the craziest venues on the globe. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and the largest outdoor sports book on the globe. It is there. It is Stadium Swim. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com. Okay, cruising along here on a Wednesday. We just opened briefly. What we're not doing today is vacuum sales. We're not doing mystery LLCs. We're done. I need to hear from Michigan, and I need to hear from Petiti. Anything else, I'm waiting for. I'm done. So we're talking Lions, Dan Campbell's comments, may even do a little MSU coaching search, because you know what's going to happen a month from today? Well, not even a month. 3 weeks from today? Not even 3 weeks. Potentially, 2 weeks from today?
Is this an auction?
Between 2 and 3 weeks from today, they're going to name a new head coach. And I don't think anyone on the planet has a holy clue who the hell that is. We'll have a little fun with that later.
Wait, are you going to drop a name today?
No, because it doesn't even matter at this. You want names? I'll give you names. It doesn't matter, though.
We like names.
Okay. I mean, you do. I don't think the callers do. They get all upset. Oh, please. Yeah, here, Bill Belichick. There's your name.
No. Robert Saleh.
Exactly. David, ticket text, and I'll go to the callers.
I'm not happy with Jamo either, but could DPJ be replacing Antoine Green? He hasn't done anything just like Jamo. Oh,
the dude was picked like 300th overall. Antoine Green's just happy he's not working in the tile department.
Jamo's a 12th overall selection.
Antoine Green.
Oh my gosh! Did this Jamo cheerleader take into consideration where they did, and when they did give him the ball, he dropped more than he caught? That is from Meach in Frazier.
Hey, Jamo, here comes the ball. I mean, Jesus. That drop works in every scenario.
It really does.
Kenny, how'd the Wings game go? You can't. It's just you can't miss. Let's go to Casey 97.1. Case, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon, Case.
So with Jamo, I'm in the same boat with you guys. I was almost there, even when he was coming back from the suspension. He was the cherry on top. Hopefully, he makes a few splash plays. Which, if between now and the end of the season he makes a handful of them, like he did in the Tampa Bay game, that happens 3 or 4 times, at least when he's on the field, it keeps the other defense honest, and that's really all we can ask for at this point out of him, which is sad, given what we draft him at. But wide receivers are kind of they're a crapshoot in the draft at this point, anyways. I mean, if you look at that draft, besides Olave and Garrett Wilson, who are taken directly in front of him, not really anybody's done anything in that draft.
Hey, I mean, hell,
it's unfortunate, though.
Look at the team you're playing Sunday. I mean, this draft was chock full of great receivers, and it doesn't matter what we thought of the kid coming out of college. Quentin Johnson's been a disaster for the Chargers. A disaster. Mm-hmm. So it's the same principle. Case, you know what? You took a swing. It didn't work or hasn't worked. I'm with you. Case, I just want to win games. If they beat the Chargers, We're talking about upgrading them to being a 13-win football team. Mm-hmm. Think about that.
Yeah, the one shining light in all of it is, since we did unfortunately draft him in the first round, we have those extra years to where, I mean, maybe he comes out of the back end of this and, he's, 3/4 of worth what we spent on him, and then that's still
Case,
a win.
I'll help you with this. If he doesn't get it turned around, he's gone this winter. He's gone this spring. He's out. They are not going to sit around and wait. They won't. And I mean, in case I get it, but you're not going to give him a third year. I don't think that's what they'll do. I don't.
No, not the way we've drafted. I mean, they'll find somebody else to replace him. If Peoples-Jones turns out, if we give him an extension.
Well, Case, or you may have already traded for his replacement.
Exactly. But have you guys covered the Erod news yet?
What, that he opted out, that Scott Harris talked to him and he wanted more money? What did something break?
No, just recently can I get the chair drop?
Oh, yeah, sure.
He just said 2 hours ago that he has no geographical restrictions in where he will sign now. Now he does. Are you kidding me?
You know what? Case, I'm giving you another one. I mean, that's
all right, guys.
Scotty, appreciate it. I mean, Case, Scotty Harris in his office right now. Wait, Erod, what are you saying? I'll play anywhere. You son of a...
So now L.A. is an option. Okay.
Apparently so.
That
deadline's getting worse and worse by the minute.
Brutal. That's brutal. And now you can't be in the business of paying him. Can't be. He's not the same value. Whoever pays him next is going to spend way too much. I think the pitching will be okay here. Pitching's not my concern. They need bats. Hats for bats. We must go out and get some bats. You got to do what Texas did a couple of years ago. Go get some bats.
Good leadoff hitter.
Yeah, great production. There we go. That's just outstanding. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's up, bud?
What's up, fellas? Great show.
How are you, sir?
Good. Just off of Case's point, personally, in the draft when Jamo came out, I would have loved to grab Jordan Addison because he's doing pretty damn good. Anyway, I love the fact that they got DPJ. And to pull off of Rico's point, I think, and I believe the kid, he's still 24 years old, so my guess is prime, okay? I love the fact that they got him. If they could have pulled a Sweat out of the waiver or out of the trade deadline, it would have been an A+. But I'll call it a B because I think, and I hope with the bye week, they just plug this kid in, get him everything, and he could still take the top off that Jamo's not. I absolutely love it, grabbing him here. And again, Cleveland has been such a circus. You know, before Amari Cooper and Watson got there, he was their number one. You know, he was producing. He was doing good. So I love it, and I think Rico hit it in this right situation in offense. I'd love to see the kid get 35 snaps, him on the outside, put Reynolds and St. Brown in the slot with Laporta. I think that's legit.
Listen, I think they traded for him, and they're going to use him, and it's going to come at the cost of probably Jamo. I just think it's common.
And again, not to cut you off, I apologize.
No, you're good, Steve.
It does, you know, knife in the heart because you moved up to take them 12.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Right now, screw it. We need to win this year.
That's it.
You know, whatever's going to help us, and I think he will definitely help us for sure.
I agree totally, and that's the key. Look, guys. If the number 12 pick is a miss, but the team goes 13-4, wins the NFC North, and they're the 2 seed in the NFC, who cares? I do not understand the irrational defending of Jamo. I don't understand it.
Because it's okay to swing and a miss on receivers because, you know, you're only going to hit about 50% of your first-round picks anyway.
If you're elite.
Right. When I look at guys, like Jordan Addison, like the caller brought up, I mean, in one game against San Francisco, he had Jamo's entire career in one game. Like, Jordan Addison had the opportunity. Justin Jefferson goes down, and he was like, you know what? Throw me the ball. I could carry this team. If the receivers went down, all of these Jamo defenders, do you really feel that confident that he could say, okay, St. Brown and Reynolds aren't playing, but I am. Give me 13, throw the ball to me 13 to 15 times, we'll win this game. Do you feel confident that would happen?
No.
So I think they want it to happen. They want him to be a superstar. And I guess he's got his Detroit card because Detroit is defending this man like nobody's business.
Also, I do want to acknowledge that was the first time we had a caller call up and request the chair drop. That's a good sign. I know Kenny really wants that in the tournament this summer.
Come on, it has its own region.
Chair?
From the Gardner White region.
Oh, God. Okay. 248-539-9797. You got action tonight. FanDuel, no sweat same game parlay for Thursday night football as well. You place a 3-leg same game parlay on this week's game between the Panthers and Bears, which collectively is absolutely awful. It's FanDuel. Build your own or choose from one of the popular SGPs that are pre-built in the app. It's FanDuel. FanDuel.com/ticket. No sweat same game parlay on America's #1 sports book. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of 97.1. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, we do it every week. I canvass the nation on Saturday and Sunday to bring you tidbits, questions, thoughts, and opinions, and a ridiculous Chris Farley drop. It's Weekend Report. Okay, everybody. David, Kenny, Rico, feel free to participate however you choose. Let's begin. I have a question. I'm not a smart man. Question. What, if any, thought process is behind doing a tush-push with a quarterback who effectively is wearing a neck brace? I give you Danny Dimes and Brian Daboll. Your quarterback has had 2 serious neck injuries. Hey there, buckaroo. Just go ahead and run that tush-push. And dead. Help me understand it. Anyone? Bueller?
I can't understand it at all. There are a lot of NFL coaches where it's like, are you high? What is going on? Like, yeah, you would think that the last position you want to put Daniel Jones in is that. You put a backup. You let Saquon do the wildcat. It's almost like they just said,
Danny Dimes was essentially wearing a halo, and they asked him to run a QB sneak.
I mean, the only play where Zeke Elliott's final play as a Cowboy, maybe the only play worse.
Noted. All right. Issue number 2, and I've titled it Proof Callers Matter. I want to shout out Tyler from Spartanburg, South Carolina. In my opinion, Tyler causing Dabo Swinney to lose his mind on his radio show helped Dabo and Clemson beat Notre Dame this weekend. People, it's just proof. If you drive your local coach insane, you got a great shot of a great performance that weekend, as Clemson played arguably their best game of the season and really made Notre Dame look bad.
They did. Clemson is back.
No.
For a week.
Okay.
But it brought the program together. You're right. That caller brought the program to
Tyler in Spartansburg rallied the troops.
Yeah, Notre Dame didn't know what hit him.
Sam Hartman, 13 of 30. 3 picks, $140. Big yikes.
His entire career, 0 for Clemson.
Someone check on our caller, Notre Dame Rob. It's probably not going well. All right.
Share drop.
Here's caller Rob. Gone. I want to shout out, A, the highest score I've seen all year, but B, you can't be trying on defense if a game ends up 59-50. No overtimes. 59-50. Memphis beating South Florida. Why do I bring this up? I have a theory. True or false, the transfer portal has caused this. That when these smaller schools even have semi-decent players, they leave.
Right.
And what you're left with is a collection of Simpsons characters on defense. I have seen more atrocious defensive play in the group of 5 level than maybe ever in my life. 59-50?
Then, sir, explain to me Washington, USC.
That's Alex Grinch. I have nothing for you.
No, I'm just saying.
I know.
I get what you're saying because, yeah, if you're a good player at a mid-major school.
Rico, that's another 3 touchdowns. 59-50? Yeah. What are we doing here? I mean, let me ask you this question. I want to go around the room. Is it even football at that point?
No, it's not.
I'm with you.
You're supposed to have a defense, something.
No, it is football, but it's football where we're just going to outscore you. We're going to make it entertaining. We're going to turn this into a video game.
If you don't make a stop.
We're going to go full Texas Tech back in the day, Big 12, first one to 50 wins. And it's entertaining. Now, it's not saying it's great football, but it's I used to like watching. It's like why I used to like watching Rich Rod in Pac-12 After Dark.
All in for Michigan.
It was. But Arizona was fun to watch late nights because you know it was going to be no defense. And, yeah, there was going to be a ton of trick plays and points.
I want to bring one of the most fitting endings out there and a player announcing himself to the country. But the fitting ending is this. I loathe conference expansion. I hate when rivalries are broken up. How awesome was it for Oklahoma State to host the last Bedlam against Oklahoma and put a nice big postage sticker on Oklahoma's ass on their way to the SEC by beating them, reclaiming their trophy, and telling them to GTFO. I just took great satisfaction in that. Is that me being an old man yelling at clouds? Possibly.
A little bit.
But it was sure fun. But I want to bring to you K9 2K23. I give you Ollie Gordon. You guys heard of this kid?
Mm-hmm.
Rico, his last 5 games are unreal for Oklahoma State. 21 for 136 and a touch, 29 for 168 and a touch, 29 for 282 and 4 TDs, 25 for 271 and 2 TDs, 33 for 137 and 3 TDs. Ollie Gordon.
Yeah.
Where did this kid come from?
I don't know, but yeah, he is the secret to the sauce there, but he's not going to go to the Heisman candidate because running backs don't make it to New York, my friend, unless you are Blake Corn.
And I want to bring you someone who may be a bigger criminal.
That's factual, David. You cannot throw a flag on facts.
I want to bring someone who might be more of a criminal than Jimbo Fisher. Not in a literal sense, because Jimbo hasn't broken the law, but I find his performance to be, on a fan level, criminal. I give you Rico's head grifter in charge, one of the biggest wastes of skin in America, Mr. Mike Loxley. Do you want to explain to me? It's like year 15 at Maryland. They get beat by Northwestern, and they play, yeah, that's right, you can leave the room. They play a Penn State team that can't score in a whorehouse and give up a 50 burger. Rico, get your boy.
We had a little problems last week. Mistakes were made. We'll bounce back.
Let's go to Mike Loxley live after losing 51-13.
It's only one game.
Can you admit he's stealing money?
Oh, he's stealing money.
Thank you. That's all I need.
You know what? He's like Northwestern used to be under Pat Fitzgerald. If you played them before the middle of October, they could beat you. After the weather changed and the leaves started turning, they were hot garbage.
I'd like to make another announcement. Feel free to laugh. I would like to announce I know where Caleb Williams is going in this NFL draft. Caleb Williams is going to be a New York football giant. Hear me out. We've just named Tommy DeVito, who sounds like a character from the Jersey Shore. Tommy DeVito is our quarterback.
Man, that's Illinois' own.
The Giants are on their way to maybe getting the number 1 pick, but even if they don't, wishful thinking or reality, haven't we already heard Caleb's camp is going to guide where he wants to go?
He wants a part of the team. Yeah, he's going to pull a Manning where we're going to pick our team.
Where can you make more money than anywhere else? New York, baby.
New York, New York.
Caleb's going to be a giant. I'm manifesting it. Talk to me.
Not Phoenix, Arizona?
Shut your whore mouth. Talk to me.
But what are you going to do with Danny Dimes?
F him.
He's going to cry if he doesn't get to New York.
David and I are already working on the Pine Box.
What about Tony D'Angelo or whatever his name is?
What about if Tommy...
Tony Danza.
Right. What if Danny DeVito actually turns this thing around?
Fun note, Tommy DeVito actually wears a gold chain with the letters TD on it. He's a character out of Central Casting. I do want to bring something up. Fact or fiction. Reports Brock Bowers is running at practice for Georgia. Remember, I think he's the best player in America. He had that tightrope surgery on his ankle. He's running at practice. Fact or fiction, if Bowers is full go by the time we hit the playoff, Georgia is once again the prohibitive favorite to win it all.
Fact. That's fact. Because you have Brock Jr., because you just crank out tight ends now, Kenny.
Oscar Delp. That's correct.
Mini Bowers.
I let you go first, Rico, because I didn't want to seem like the homer of the group. Yes, they would be the prohibitive favorite.
Yeah, because you can play.
No, they won't. Michigan's still out there.
You can play a lick of defense. I mean, I'm hoping that the Huskies can go, but they can't play defense.
And I want to end the segment with this note. I would like to bring into law some form of protection for gamblers. I take you to Houston. Texans score to take the lead and go up 39-37 in a wild game. Do they miss the extra point? No, because you can't miss kicks you don't take. They took a knee on an untimed down. The spread was 2.5. No, Rico. There should be a rule in the NFL. When you score with time on the clock, you either run a 2-point play or kick. You are not allowed to kneel. There are people, and I didn't bet on this. There's people's money on the line.
You know what? The senator from Kansas City would like to speak because I remember Patrick Mahomes had a clear path to the end zone
against Jets.
Slid.
Smart play. May or may not have had Jets plus 9.5 that night. May or may not. I just want to say, if you bet the Houston Texans, my heart goes out to you.
Yes.
That is arguably one of the worst beats ever.
Yes.
Ever. You're laying 2.5. You scored. It's an extra point. We're going to cover. Hooray, hooray. I would have died. My soul would have left my body if I bet
because you're already counting your money. Like, and just kick this. And wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, they're allowing underclassmen to play in the college football all-star games.
That is the Weekend Report.
Okay, we're going to get back to the Jamo stuff in 1 second. I just have one thing I would like to say. It's the pet peeve of mine. If the in dealing with this Michigan situation or anything that happens on the field, let the NCAA.
What happened?
Let the Big Ten do their job.
We're having a good conversation here. What happened?
But when you start involving the law enforcement and now you have Michigan House of Representatives sending a letter to Tony Petitti, apparently 11 members, urging him, don't do anything because of social media. Let this all play out. Don't hurt the kids.
There's a letter?
There's an official letter from the Michigan House of Representatives.
Is Rico messing with us?
I wish he was. I wish he was messing with us, but it's true.
Read this.
Yeah, here's the first paragraph. Dear Mr. Petitti, as members of the Michigan legislature, we write to you today to urge you to act prudently and refrain from taking any premature measures against one of our state universities, including their athletic department, football team, or coaching staff. These individuals are our constituents, and we feel the need to ensure they are treated fairly.
Yeah. How about this?
My God.
We all know the passion surrounding college athletics, not only in our state, but around the country. With social media speculation and public rumors running wild, it is important that any investigation and determination is based on careful, considered facts. The University of Michigan and its football program, like all of our collegiate athletic program, is entitled to an impartial and deliberate process that takes into account all evidence, allows for opportunity for the accused to refute allegations, and comes to a conclusion based on the whole truth. But yet...
Who are these people?
But yet, I'm still riding home on bumpy roads.
Who are these people?
There are, I only see names of 2 so far, but then there are 9 others. I see State Representative Phil Skaggs and Graham Filler, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Hey, Graham and Phil, here's some advice. STFU and go do your job.
Right.
Why don't you go fix the roads? Why don't you do something? Okay, see, now
you feel me. You feel me now.
I do.
Because
I don't want to feel you. This sucks.
I don't like it. When you get we're going to get the law involved. No. Let the NCAA and the Big Ten do their job.
Just political
but
grandstanding. Go to hell. What are you, nuts? You are in politics. Stay out of this. Oh, my God, you collection of mealy-mouthed idiots. Shut up. A letter? I hope Petitti wipes his boo-boo with it. What is wrong with people?
It is essential that the Big Ten Conference not take any disciplinary action against the University of Michigan until the final results of its own or a more appropriate NCAA investigations are officially announced. Should those results demonstrate misconduct, an appropriate punishment should be imposed. In the meantime, the players and coaches should be free to continue to participate in the game that they love without being punished with premature or unsubstantiated sanctions.
All right, now the next question. How many of these idiots went to U of M?
So far, we've just looked up one of them, and that it would be Phil Skaggs, I believe.
Oh, and his name's in there.
Yes.
David.
Yes, but hold on. There's a quote here from before they release the letter. You know how they have a little quote here.
Oh, yeah, let's hear it.
It's absolutely vital that members of the Big Ten Conference receive due process in any investigation, especially those that may have been initiated by allegations from parties with clear conflicts of interest.
You mean like last year when Jim Harbaugh demanded immediate suspension of 8 MSU players who did not get due process, and then all the charges got dropped? You don't think Eli Savit had a conflict of interest as a Go Blue card-carrying member?
Season ticket holder.
What are we doing?
Representative Skaggs himself, who released the letter, has a conflict of interest. You went to the university.
Yeah, oh my God, I hate everything. Do you hate everything? 248.
This is where I draw the line. Like, all right, let them handle this. But once you start and get the law involved and all that, now you're just taking this too far. And really, you don't have anything better to do with your time than to come up with this letter. Okay. Yeah. I'll make sure I send you the bill the next time I need to get an alignment because you have everything fixed in the state of Michigan.
I got nothing. You know what? You guys handle this segment. I want to walk back out that door. Politics in sports, stop. Go away. Just go away. This is not your arena. David, I'm with Rico on that's highly upsetting.
It is upsetting, and of course, it comes the day after Election Day. So if anybody was involved in an election yesterday, don't worry about it. We did it the day after. You can't vote me out.
I mean,
now.
the irony is this whole due process thing apparently just happened this year.
You're right. That's a new law.
Because due process was not there. Like one person, Kari Crump, was charged, swinging a helmet. He deserved what he got. Did everybody hear me out there? He deserved what he got.
What due process do players get?
None. They're were all suspended indefinitely.
Any player looking in the NFL, there's no due process. If a team makes a decision that you effed up, you're gone. I don't even understand what we're doing. This is where Wojo's going to be right. Is that Petiti had an opportunity to handle this. He was late to the game. Now we're sitting here. It's Wednesday at 10 after 4. I have said it repeatedly. While I am no friend to the University of Michigan, I don't think it's right to string this along the week of the Penn State game and then drop a suspension bomb on a Thursday or a Friday. It's not right. But we've reached the stage of this where we're talking about refurbished vacuum cleaners, mystery LLCs, and now politicians writing a pen pal letter to Tony Petiti. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Just alert me when a decision's made. This is nonsense. And the fact that the person who released the letter is a U of M grad, DGAF, STFU. Go away. Do something else. Do anything else but write letters about football. You're in politics. Do the politics.
Right. Because you do it so well here in the state of Michigan.
Okay, wasn't going to go there, but all right.
Well, you do. There's no problems here. Let's focus on stopping an investigation.
David ruined the show. That's my viewpoint.
Bill in Iona says, our government, state government, just embarrassed us all. I'm moving.
I mean, it is embarrassing when you think that they have 12 people. This isn't just one unhinged member of,
Lone
the House
wolf.
or legislature. No, this is 12 people that said, yes, this is a good idea for me to put my name on this. Let's do that.
Yeah, I wonder how many either graduated or are season ticket holders.
I want to walk back out that door and pretend this segment didn't happen.
I want to not receive the text that I got, but we don't get those things in
What
life.
happened?
No, that was the text.
Oh.
It's like I thought it was a joke, and I'm like, wait.
Oh, I thought it was from Stoney.
No.
This brings a new meaning to the Michigan Mafia, someone says. U of M calling in their favors with their political stunts, elected officials wasting time on this.
Do you know how sad that is, though, when you think about it?
Very sad.
I mean, we do sports for a living, but it's football. Like, this is not something I want anyone at the state representative level, the House, legislature, none of it. That is an absurdity.
Right. This isn't somebody on death row where you're pleading for their life. This isn't a hostage negotiation. This is football. And you may not like how it. No one's going to like the final verdict. I promise you. It's either going to be too hard or not enough. But this is ridiculous because Lord knows we don't have enough problems going on in the state. Let's go ahead and get involved with this as well. Hey, due process. Let them play. Leave those kids alone. It's social media and speculation. Like, what speculation? There's the facts. He bought the tickets. He's standing on the sideline of Central Michigan. What else do you need? You're wearing spy glasses. That's you. They did facial recognition. That is him.
Yeah, let me say this because I want to be fair. Because if the legislators wrote a letter last year for the tunnel situation, I would still have the same opinion. Stay out of it.
David, I wasn't down when Eli Savage decided to go full fanboy. Let the Big Ten and the NCAA handle that. You don't need to get in that, because once you start doing that, now all of a sudden, if there's somebody gets hurt in the game, can you sue that? I'm going to sue. I don't like that. That's a part of the game.
Michigan is no longer a cult. They have been upgraded to a cartel. I feel like Joe Pesci has stepped in. Someone says it's going to be a legal battle regardless if the Big Ten does intervene or not.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. You're missing the point. Without the Big Ten ruling and without your cute little TRO, all that's happening is a race to the bottom. Vacuum cleaners, LLCs, and Blake Corum's name on, I'm sorry, guys. I'm tired of it. It's nonsense. And you know what else it gives time for? That. For politicians to use government resource to comment on a sports issue. And oh, by the way, the guy who released the letter is a Wolverine. I mean, go away. Really? Come on, man.
Once again, don't you know who my father is? You can't punish me. Don't you know who I am?
Good gravy. David ruined the show. That's what happened. That is what just took place here. A man of God and a preacher just ruined a high-caliber radio show today.
You know what? In all fairness, I can't let David take the fall.
I'll take it. No, I'll take it.
Then you know what?
It's
your fault.
Because all I said was, David, I need a minute before we go back to Jamo.
Okay, ready? Old Testament, New Testament. You're both out. You're done.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey,
I get to be
season.
fire and brimstone.
Serta Mattress Black Friday sale. Holiday parties, shopping, cooking, all the family over your house you're not a big fan of. You need some rest. Right now, save $900 on a new iComfort Eco mattress from Serta, or $100 off the Serta Perfect Sleeper. Serta, made right here in Michigan for over 110 years. Serta Mattress Black Friday sale. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right. So we wanted to be fair about it. So in the commercial break, our very own Evan Jenkins, EP of podcasting, the webmaster and friend of the program. So we wanted to see of the 11 people on this letter, only 2 of which put their name on it, how many of these people citing a conflict of interest and how neener leave Michigan alone. Well, how many of these politicians went to Michigan? Because they're writing a letter as politicians about football. It is egregious to me. You are a politician. Stay out of it. But we said, you know what, in fairness, let's go through this. So, Evan, you have found the other names that are signed to the letter. Now, Skaggs went to U of M.
Right.
He's the one who released the letter. Go down the list. How many of these people went to U of M?
Well, there was Filler was the other guy on the list.
Right.
We did not.
Filler,
That's
okay.
University of Miami, Ohio.
Donovan McKinney.
He did, in fact, go to the University of Michigan.
Jennifer Conlin.
Ms. Conlin or Mrs. Conlin did, in fact, go to the University of Michigan.
Felicia Brabeck.
Oh, Miss Brabeck. I actually had an interesting... Oh, no, that's a different lady. But yes, she did go to the University of Michigan.
Jimmy Wilson Jr.
Mr. Wilson did not go to the University of Michigan.
Oh.
Alabas Fairhat.
Fairhat. Let me check my list. Ooh, this was an interesting one. Not only did they go to the University of Michigan, they also went to the University of Michigan Dearborn. Double dip.
All right.
So he couldn't get in the first time.
Double dip.
You don't know that. Stop that.
Don't do
Stop that.
Jason Morgan.
Mr. Morgan indeed did go to the University of Michigan.
John Cherry.
Mr. Cherry. And by the way, these are all just found by Googling their name, and their House of Representatives page comes right up, and they list their school. And Mr. Cherry did go to the University of Michigan.
Sue Shink.
You know what?
So,
I mean, at this point.
This one was interesting to me. She did go to the University of Michigan, but in her bio it says in her spare time loves cheering on her Wolverines.
And finally, Carrie Renigan.
Oh, Renegans. Yes, that is a check next to it. So she did indeed go to the University of Michigan.
Blind fire.
He's going crazy. He's going insane.
What?
But I thought
Stop it.
give him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe some went to Purdue,
I quit.
in Ohio State, in Rutgers, in Michigan State, in Illinois,
So
in
9 of the
Indiana.
11.
Like maybe they were like your boy Howard Dean, and just all of the states they had representation from.
There's no Grand Valley. There's no Central.
But just do you
Western.
understand, outside of the ridiculous chair drop or me blind firing the drop board, how absurd is it? You want to believe this isn't a cult? These are politicians who want to be taken seriously, who have taken time out of their day to unite almost exclusively as a bunch of Wolverine fans. Do you know what you don't get to do if you're a politician? Be a fan. You don't get to be a fan.
Or if you're
Stay out of it.
Or if you're a fan, you just stay a fan. You don't give your 2 cents. You don't send a letter to the Big Ten pleading for some. I feel like, honestly, just let it play out, but you don't get involved. Politicians and the law should never get involved with on the field or anything dealing with a team.
And by the way,
unless there is a murder or some type of sexual assault going on, other than that, you stay out of this.
There's 2 state universities, and I can guarantee you one of them would never get this type of support, not in this lifetime or the next. It's outrageous to me. It's embarrassing.
Didn't the governor say something when they showed Hitler on the scoreboard? She came out and said we need to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, my God.
It wasn't in support, but...
No, and again, I just...
But she talked about it.
This is not commenting on... This is literally them talking about people who have a conflict of interest as people who are conflicted. You have Go Blue in your profile. You're conflicted. Eli Savitt last year with the tunnel. You're at Michigan games. Go Blue. Like, what are we doing? You can't claim that you are compromised when you are, in fact, compromised.
I would like to ask the senator from New York to stop making sense.
How do you think
we don't do that here?
Did they email this letter? Like, they didn't put it by snail mail. Like, them putting this out is like,
I think
look
they
at
probably
us, right?
faxed it.
What do you want?
I want to give you something. Adam Rittenberg, Michigan has sent its response to the Big Ten. School official tells ESPN, now Tony Petitti must decide how to proceed with potential discipline.
We know that. What's the response?
We don't have that response.
You know what?
I knew it was coming.
Well, no, they got to ponder on it and see if what Michigan said back.
I will say this again because he's probably, well, who am I kidding? He's not on his way to work. The guy shows up 3 minutes before his show.
They also have to go over this letter that was just sent to him.
Wojo is going to end up being right if Petitti doesn't show up like Flash Gordon tomorrow and drop a bomb. Because if this is just a mealy-mouthed little 2-game suspension that could have been done weeks ago, he wasted everybody's time and mishandled this. This is ridiculous.
Oh, I don't see any way he survives after this year. He's done. He's going to get voted out by all 14 presidents. And
unless he does the right thing, those 13 will be on his side. He's got all your little rings, the infinity rings.
The little Thanos
the stones,
reset.
Yeah.
I picked up on that.
Well, at that point, he would have
13 of the 14.
Right, but he won't have the full. He can't snap his fingers till he gets all of them.
Oh, that's where you make people disappear.
Yes.
Where Spider-Man disappeared in Robert Downey's arms.
Yes.
I remember.
Look at that.
I'm an Avengers expert.
I am inevitable.
Right.
But that could be him.
Yeah. It could be, but no. He would have to get a punishment that the other 13 would agree with. And I promise you, Evan, it won't be a death penalty. That's what they want. They want to bury Michigan.
Do you know what the most hilarious thing would be?
I've found a lot of this actually quite funny.
Well, no, I've reached a point where it's like a sketch comedy. What would be funny for some, I'm not saying, if you're a Wolverine fan, do not take offense to this. I'm making a point.
He's going to say something offensive.
No.
It's always how it starts.
I just think it would be hilarious that for all the hand-wringing, for the lengths that U of M is going to, for these fine legislators, they go out and lose to Penn State this week.
Oh, but you know why?
Then Michigan's going to be begging to suspend Jim for the LSU game.
No. Then it's going to be our fault. It's going to be everybody's fault.
I didn't do anything.
Because all the stuff, and we distracted these poor kids.
Oh, man.
This show distracted a football team.
Yes, David.
The whole Michigan football
program. Don't you know that Mike and I want them out of the playoffs? We're afraid of them.
No, America wants them out of the playoff. If you're not in the cult, you don't want them there. But I haven't said that on the air.
Right, but if
I have said I get you guys want to play. Here's how I would go about it.
If they lose, are you taking your victory lap now?
Do you think they thought for a moment the Big Ten sitting on it instead of having that all happen the day before the Michigan State game and tried to do it at the end of the year instead of midseason like this? Do you think they thought at all, maybe we wait?
No, because the fact when they told Michigan State, hey, when they gave them the option, okay, they know your stuff. Your players could be in danger. We can't sit here in good conscience and not tell you what we know.
Because that's what's most interesting to me is that they created this whole situation by making people aware of it.
Yeah, but here's your problem.
So then you kind of had to solve it if you create it.
The issue I take is not that it broke and then they gave MSU the option. I said I wouldn't have played the game. We were going to get beat by 50, and if I had a chance to, bust Michigan's ass, I would. My point is, the mistake was Petitti not talking to all the coaches then. Not talking to all the ADs then. It was like a full week went by.
So instead of last week doing those calls, do it right then and there.
Absolutely, and Rico's been on this. They could have had a suspension in place that wouldn't have hurt them. Mm-hmm. And instead you arrive where now, if you're a Michigan fan, look at the garbage that's out there. Vacuum sales? Wyoming LLCs?
You know what's wild is sometimes when you see these rumors online, they're just rumors, but all the rumors end up being something, which is the craziest part to me.
They end up with legs, yeah.
Well, I don't know. And look,
because now, Mike, what you have are internet sleuths who can find anything that you've done.
I'm just saying, I was shocked to hear Blake Corum even talk about it yesterday, is my point. Like,
I know.
I would have never imagined.
Hey, listen, I told you it's one of two things in my world. Either Stalions falsified an LLC document, which is a felony, or Blake was in business with the guy, which he denies, but if he were, he'd be ineligible. It's one of the two.
What do you think Connor's been doing the last week?
I don't want to know. All right.
I do.
All right, Moran Buick GMC, car buying made easy. Winter holidays around the corner. Moran will make sure you are ready to hit the road. The Acadia seating up to 7. Moran Buick GMC. The 23 Acadia for $267 a month. And what maybe the Sierra double cab, $344 a month. Both 24 months. Both $19.99 down. New stock arriving daily, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. So, David, do you want to fill the listeners in on what you and Evan were just discussing in that break?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think you do either. Ticket text and then the calls. Get the show back on the rails.
What's next? A letter from Harbaugh's grandmother.
6 callers ahead of us, Jimmy.
Does this mean the government is going to build the blue wall? There a softer fan base in the Michigan in college football. Local politicians getting involved in a new low for Michigan. Mike in Rochester.
9 of the 11 are Wolverines. Some of them have like Go Blue in their profile, and they have the brass balls to say conflict of interest. What?
Oh my gosh, why do you hate Michigan so much? Anyone breaking the rules should be punished.
What? Why do I?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're rivals. I'm not supposed to like you. Like, why do I hate the Philadelphia Eagles? Because I'm a Giants fan. The hell are we doing here?
And I simply said, let the Big Ten, NCAA do whatever. Politics and law enforcement have no business in a locker room, on the field, in a building, unless there's a murder or some
How
type
about
of
just
sexual
leave
assault.
it at serious stuff,
Serious,
not sports.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you. Someone says, Mike and Rico, I totally agree with you. This is ridiculous. Our politicians should not be doing this at all.
And again, it lends credence to what Wojo said on his show last night. If Petiti doesn't bring the hammer tomorrow, Wojo's going to end up being right. Because this has gotten silly. Let's go to people. The Jamo thing is out there. If you want to talk about members of the legislature writing a letter like they're talking to a school principal, what an embarrassment.
In the initial story, you know how I said Filler, he didn't go to the University of Michigan? But in that story, it does say that he is the co-founder of the Big Ten blog, Off Tackle Empire. So he writes a blog about Big Ten football.
I mean, the only thing is they all walk in there and sit their jersey. This is for Jim, coach.
For Rudy.
This is for Jim. Jim plays.
It's gotten so out of hand. All right, let's go to Larry, 97.1. Larry, sorry about the delay, brother. How are you?
All right. How you guys doing this afternoon?
Good, Larry. What's on your mind?
Well, let me set the table for how that letter went down. It was all sitting around the table at Ruth Chris Steakhouse. Jimmy sitting at the head with his chalice of water, turning it into milk, saying, I need your help, people. Please send a letter. I need all the help you can give me.
Rally around me. Ay, ay, ay.
That's not what I called about, though. Look, Jamo, kudos to Rocco there for pointing out that he moved down to number 6 on the depth chart with Montgomery coming back. But we need to move him to number 7, man, because Khalif Raymond over the last 4 weeks, he's got a couple more receptions, 50 more yards with less targets.
Yeah, you know, and here's the thing. Khalif has a role, knows it, does it well. He's never going to be a big target guy, but 1 or 2 deep shots a week, specialty plays. Yeah, and Lair, here's the thing. This team only has so many targets to go around. So whether it's Khalif, whether it's DPJ, whether it's the return of Montgomery, none of those things are in support of Jamo launching, his career. And that's why I'm just not worried about it anymore. I'm letting it go.
And Dan Campbell loves him.
I agree totally, Lair. I agree. And if you're wondering why are we talking about that, we had a Dan Campbell piece of audio where, look, he talked about why they brought in Donovan Peoples-Jones. And if you're talking about an insurance policy and you're talking about a guy who's all about balls, super serious, dude, it's an insurance policy because Jamo's not going to step up for you. He's not going to do anything.
Because we're going to keep waiting, and we're going to keep waiting and keep waiting. And it's just like, at some point, he is what he is. And
I'm okay because I care about winning.
He may be that first round selection that didn't turn out to have a long career in the NFL.
Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. First, I got to say, I want to talk about Jamo, but the fact that our congressmen are doing that stuff, that's just utterly ridiculous. They have no business doing that. That's insane.
It's absolutely wild. Can you imagine? Can you imagine taking time out of your day as a politician to get together 10 or 12 of your buddies who are also politicians and write a camp counselor letter about football? Good Lord.
I really can't. I think it's stupid. I thought they had better things to do, like, make sure our roads were better, like Rico said. Or is it Rocco? I always forget.
Rico, Rocco, whatever.
Something.
Backup dancer, just whatever.
So after the Baltimore game, watching that Baltimore game, when they were trying to get him the ball, we were down 1,000,000 points, and they were trying to do everything, and you just watch him down the field. He didn't even try half the time. He was just, going down, laughing it up. Yeah, he's a nice guy, I'm sure. But he wasn't even trying to, get in sync with Jared Goff at all. Not the whole time. Drops after drop, not running his route. It's just weird. It's just if you don't want to be here, then why should we go above and beyond to keep you here and to show you that we want you?
See, I can't. I'm not mad at you. I can't go there. I can't say that the young man doesn't want to be here, Ryan. He hasn't made those comments. He hasn't deleted his social media. He hasn't. I don't want to say that that's not fair. And you know what? I don't want to say he's not trying. He may just stink. Maybe he doesn't know the offense.
Or maybe he doesn't stink. He's not. He just is what he is, and he's just going to be somewhat of a role player where maybe he makes a big catch or two, but I don't think he's going to be a key part of the offense where when he's not in the game, you're worried whether you're going to win or not. He hasn't reached that stage. I'm on Ross St. Brown. If all of a sudden the word came out he's not playing this Sunday, we're panicked. We're freaked out. Oh, my goodness. You saw what happened when Montgomery left. The team didn't look the same. If Laporta is not playing, that's a different team. He hasn't reached that level yet. He's just a small piece to the puzzle. You didn't want that from the 12th overall pick. You expected more.
What a time to be alive. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. Michigan has sent their response. We don't have any details yet. Hopefully we do. Wouldn't be heartbroken if that didn't come out until after 6 because I've had enough. I don't even care. Just get me to noon and let me watch you versus Penn State. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough product to cover 26 football fields. They can do that because it's all in their warehouse, on site. There is no 4, 6, 8-week lead time, no crying about supply chain. You need someone to build it for you. They will introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is go to Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're back. David, a few of the ticket texts. We will get to the people, talking a little Lions. I have to laugh at this letter from the politicians because otherwise I do want to smash a chair, and I can't do that twice in 2 weeks. That would be punitive to chairs because we don't have enough of them. Go ahead,
offensive to chairs. Someone says, hear me out here. Propose U of M penalty. Keep Harbaugh, but Ferentz is your OC and Alex Grinch is your DC.
Come on, man. Harbaugh stays, but you get Jay Johnson and Hazelton.
I was about to say you get Jay Johnson.
I don't want that penalty. I'm sorry. I'm a Michigan fan, and Harbaugh needs to be suspended or fired immediately, and the politicians need to be suspended also. They have no business on the side of sports. That is Jeremiah.
I mean, can you imagine, though? You need a wheelbarrow for them nuts. You have the audacity to talk about people having a conflict of interest when you yourself, it's just nuts.
Regarding Jamo, someone says, I don't get the impression that Jamo loves football, but St. Brown definitely loves football. That may be the
I'll
problem.
continue to say it. Amon-Ra St. Brown is one of the easiest contract extensions I will ever do if I'm Brad Holmes. That is a guy, you want 25 a year? 5 at 125. Here's an A.J. Brown deal. He's the hardest worker on the team. That dude eats nails for breakfast. He's got that inner motivation. Like your best players are your leaders. And your leaders are your best players. You want Amon-Ra as that face of the franchise. Like, no, do I think that Jamo loves the game the way that Amon-Ra does? Hell no, I don't. I don't think 99% of players love it the way Amon-Ra does. So, look, Jamo doesn't have to love it that way. If you perform, you perform.
Right.
Plenty of guys don't love the game. They play it because they're good at it.
Yeah, it's like your job. Some people love their jobs, and some people are just good at their jobs but would rather be a gardener.
Right. You can be good not loving the game.
Barry Sanders didn't love the game.
No, he didn't.
He was just great at it.
He had arguably the greatest God-given gifts we've ever seen.
And he was like, wait, did I make enough money? Yeah. I can leave? Yeah.
Faxed a letter.
So I don't have to play this year?
It's another letter. See, letters everywhere, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
My one hope for Jamo is it still seems like he puts in great effort to block. I don't think he would do that if he isn't trying to make it. I acknowledge that's a stretch.
No, it's
but
not.
That's what I'm leaning on.
It's not. It's why I defend Jamo in that regard. I don't think you can say he doesn't want to be here, and I don't think you can say he doesn't try. That's not fair.
Surprised to hear that Wojo's signature wasn't on that document.
Listen. I said something nice about Bob today. I'm off the hook. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
If Petiti does not answer the bell in a meaningful way tomorrow, Wojo will 100% be right. This has gotten completely out of hand.
Reminds me of when Congress got involved in the PED stuff in
Agree.
baseball. Totally inappropriate. And this is from a Michigan fan.
Agree
Brian.
totally. I think Congress being involved with the NIL discussion, totally inappropriate. It's ridiculous.
Heck, I don't even like it when, the state of South Carolina forces Clemson and South Carolina to play each other. They must. It's now a law that even though you're in different conferences, you must play each other. Like, really? This is what we're doing now.
Rico wins. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. What's up, Doug?
Hey, Mike. I just was wondering where I could get a vacuum in Wyoming today.
I got one of the Stalions editions right here.
I'm sure, man. I've been on hold, but I was listening. What kind of example is our government setting with this? It's just, and I hate to use the language, but God, if the arrogant ass is not showing right now, that is just such a bad example for kids. That, even though things can happen and they're just unflappable to say that, they're above the law. And that sends a terrible message from our representatives that there's so many other important things, the war out east and what's going on in our state. But, whatever, it's the Michigan difference, I guess. And, that's what we have to live with. But with Jamo, I'm tired of waiting. And you know what? Let's move on. It's just time to move on. He dropped that pass clear as day against Vegas, and I'm like, you got to catch that damn ball, sir. We've been waiting and waiting, and I hope DPJ comes in and is a great asset to us. The kids you gotta keep up. Laporte has been there just as long, and he's now our second, maybe our third best option, and he's picked it up so quick. Gibbs highlighted himself in Vegas, and Jamo just doesn't seem to be getting it, and something needs to change. Otherwise, let's move on. And you know what? This Michigan stuff has to end, and the chair drop has been perfect today, fellas. I absolutely love that. And I watched it live, Mike, and I appreciated your passion for my team, man. It was hilarious. So props to you. That's one of the best drops I've had.
Yeah, well, we've gotten enjoyment out of it. That's for damn sure. It is. You know what? Here, to hell with it. Why not? Yeah, there it is. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Little did we know in that moment we would need that drop.
The funniest thing is the people who took offense to it.
Took offense to what?
That drop.
Why?
You're not a real Lions fan. It was staged.
Oh,
it was
okay.
No, he really meant it. He was really angry. He really wants better for this team.
What is wrong with people?
David, I was reading articles like, well, he's a Giants fan, so we don't know if
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Stoney is an Eagles fan. Stoney's been here now for 40 years. I've been here for what? 20? Well, 26 if you count when I got to the state. So you mean to tell me I'm the same guy who all offseason went, you're winning this division, we're winning a home playoff game. I'm not allowed to be passionate about this team finally putting it together. If you are so miserable in your life that you can't enjoy a host that actually is passionate, and those are in short supply.
No.
If you can't enjoy that, you know what? I won't say it.
No, because
you know what?
Because they're not your main team. So therefore, you're a Giants fan.
No, actually, let me help you. The Lions are my main team. Hey, question. Do I watch every Giant game? No. Do you know what I watch every snap of every week? The Lions. Do you know what I talk about for a living? The Lions. Do you think I'm not invested in this? Hell yes, I'm invested in this. I get tired of coming to work and talking about a team whose entire existence has been shoving their head up their ass. They finally have it right, and they're backing up what I said. What do you mean? Oh, you're a Giants fan. Who cares? What is wrong with you? You know what the problem is in today's world? 75% of people hate their life. That's a your problem, not a me problem. Get your life together. It's an entertainment product. I'm sorry, I'm passionate about what I do. You want boring radio? There's plenty of it. Some of it here. The point is, it ain't going to be here.
No.
What are you doing?
I'm hiding the chairs.
Relax. Take a break.
No, I just get so damn angry.
I'm hiding all the chairs.
What is it that people have a problem with everything?
Can he go in there and move those chairs real quick?
Right.
No.
Kenny, I got him in the corner.
No, because I've already talked to Powers about getting good chairs in here, and I don't care if this company won't approve the expense. I might just pay for them. And nobody's throwing those because they're going to be expensive, and we're not going to do that stuff.
I'm not the one that threw chairs.
But this nonsense, these
I like
chairs.
how he put it to you two, and nobody's throwing them.
Oh, you guys over here throwing chairs. What are you talking about, man?
You two caught strays. Yeah, and nobody's going to do it.
I just don't understand. Like, guys, if that's what you think, why the hell you listen? I can't be anybody else but me. I'm passionate about sports. It's what I do for a living. This is my life.
People ask, like, was that staged? It's like, no, it happened. It was genuine. It wasn't staged. So
I was desperate for this team to acquire an edge rusher. I hate this man's team. I hate him growing up a Giants fan, and I hate him now because they're equivalent of a trust fund baby. That's the Niners. So when Chase Young went to the trust fund baby, it was the one place I couldn't abide.
But he takes plays off.
Hey, you two, don't throw any more chairs.
Here, I'll tell you what. You want a different brand of radio in the afternoon? Maybe I'll just get on the air every day and just tell you, well, let's just, golly gee, let's see how it plays out.
Hey, what's your experience? I couldn't even get it out.
Go to break before I say something irresponsible.
Okay.
Just go to break. We'll get to the callers
97.1.
next. Shout out caller Nick if he's around. I know, boy, if Penn State loses, that guy's going to lose his mind. What? What do you got a problem with?
All the trash.
I didn't do it.
Who did all this?
Not me.
That might have been me. I don't know.
That's you?
It might have been. I don't know.
What is going on?
If I may. Now, let's all calm down.
Let me just pick up the trash. You go right ahead.
Let me speak. I sound like Stoney. Now, let me tell the
Whoa.
people. So, here's what I quit. Here's what we're talking about. If you're looking for Michigan stuff, we don't have it. They have sent their response to the Big Ten. We get to hear from Petiti tomorrow, we would assume. The whole thing's becoming ridiculous. I happen the longer it goes, the more I get to where Wojo's at. But what we are talking about primarily has been Dan Campbell in an interesting piece of audio about Donovan Peoples-Jones. And look, they traded for him, brought him in. We talked about, all right, well, what does it mean? Does it have an impact on Jamo? Is it just about replacing Marvin Jones? Listen to what Dan Campbell has to say. And I want to know if I have the wrong perspective. I will offer it to you in a moment. David? At the very least, it would provide us insurance. Okay, well, you don't make a deal for the very least. He's all business, smart guy, plays every position. Remember, that's how they've talked about Josh Reynolds and why Reynolds plays so much. Guys, I have arrived at this point. I think it's a healthy perspective, at least for me. I'm pretending Jamo doesn't exist. I'm pretending he's not a real person. I'm ready to go play the Chargers this weekend, and whether Jamo plays or doesn't, catches a ball or I no longer care. I expect nothing. If he performs, what a blessing. If he doesn't, we're right back to where I've arrived at, which is I want this team to win 13 football games. I want to win this division. I want to host a playoff game. I want a scoreboard watch in December. I'm moving forward. Kenny and I have gone through the stages of grief. We're done with Jamo. That doesn't mean we root against him. How could I root against someone who doesn't exist? Jamo does not exist in my mind. He's the tooth fairy. He's not real. He's not a real person. And with DPJ coming, I think Dan Campbell's telling you they're going to use him. They're going to play him. Well, where do you think those snaps are coming from? They're not coming from Amon-Ra. They're not coming from Josh Reynolds. They're not coming from Laporta. They're not coming from your running backs. Who are they coming from? Bob Green, the kid they took in the 7th round? No, to me, I think they're adding someone that they feel can be wartime ready for them down the stretch. And he's a pro's pro. Smart guy. Understands the offense. Can play multiple slot. Positions, he can play X, Y, the whole bit. For me, that's how I took it. I'd love to know how people took it. Where are you at on this?
I am to the fact that, when you look at it, Donovan Peoples-Jones is what you wanted Jamo to do at the beginning of the season. That you thought he was going to be that threat. He's going to be that guy. But he's not. So the fact that you had to go out and get a receiver, you could say, well, it was to replace Marvin Jones. But, we will see how that happens. Because when it comes to Jamo, he's made himself through when you throw him the ball, he drops it. He doesn't make big play. He caught the one touchdown, and everybody's like, oh, when you have to trumpet the one touchdown and the fact that he's a blocking receiver, that's not what you get from a 12th overall selection. You want explosiveness. You want a big play guy. He's not that. Mike, he's the fourth option when it comes to throwing the ball, maybe even the fifth option, if you want to throw Jahmyr Gibbs in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a key fourth down play.
Oh, I'm never throwing the ball.
And you see Goff throwing the ball to number 9, your heart drops because now you're hoping, dear God, just catch the ball. You're not thinking, okay, it's going to go to Laporta, it's going to go to St. Brown, it's going to go to Reynolds, it's going to go to somebody. No. You don't want that. If that's the case, if you're hoping that it's anybody but him, that shows you where his place is in the pecking order of this team. We expected more out of him. Did he ask to be drafted so high? No, he didn't. But once he accepted the check, he accepted the responsibility. And we're not getting anything from him. And before you say, well, he's going to take time, really? Because I see other people and they don't need that time. Laporta in 9 games seems pretty ready for the NFL. Gibbs looks ready now. Jamo, we're still making excuses. I would like for it to work out.
But that's
because
why.
I don't want you to have wasted this pick. And I don't want to look down. I don't want you to become Terry Fair. I don't want you to become Eric Ebron.
What if it just doesn't matter? What if Josh Reynolds assumes the role? What if Sam Laporta? What if you've just drafted? Forget about Kelsey. No one's Kelsey. I'm saying, what if you've drafted your Mark Andrews? It doesn't matter what Jamo is or isn't. We've replaced you. If Gibbs and Montgomery are the revelation we believe them to be together, who cares about Jamo? I get what you're saying. I'm just
I
done.
know it angers me because I'm thinking
You wanted Jordan Davis.
Right. Instead of going for, you got to make this trade. Like you would have had this guy under player control for the next 3 years. Now I don't think it's going to be any question what you're going to do when Jamo's contract is up.
It works in every situation. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text. We'll get to the callers. I'm not mad about Jamo. I think the DPJ comments are telling. And I've just decided this is the best perspective for me. Because I don't want to be angry about it no more.
Jamo will be fine. If you watch him, he is mainly having trouble catching a ball.
Oh, hey, that radio host isn't bad. He just has a problem talking. Hey, that columnist is okay, but he's got writer's block.
That quarterback's okay. He just can't throw the ball.
Bob's a great electrician. One problem. He can't find the live wire. What is...
Right.
Don't you love it?
Right. Steve's a great truck driver. He just can't see.
Unbelievable.
Jamo has essentially played half a season. Rookie wide receivers usually make that leap halfway through their rookie year. Still time. Let's see where he goes from
here. Why do I have to play the let's see game? Why can't I just enjoy this team for what they are and just take away his existence and just say, F it. We don't even need him. And if he does something, God bless.
It's a good receiver, but he just drops balls.
Right. Hey, Jamo, here comes the ball.
He's a good major league pitcher.
All right, we're not
he just can't get strikes.
All right.
Mike, you're talking more about make people believe than David does on Sundays. That is from Jesus in a car.
Jesus?
Oh, man.
Don't.
I knew it was coming. I was about to talk. Mike Rico, my heart wants to agree with you, but I think you're reaching about DPJ.
Okay.
Reaching like,
he thinks that he's not going to be an impact player, I think.
When they were using Donovan, he was getting the job done. He was like their version of Reynolds, where he wasn't the main guy. But if you left him open, he'd burn you.
And I do believe, Dan Campbell spoke on this, they do have an issue in the red zone. And I do think DPJ can help relieve that.
That's a good point. No, that's a good point. Too many field goals.
Jamo has taken over the hot seat that Okudah occupied before he was traded. High draft pick, low performance on the field.
And Okudah took it over for Ebron. So, yeah.
Hot potato.
What a chain of command. 248-539-9797. We get to your phone calls next. 97.1.
Oh, man. You want that career in radio where you could go off and spout in whatever you want to talk about, or you want to go into television, you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. Think about this, guys. Winter is coming up. The days are getting shorter. It's getting colder out. The winter semester at Specs at LTU is going to be starting in just a matter of weeks. You want to reserve your spot now. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business like yours truly, so you're not going to get your time wasted. We're going to show you what it takes from day one to make it in your respective fields. But once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Oh, hi there. Holiday season. You know the drill. You're going to be hosting parties. You got to deal with your family, which 75% of which you probably don't like. The cooking, other people's kids. You need rest. Serta iComfort Eco Mattress. $100 off the Serta Perfect Sleeper. Up to $900 off that iComfort Eco. Serta mattresses. Made right here in Michigan. Past 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Kang collects. What, sick days? Yeah, it's called I'm Not Feeling Well every Friday.
haven't seen him do that in years. Bye-bye, guys.
Gang collects. All right. Okay, let's get to it, shall we? I don't know what everyone's problem was. Said he has a habit of, not feeling well on Fridays. Let's go to Will, 97.1. What's up, Willie?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Will. What's up?
Cool. Just hear me out, and I know what you guys said, but
okay.
I really don't think Jamo wants to be here.
Uh-oh.
If you go back to the beginning of the draft, and I'm one of those guys too. I look at the body of work. Go back all the way to the beginning when they drafted him. Remember how the people said how he acted like he really wasn't excited to be here? To me, Jamo doesn't want to be here. You guys work for 97.1. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say that's the peak of your career. Okay, you guys didn't pay all the dues that you paid, go to school, and then get to 97.1 and just forget how to do what you do. This guy made catches at Alabama. He didn't come to the NFL and just forget how to catch the ball.
But we have to
I think
hold on.
this
Will,
guy doesn't want.
Will, we have to allow a space here, and I'll let you finish. I'm not mad about what you're saying. Will, if you are an elite NFL general manager, you hit just under 50% of your first round picks. You got to allow a space that not everything we saw translates. Not everybody makes it. So I'm just saying that, like, if you're going to play the card that he doesn't want to be there, not being good at football isn't the leading indicator. There are plenty of dudes who would die to be good, and they just can't get it right in the NFL.
I can agree with that. I'm just saying I find it hard to believe, like I said, that all of a sudden he doesn't know how to catch anymore. That just doesn't add up to me. He didn't drop a lot of balls. I went back and watched his film at Alabama, some of his games. He didn't drop balls. So for him to get to the NFL and all of a sudden he just can't catch, that doesn't add up to me.
Hold on. Now, Dan Campbell made a comment. And, Will, I don't know if it'll change your perspective. But Campbell made the comment, we drafted Jamo knowing he wasn't going to be that receiver with great hands. They've made that comment. I know that's in our system. And when you go back, Will, like in fairness, he wasn't one of these guys that would high point the football and just bring it in. Like, he wasn't Justin Jefferson. A lot of body catches, a lot of cradle catches. I don't know. Will, none of it's worked, right? It's been disjointed. Some of it his fault, some of it not. It just hasn't worked.
Right. And I think the other thing is, like I said, we talked about, the quarterback thing. I just don't think the guy really wants to be here. We talked about Golf and him and Golf not having a connection. I happen to believe the kid is going to go somewhere else.
And be
good. He won't blow up. He'll never be great. But I think he's going to end up going somewhere else, and he'll be good. You won't see the stuff.
Well, if you're right, listen, if you're right and he doesn't want to be here and it doesn't work out, if you're right, he'll get his wish. NFL teams are not going to babysit, and they're not going to keep guys that aren't contributing and or aren't happy, etc. This offseason, he can find somewhere else to be. Yeah. I just don't know that to be true. And I don't want to say that not being good equates to you don't want to play somewhere. No, there are plenty of dudes. Their life is on the line. They've worked their whole life to be here. Sometimes it just doesn't work. It's like an actor who makes a bad movie. It doesn't mean they didn't want to do the film. Right. It just sucked.
Yeah, and I don't see...
like Sylvester Stallone and Oscar.
Yeah, I don't see that quote in our system, but let me read that full quote so people understand what you were saying. On Jamo Williams, he says, I believe he will never probably be like one of those elite pass catchers that you've seen, but it'll be just with his speed. So he's talking about his hands in that quote.
And I think that's played a little bit of a role in his struggles. He also does not take good angles to the ball. Like, locating the ball is a problem.
He's too fast.
Okay, then. You know what? I never should have I walked right into it. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, first time, long time. I just want to I know you guys already said you were done with Michigan, but I was called before you guys said that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, John, you've been waiting this long. Speak your piece.
Yeah, do your thing.
Yeah, it annoys me we have our reps doing this, like, that are supposed to be making, like, our community better. Like, John Sherry, I did the math on him. He has 229,000 people in his district, and 23% of them live below the poverty line. And that's like 53,000 people. And it's like, why are you focusing on and, you know, I know football is important to you guys. It's important to me, too. I love it. But it's like, in the end of the day, it does not matter compared to people who are living hand to mouth. Like 50,000 people, by my calculations, are living hand to mouth in your district. And this is what you're spending your time on. It's annoying. It's infuriating. And yeah.
It opens up the door because it's basically, this is really not your business. You should be focused in on other things. That's what politicians in the law, if it's not serious, you don't belong in the sports arena, period. Go to the game, buy a ticket, but other than that, you have no say-so in the matter.
John, it came across so pathetic, so agenda-driven. It was sad. And for me, I don't think much of politicians as it is, and that letter didn't do anything to change my opinion. That is an embarrassment.
Exactly. It's like, you know, like me and my wife, my lovely wife, she's going to school right now. I'm working. It's, you know, we're holding on our own. But then I think, oh my God, people are doing worse than us, and in, you know, not luckily temporarily situations like us, and they're looking to their politicians to help them that they elect. And, you know, he's sitting down with a bunch of others and writing letters.
Writing letters about a football team. I mean, it's the peak of insane. John, I'm with you. And again.
And then found 10 people. You want to get in on this? Yeah.
And 9 of them went to Michigan.
Of course.
Might want to sit this one out, guys. Yeah. You can't claim conflict of interest when you're coming from that perspective and it says go blue in your profile. Or in my spare time, I enjoy cheering on the Wolverine. Okay, sit this one out. Mm-hmm. Sportsmanship, pass it on. My goodness. Go to Frank, 97.1. Frankie, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, Mike
yes,
and
Frank.
Rico.
Hi.
I wanted to basically follow up on a comment made by the gentleman a couple callers ago, the body of work. And how many games have Jamo played in this year as an NFL player in his career?
Are we at four or five this year, David?
No, how many games has he played throughout how many in his career?
It'd be 12 or 13. I think it was 7 last year, 4 or 5 this year. So 12 or 13.
How many targets have you?
I think it's 23 targets and 5 catches. I'm spitballing, but I know I'm close.
Okay. And I just think you guys are I just think earlier in the year, in the season, you guys are harping on him. Rico was doing most of this regarding him being suspended, and that he should have known about the rules, and that it was all placard all over the training facility. That was a lie. Adam Schefter said that the NFL did a poor job in educating players about the gambling issue.
Wait, what was the lie?
So I just think the lie is that Rico put it out there that he should have known this. It's all over the NFL training facilities, at the Lions facility, about all this, about gambling. That's a lie. It wasn't there at all.
It actually is.
It's not true. And it's not true.
I've actually been in the locker room. I've actually seen it. I've been in the locker room. Frank, have you?
I went to an NFL facility in Las Vegas this past in June this year to Las Vegas.
That's off season. They don't have the same stuff in the off season in the locker room.
It wasn't there.
All right, Frank. Can I ask a question? Can I ask Frank? I want to ask you a question as an innocent party. All right, hold on. Just everybody, calm down. Frank, what are we doing here exactly? Like, I just want to understand. Like, what is the issue here? Are you saying we don't want the kid to be good?
I think that you guys have been involved in poisoning the environment for Jamo since he's been on this team. And I think you do it because when you said, Mike, I've listened to you for several years. This is not just coming from a one-time caller. For several years. And you've said in your previous call, and that's as a host there, that race sells. And I think you're involved in racial marketing. You got your sidekick, Rico, involved in this.
Oh, you shouldn't have hung up.
No, I'm not. We're not playing this game. If you dare call the show, and the basis of you And the criticism we have on Jamo, if you are intimating what you outright are intimating, get the hell out of here. You're gross. The kid's been a bust so far. I want him to be good. I advocated for the draft pick. If you think race plays a role, you don't belong on this show. So you can get gone.
Yeah, because
no, I'm not doing
no,
it.
no, because
I'm not doing it.
I don't see because
it's disgusting.
Right, because we slander St. Brown and David Montgomery and like what.
Dude,
how
let
about
it go.
no?
Let it
How
go.
about this? How about you just look at the fact that he's dropped more passes than he's caught? How about you look that he's missed more games than he's played? Like, I didn't do that. He did that. This is all on him. You can live in the world of disillusion if you want. I don't see how that had anything to do with race.
And also, poisoning the well. I'm the one who's on the hype train for the team. You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to get upset about Jamo anymore. That was the whole topic. That I'm not going to expect anything. And if he performs, I'm pleasantly surprised. I mean, you're just going to roll up at 5:30 in the afternoon and call me a racist? Because what? Because Jamo has more drops than catches in his career? Come on, man.
So David,
we don't need a 2-minute lead up. At least have the
Right.
decency to just open the call with "What's up, racist?" Like, just let's rip the Band-Aid off and save us all the trouble.
Right.
And your problem with Rico, man,
It's pretty much
I don't
Rico, Rocco, and now Tom. There we go.
Oh, hell.
Remember Steven from yesterday, Steven from Django, so we got to include that.
Yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
participating in this.
I honestly, yeah, I was in the Raiders. I don't care. And I took a tour of so.
By the
Good for
way,
you.
I just would like to state for the record, both of us felt the suspension was overboard and harsh, and we were happy that he got the reprieve he deserved. But again,
But it's funny how 90-some% of the players didn't get into that. But, oh, no, it was too confusing.
Okay.
Not for 90-some players. 90% of the players
all right,
understood.
you had racist on your bingo board. Congratulations, B5.
11 politicians and racists. Man.
It's been a banner day. Well, great segue into Kenny's pizza party. Thanks for the Rangers pick last night.
You know what, Kenny?
You had the Red Wings.
I'm going to join you for the pizza today.
Kenny,
I've earned it.
Kenny ordered his sad mac and cheese pizza, and he cried into the panko breadcrumbs and his choice of flavored crust. What did you put on that thing last night? The bacon?
I got the bacon and the jalapenos.
Oh, Maron. Oh, my God. What a lucky lady.
I know.
So here's the point. Hungry Howie's, somehow this is their most popular pizza they offer. It's a special. Now, I just tell you, as an Italian person, I ain't ordering that. Their regular pie is delicious. The mac and cheese, that's for guys like Kenny.
What are you talking about? This is classic Italian cuisine.
Right. It's classic Italian cuisine.
Song.
Mamma mia. All right. Listen, if you're,
I'm not involved in this one.
Okay. Order yourself the mac and cheese pie, or you could stick to the regular menu like I would. But the bottom line is the offer does not last forever, and it is popular. So, hey, you want to try something crazy? Go for it. $10.99. Give it a free roll. It's the Kenny Cott mac and cheese pie. It's Hungry Howie's. Here's the other thing. And, David, there's a secondary cut, but he talks about how he's smart, how he's all about ball, how it's all business. Look, it's just very clear. There's two notes, not just the Jamo thing. I think it's clear they're going to be super selective in the types of guys they bring here. And that's going to frustrate a lot of people, including me. But like Chase Young, we talked about this. How could you not go get Chase Young for the low cost of free? The third-round pick you give up, you don't sign him, you get a third-round compensatory. Mm-hmm. Well, what are some people saying about Chase Young? He freelances, takes plays off. He's not as scheme responsible as he should be. Well, does that sound like someone Dan Campbell's going to bring in here? Probably not. The DPJ thing. What are the words they use about most of the receivers? Smart, trustworthy, hardworking, professional.
Can move them around. Yeah.
Oh, there's the other one. Yes. What do they always say? Josh Reynolds. We love him because he can play so many different spots. Yeah. Now they bring in DPJ. Same deal. What does Jamo struggle with? That. Yeah. So here's my question. The Lions are going on the road to the Chargers as 2-point favorites. They're off to bye. They're ready to rock. I want to set the tone for the second half of the season here. And the question is simple. It's not about being right, being wrong. It's not a predictive measure. It's about where you're at mentally and emotionally with this football team. Rico, as we start the second half of the year, I am pretending Jameson Williams is not here. I am moving forward as if he does not exist. I no longer expect anything. I don't expect anything. I'm not demanding anything. I'm not asking for anything. I am moving forward as if he doesn't even play football here. Anything I get from Jamo's a bonus. I'm done. Because it is so evident to me. They went out and got Donovan Peoples-Jones because Donovan Peoples-Jones not only is going to replace Marvin Jones's spot, but he's going to be used in a way that Jamo can't be.
So basically you're saying that Jamo is going to get Trinity Benson, where he's just become that guy that's on the team, but you don't expect anything. See, I'm kind of with you because if you're the Lions, I wouldn't try to force anything. Now, if he's out there and he's open, you throw him the ball. But I don't think you could afford this late in the game to really – I mean, maybe when you play the Bears, you can use that as a Jamo reclamation day. We're going to try to get you 10 receptions. But other than that, only when you're wide open are you going to get the ball because we have to win. And I can't sit here and try to make you feel good and make you feel a part of this team. That was on you while you weren't here.
So I want to ask the people. Not a predictive measure. Not about being right. I want to know where you're at as we move to the second half of the season. If you don't value what Dan Campbell said, no problem. If you still want to get bent out of the shape that Jamo's not getting 5, 6, 7, 8 targets a week, no problem. You know what? You can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, in my world, he doesn't exist. We're moving forward. We're winning football games. That's it.
What you're saying makes total sense, Mike, but upon further review, I can't do that. I need him to exist. I need him to be here because it would just anger me if he just fades into the background. You then start looking at the cost that you bought this guy for and you got this guy. That would just anger me. So, yeah, I do need him to do something, to be.
Can't help you.
You got to do something.
You know what? That's on you. That's a YP, not an MP.
So you haven't gone through the stages of grief yet. I think where I am and where Mike is we're just done, and anything we get is a bonus. Whereas you're still in the anger phase of, well, we have buyer's remorse now.
No, it's
Why
not.
did we
It's
pick
not
up this
buyer's
guy?
remorse, Kenny.
I think it is buyer's remorse.
No, because contrary to popular belief, I do want this team to do well. I do want them to succeed. I really do. When I give out those draft picks at the beginning of the year, it's not, oh, he's being a jerk. No, I think these are the people that can help your team.
Oh, I think you want them to win too. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm saying that you haven't gone through the process that me and Mike have of we don't expect anything from this guy.
It angers me.
Extensive grieving.
Yes.
It just angers me because I'm like, Jesus. Yeah, dude, I was happy when I saw with Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, yes, okay. That's why they drafted you at that point.
And I think Mike and I have already gone through that anger phase. Now we're at the acceptance phase.
I'm done.
Okay.
And look, my thing is, if he plays well, it's a bonus. It's a surprise. But what I'm not going to do is let it upset me. And I think if you're expecting anything from Jamo, you're probably going to be upset. They brought in DPJ and used words like smart, tough, can play all the positions, all about ball, professional. Look, I don't think they brought him here to not play.
I think DPJ is going to flourish here. Knowing I don't know what happened this season in Cleveland.
I do.
But
they don't have a quarterback.
He really was starting to take off. David, I'm not saying this because he's a local kid and went to Cass Tech.
I know.
I think he fits this system well.
Well, here's
and if he does, that's where you got to make the choice. Do you want to win or do you want to make somebody happy? Because if you want to win, you're going to get the ball to DPJ.
I think if you're saying he's going to flourish, you're already answering that question. That means he's already surpassed Jamo. He's taken what Jamo, the little he had, and then ran with it and got more. So you're already saying it by saying he's going to flourish.
I think one thing you're seeing with Jared Goff, if he has a relationship with you, the ball's coming your way. And
Laporta.
Hey, Laporta, Josh Reynolds.
No. A rookie tight end is not supposed to play this way in the NFL.
No.
Laporta is playing the way I expected him in year 3, not year 1. Halfway into the season, he's one of your top 4, top 5 tight ends in the league.
So, talk to me. Where are you at mentally and emotionally? We kick off the second half of the year. Trade deadline's done. The comments about Donovan Peoples-Jones. Where are you at with Jamo? Because for me, it doesn't really matter anymore. At 6-2, at the deadline, at the bye, all I care about are stacking wins, getting this division under wraps, and then scoreboard watching in December. I'm not interested in being right or wrong. I'm not interested in validating what they did, a year and a half ago and selecting him. And I'm just done expecting anything from him. And if he gives me anything, I get to be surprised and pleasantly at that. 248-539-9797. David, what do the people have to say? We'll get some phone calls in the mix as well.
Someone says it's already over for Jamo because DPJ can catch the ball. Oh, Mike Rico, how about you listen to Herman Moore? He said that they're misusing Jamo in the offense. You look too deep into Dan Campbell's comments.
Okay, so real quick. I'm looking too deep into the comments of everyone then. Because I have played Dan Campbell. I have played Jared Goff. I've given you the total picture. You know what I'm tired of? Excuse making for Jamo. So now you mean to tell me that Ben Johnson, who is arguably a top 5 offensive coordinator and is going to get no less than a half a dozen head coach interviews this offseason, you now want me to listen to Herman Moore and say that Ben Johnson is not using Jamo right. That's what you want me to go with.
Heck, even Ben Johnson kind of came out and gave we're working with Jamo.
Time on task.
Right. Yeah, when they talk about the other players, it's glowing. When it's him, you could almost feel them rubbing their forehead yeah, you know what? It's going to work out. But I do think that this is an offense that everything that we've been waiting to see with Jamo, you could get with Donovan Peoples-Jones. And I think he's going to relish the fact of getting the ball thrown to him. With no quarterback in Cleveland, all of a sudden now you have one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. You simply, as Mike said, you got to gain his trust. Because if Goff likes you, you get the ball. If he knows you're going to get it. And please spare me with the whole, he's just too fast and Goff has to learn how to use him. Goff doesn't overthrow anybody else but him. Goff, he doesn't have a problem with any other receiver.
Some of you guys are as deep into this Jamo stuff as you are with Michigan. And then the more mental gymnastics you have to perform, the less likely you're actually right. Too fast. No, stop.
And then when you get him the ball, it's 50-50 whether he catches it.
It's actually 75-25 that he won't, if you want to be honest.
Just trying to be positive.
I'm not. I'm trying to be real.
Buy my pillow.
If you want to lie, no boy. If you want to lie to your listeners, so be it. 248-539-9797. David, the ticket text, please.
Jamo is officially Laquan Treadwell. That is from Alex.
Sometimes stuff just doesn't work.
I just want to see what will happen when they line up Amon-Ra, Jamo, and St. Well, you just said Amon, whatever, and Laporta. That will be exciting to watch other teams try to defend that. Okay. Regarding where I'm at with Jamo, I wish we would have traded him while he still has good value. I think that will be done by the end of this year. If you guys want the Lions to win something in the playoffs, you better hope Jamo takes off. Our offense needs weapons against the best defense.
Hold on. Why? Here's my 3 weapons that are going to be my primary receivers. And tell me that I'm at some huge deficit here. Amon-Ra, who's a top 5 wide receiver, Sam Laporta, who's a top 5 tight end, and then Josh Reynolds, who's that down-in-the-dirt street brawler. Like a guy, if you're in a damn street fight in the alley as a quarterback, you want Josh Reynolds. Yeah. Then I factor in my running backs.
There it is.
Tell me why, again, I need this cat. Why? So a ball can bounce off his grill?
Because here's the other thing. And here's what you saw against the Raiders. Jahmyr Gibbs became the running back threat coming out the backfield, catching the ball that he was drafted to be. So at this point, he's the 5th option.
At best, 4th.
But
third and 6, I have more faith throwing the ball out the backfield to Jahmyr Gibbs and letting him do his thing running up the sideline than throwing it to Jamo.
248-539-9797. Okay? Here's the other thing. And David, there's a secondary cut, but he talks about how all right, you win $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's it. That's all. Hell, maybe you just take Toledo tonight, minus like 20. Do it money line. Get you 150. There's no way they're losing Eastern. Come on, they can't, right? FanDuel.com/ticket. More ways to play, more betting markets. It's FanDuel, best sports book in America. Official partner of 97 The Ticket. Must be 21 and up. Present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. Well, I told you how this was going to roll. I said 6 o'clock. I was wrong. 5:51 is when you finally see the leaks happening with Michigan's response. And it reads like something my 8-year-old niece would say. Well, other people do things too.
Little Paul Servino did it too.
Yeah, I just, guys, in Michigan's response, there's no denial. There's no defending. And they basically just say, well, other people do stuff too. So, look, it's out there now. I don't know the wisdom to that thing getting out there tonight. We'll see what Petiti says tomorrow. I just, good Lord. It's just, you know what? And it's even crazier. We need James Franklin to stop this national nightmare.
Oh. No, we don't.
Can you imagine? James Franklin, the world's ending if he wins a big game.
What do you think that celebration would be like if Penn State beats Michigan?
I know they'd be celebrating in the Big Ten
They'd
offices.
celebrate in the Big Ten office. And I'll tell you this, Boo Corrigan can't go on TV and say this. I think the CFP would celebrate.
Probably.
CFP wants no part of this.
Yes. Wait, is Ward in the room? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, they would. And I would. You should totally understand why they would, of course.
Well, because we're all in this room rational people. It's just
it takes them off the hook. It's not their fault. Hey, Michigan, the door was open. You close it on yourself.
The only thing is they can't call 18 penalties on Michigan and 1 on Penn State.
Oh, Wojo.
You just can't do that.
They
one.
could.
No,
Wojo,
that would be too far.
Welcome to Michigan State, Notre Dame, 2015.
Oh, I do remember that one.
I do too.
Was it Saturday night, right?
It
was 2013.
Yeah.
Michigan State at Notre Dame. All the personal foul.
It was 9 pass interferences.
But your defensive backs were very handsy.
The league. No, here's what happened.
Man, you're lucky I don't have longer arms.
You
I
know
would
what
slap
happened?
the taste out of you.
Connor Cook was the quarterback, correct?
Literally
You are
on
unbelievable.
Monday, league came out and said, "Yeah, our bad. Those weren't pass interference."
Who does Notre Dame get to use as officials at home? They don't get Big Ten officials.
Well,
do they?
now with their scheduled contract with the ACC, it's usually ACC officials.
But I'm quite sure you'll probably see Brutus, the Buckeye, Sparty.
What if Sparty's the head official this weekend?
As they sit there and they pantomime the call to each other.
It's Johnny Spirit with his broken camcorder.
How about they have Brutus holding one end of the yard markers?
You get the Scarlet Knight in there.
Sparty in the other one.
You get the Scarlet Knight
No,
in there.
Sparty was left out. They don't care.
Bucky Badger.
Oh, you get the Boilermaker in there.
Like? I don't even know what the Scarlet Knight looks like.
He looks like a broke down version of Sparty.
Yeah, welfare Sparty.
Oh, okay.
He's got like a perma-grin. It's very weird. I don't like the Rutgers deal.
No.
But
That
it's
would
better
be
than the
freaking
real night that
hysterical.
they used to have.
Somebody needs to make that video.
Right, they
you get
used
the
to have a
Hawkeye.
real knight in like red plastic armor.
Oh.
Really low red.
Wait, and creepy Nebraska mascot too.
Oh, the inflatable sex doll.
Yeah.
The Herbie the Husker balloon animal, or
That
whatever
would
that
be
thing
hilarious.
By the way, I will make a prediction, and we'll get into it in a little Wojo and Rieger show.
I supported you today.
I know, and I appreciate that.
That kind of disgusted me.
But I will say
Kind of
this.
running down the street, I heard Mike. I'm like,
I
what
feel
the hell?
like people around the Big Ten are backing off a little bit. I do think schools like Rutgers and Ohio State and Purdue and all these whispers of stuff have spooked them a little bit.
Well, then they're candy asses.
Well, hello, yeah.
No, I mean, if that's the case, look, you will end up being right if tomorrow is anything other than Petiti stepping up. He's got to put his ass in the jackpot. We know they're going to do the TRO. He would have to have kind of a leadership moment tomorrow. If this is just mealy-mouthed two-game, you will be completely right.
What if he knew he kind of screwed up? All the pressure came upon him. The network started getting pissed off, and he's a network guy, and he just decides to table it.
Then I'd have no respect for him, and he'll be fired.
Okay.
No, Bob, it would prove your point that he didn't do this right. And if you cave, that's not
you
legal.
can't come in one week and say indefinite suspension the next week, nothing.
No,
But I think he might.
But I think if he were even thinking about caving after seeing this stuff that got leaked out, it's like, oh God, they're gonna make me do this. They're going to make me do this.
No, but I think that other stuff being leaked out is resonating with other programs. Like you saw Ryan Day, you saw Schiano. They looked like deer in the headlight when they were asked about, what do you know about this? Like Schiano today tried to get angry, but didn't deny
but the
anything.
whole point is it was to borrow a line from you, it was a nothing burger yesterday.
No, I know, but that's not how coaches in these programs think or feel when their name is getting dragged into it?
Well, they're in the wrong line of work, brother. I got bad news for you.
Dude, if you're Schiano, you're going to get fired. Why do you care? Anyway.
He can go back to being an assistant at Ohio State.
If you're Ryan Day, you're
we
borderline.
avoided it. We didn't do the vacuum cleaners.
Oh, no. I don't even know what that is.
Refurbished vacuum cleaners
Yeah, I don't
in
know.
Ann Arbor.
We'll
What's
be
that
here.
company's name?
Did
Did you guys look into the LLC?
No, because I don't care. Let an investigative journalist figure it out, all right? If Stalions committed a felony, I'm sure we're going to find out.
Will there be-
If Blake's in business with him, we'll find out.
Will there be anything weirder than the LLC? That's the weirdest part of this whole thing, right?
like weird, but
No, I think they will be weirder.
he was doing the
That's
vacuum
impossible.
cleaner business out of his house on Hoover Street.
Eureka!
That's good. He's making a left on Dyson.
I actually think it might be on Hoover Street. I'm not even kidding. All right. Yes, weirder
stuff will come out, and this is why I keep saying, just make this go away.
I know.
Because it's like you
Rico,
don't want
Rico, it's
people
too late
digging
for that,
into
my
your
friend.
family history, because then they're gonna start finding out some stuff that you had buried.
It's way too late for that.
Yeah.
It's not.
I think Petiti is scrambling, and I'm not sure what's going to happen tomorrow.
What if he just does nothing?
What if he just says, I'm not here, I'm off today?
Then,
you know
then
what?
I revert to the
he's
flow
the day
chart.
off.
No, then I revert to the flow chart. Wojo would be right.
I don't want.
I think he's
Wojo to be-
fired
That's what I want
regardless.
to be happening.
I
want
think
to
he's
be right.
fired regardless.
Petiti?
He's
Like at the end of the year?
I mean, the legacy. Jim Delaney, Big Ten Network, Kevin Warren. Got every school $100 million. His legacy is this.
Poor guy's only had 8 months, though.
I don't care. Don't give me this poor guy routine.
Yeah, I don't like the poor
Step
guy
to the
routine.
plate.
Thrown
You know-
into an awful situation.
Hey,
At least you have to admit that.
The wind blows hardest at the top of the
You know what?
flagpole.
Joshua
if you
Dobbs
don't
went
want
into the
tough
game.
situations, don't take the job.
Yeah, Joshua
I
Dobbs
like
went
that
into the
one.
game. He didn't even know his offensive lineman. He got his job done.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
Tony Petiti.
Yeah. Should be fun tomorrow. Woo!
You know what? Free Jamo, 97-1.